Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement. Our body really likes exercise, but it loves proper nutrients. AG1 is so easy to drink and affordable, especially considering the high quality of its ingredients and the sophistication of its potential, that it's something all of us can beneficially take. So will you give Athletic Greens AG1 formula a try? I think you should. Your body will thank you. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED to secure your AG1 today. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Check it out. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 253. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm well. It's another day, and I've awakened, and I will persist awake until I fall asleep again. So,
Persist.
Everything's fine.
Or die.
Persist. Or, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the same.
Another hopeful opportunity that could happen.
Yeah. Hopeful opportunity.
Fade away.
God willing.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. Well, it's good to be here and to have your energy with us today, my friend. And my sweetheart, Dustin Furman, how are you today, my friend?
Hello. I'm doing pretty good. I decided I had to bust out the Bucky's shirt again because one of Colin and I's favorite YouTube channels, Company Man,
I saw that. I haven't
just
watched
did a
it.
video about Bucky's, and I thought, you know what, I haven't repped the shirt since the event, so. But I'm doing pretty good. Today is Holly's birthday. Happy birthday, Holly.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We're doing some fun things this weekend. She's real busy with lessons today, and I have this, but yeah, so it's her birthday.
Take her to
30
Bucky's.
years old. Dude, there's going to be one near Colin, I think. Aren't you guys getting one? There's one in Virginia. I don't know if it's Richmond, though.
Yeah, I heard that they're building more. Like I saw a story where it was like, are they coming close to you or something like that?
Is Bucky's approaching?
Yeah, is Bucky's
The
Bucky's
unwavering
approaching.
tide of Bucky's.
Yeah.
I do love that Company Man channel. I really, really do it. He needs an opening graphic. Bad.
Yeah.
Like, real bad. Desperate for it, actually, I think. Like, it's not up to the level of it. Like, that's the kind of thing you would expect to see on this show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you'd expect to see the intro of this show on a show like that.
Mm.
I guess what I'm talking about, production levels and so on and so forth. Did you notice that I called you my sweetheart? I mean, I've been watching, I'm on part 9 now of the Chris Chan documentary.
Oh, I didn't make that. I thought you were just
Oh.
feeling some love in the air or something like that. But
You're my boyfriend-free girl.
the boyfriend-free girl, man. Dude, here's the thing. I know from talking in our Discord that the mere mention of Chris Chan enrages some people.
Yeah.
Why do we have to talk about it? I don't want to talk about this. It's disgusting. It's like, yes, it is disgusting. That's the point.
I have a lot to say about him, man. I don't even know where I can possibly do it. I might need to like save it for Constellation when I'm done with the documentary or something like that, which is going to be. But I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
It's just the idea you make a new show just have an outlet.
Yeah, I need to because I have. Well, first of all, I sent you guys this clip yesterday on
Rose Chu preparing to make love. Sonichu mentions that he needs to purchase double extra length condoms because his penis is 7 inches long.
It's so good. It's so
I don't know why I thought that was the funniest one, but Geno Samuel, he's not American, right?
I feel
don't.
like he is, right?
He doesn't live.
like he sounds like his voice to me, and I think he's a great commentator, but his voice sounds to me like someone who's not American trying to sound American. That's the vibe. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like where you could hear it kind of cutting off the accent a little bit, but I don't know if that's true or not. Also, his deadpan delivery of every line is comedy gold. I don't know if he meant it that way. I think he probably did, but it's comedy gold, no doubt.
Yeah.
Also, the dedication to just reading misspellings as they are without any acknowledgement is very, very good as well.
But I have some problems, like, because I'm not on chapter 9, so that puts me 6 hours into this or something like that. I feel like I know it gets crazy later. I don't know, I know the stuff, the allegations with his mom or whatever, horrible stuff. But I got to be honest, early on here, it strikes me as someone who has been mercilessly bullied.
Oh, yeah.
And is not really doing anything to deserve the level of bullying coming his way. You know, I'm at the early Encyclopedia Dramatica part now. I mean, that's always been everyone's biggest fear, is having an Encyclopedia Dramatica page. I remember discovering that website and being like, this place is hysterical, and I used to read it late at night on my phone. I could just like go click around. It's hysterical, but it's like, oh, you don't ever want to be on this website. But I'm still trying to wait to like feel not kind of bad for him. I know that time will probably come. But there was a moment, honestly, where his dog dies and he writes something for it, and I was like, this is fucking sad. This is really sad.
It's a very sad. The whole thing is depressing, but it's just got this tinge of like, how is this real? Like, to it. I don't know.
Why are we? What is it? What does he say in the beginning, Gino?
What is the attraction?
What is the attraction?
Yeah.
I also think he records that. I could be wrong, but it sounds like he records that over and over again. Like, it doesn't sound like it's the same one. You know, like how we use the same intro.
Yeah.
I would do it too. That's a dope intro. But I don't know. Am I off base here? You're kind of an expert, Dustin. I mean, I just early on, I'm like, okay, this guy's obviously weird. He's obviously sexually frustrated. He's deeply autistic. Right. But it's also like he's being mercilessly bullied and teased. He gets all of his shit hacked. He gets catfish before that's even a thing. He over and over. Like, it's kind of like a lot of the subject matter is like them reading his emails and shit. I'm like, this is not quite what I thought I was getting into. And I'm really interested to see when it turns.
Yeah. You know? So as a new blossoming Christorian myself, not really. I can't really actually use that term. There are people that know a lot, which I think it does get to a weird degree. I'm just kind of, I've watched the documentary, but it comes down to really his parents at the beginning that you really wonder why the parents didn't step in over and over and over again. And you feel bad for him because you feel like someone needed to do something, and his parents were they were really old. They didn't understand the internet. Yeah. They didn't understand autism and what effect that would have on him. But as the series goes on, which is one of those things where he acts badly and you think he's an asshole. But again, it comes back to, why is he acting like an asshole? And it comes back to this thing with his parents. His parents are the true villains in this.
Yeah, I kind of get that vibe too, which is, and we won't stick on this too long. It has nothing to do with our show, but this is why Sacred Symbols is also the most inaccessible PlayStation podcast in the world, in addition to being somehow the biggest. Can you imagine how big this show would be if we just talked about PlayStation? Holy Christ. But I have more to say about
people that don't like this stuff don't like the show. So I think this is what makes it great, personally.
Well, fair enough. Because to me, I'm watching this and I agree. The parents seem like the villain. There was a thing where they say that they actually know where he lived. I mean, that was probably very trivial to find out. But even then, I mean, now it's like mega trivial to find out where people live, which is why I believe in my heart that people are better than they seem. Because imagine the chaos that people can really insert in each other's lives. Although they do that with swatting and all sorts of things as well. But they said something about how people like erected a sign outside his house or something like that, like, or across the street from his house. It's like, where were the parents at that point? And the big question I have that stuck out to me is that in an interview he says, or in an email or something, he admits that he gets his clothes at Goodwill, which is fine. My nephew Declan, my oldest nephew, shops exclusively at Goodwill because he thinks it's cool. So it's like, all right, well, whatever you want to do. But the big thing is, where is he getting all the games and all the tech? Like, he has a PlayStation 3. And by the way, I love that he loves Little Big Planet. You had never told me that. That's a massive part of the story. And so that is the PlayStation connection in some way to Chris Chan, because he was like a very early, like, beta LBB fan. Yeah. He won like a contest, I think, with Media Molecule and all the rest. So there's like some connection there, but it's like he had a PS3 during the $600 era. He has a fucking shelf of DS games that is probably several $1,000s alone. He has, I just don't know where this is all coming from.
His parents.
Yeah, his parents.
Yeah.
He's draining his parents' bank, basically.
Colin, I fed you a little nugget to look forward to last time we talked about Chris Chan. Let me just say, when it comes to Little Big Planet stuff, you have look forward to Chris's creation, the autism tutorial. an original Big Planet
Dude, is it?
level.
This is what I was asking you guys last night. Are these any of his stuff live on? Because Little Big Planet servers are all live through Little Big Planet 3, so you can go into Little Big Planet 3, I think, and play those old things. We should be doing Let's Plays of Chris Chan's stuff.
I knew it. I knew the second you sent that text message, I showed it to Kingston. I was like, he's gonna try to make content off this. I was like, look at this Little Big Planet text he sent me. I knew.
Wait, who'd you say this to?
Kingston, Sweeney.
Oh.
And I was like, he's gonna try and do like a Let's Play of these levels. I swear, I knew it in my heart.
I'm captured. It's like I'm not beyond the event horizon yet, but I'm in orbit around Chris Chan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's fascinating. It's sad. It's all very sad, and confusing and just bizarre. It's kind of one of those things where it's like this amount of information about anybody should not be on the internet, really. Like this sheer amount. However, the fact that it is an anomaly that you cannot not observe, because it's just like, what are the odds of this happening to anybody? Any of these things, dude, and that it would all be there.
That's kind of why I feel bad about it, is because he's being fucked with in such an obvious way at this point, and this is so early.
Yeah,
that you would think that even he would understand. Like there's that guy that like steals his stuff and pretends that it's going, like he steals his DVD or whatever and pretends like he got it manufactured. And there's like different art and he claims it. And then there's a shot of a bunch of them in a store. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like where like the guy went to the store, took a picture as if they're being held in the store. I'm like, how do you not know at some point? And that's I think where his parents come in. Right. So but I will say now I'm a very sensitive person. I'm a teary-eyed guy when I watch things or whatever. I was crying with all the old bats, like I said, in the fucking Downton Abbey movie theater.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
But when the dog thing happened, especially, I was kind of getting teary-eyed. I was like, this is really sad. This is like the most human I've ever heard him so far in these 8 episodes. And I'm intrigued. I can't wait to watch more, to be honest. So I don't know where the fuck that came from.
Keep us updated.
I will certainly do that. I will certainly do that. Well, welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This goes live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early on Patreon if you want. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Of course, you can watch it on YouTube later on. Get it in your podcast feeds. Early ad-free access, though. Ability to submit your inquiries, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Discord access and more on Patreon. I wanted to say this because obviously Sacred Symbols has a ton of listener inquiries we go through. We have a thread each week. You can DM me. I'll talk to you there, but that's not how you get on the show. You put your stuff in the thread. But I saw someone the last few weeks. I've seen a few people complaining about not being chosen, even though they write in every week or write in often. And I wanted to say something about this. I literally go into the thread with what I would consider an anti-bias. If anything, a bias towards names I've never seen before, inherently. If you're someone who gets on the show sometimes or writes in a lot, I actually have some sort of mental bias against using you in some ways because you write in so often. But what I'm saying is I try to get everyone's names in. There is no favoritism. There's nothing else. I try my hardest to get everyone's name in, and I try to sometimes I've thought about keeping a running tally or using ChatGPT or something and having it just go in and be like, who is written into the show? You know, like compile a name of everyone and we can have some sort of list. And maybe I should have been doing this from the beginning, but that's a lot of work. And I just wanted people to know that I try to get you in. So for instance, and we'll talk about it later in the commentary at the end, but a lot of people want to talk about Redfall for some reason, even though this is a PlayStation podcast. If you're the 17th person writing about Redfall, I don't know what you want me to, at that point, we have our question on Redfall. If there are 100 comments before you and 15 of them are about Redfall and you're the 16th comment and then you're upset that you didn't get picked, I don't know that that's really fair to me. So let's be easy. I'm trying my hardest. I want to be as equitable as possible. We have so many. I listen to a bunch of podcasts. No one uses any listener inquiries. What happened? Who said what?
Chris, I'm working on it.
I'm working on it. All right. So I just wanted to say I'm sorry if you feel like you're right in and you're not being selected. I really am trying. Again, follow the instructions. Pithy, topical, well written. I think I'm overestimating how easy it is to write, though. Sometimes,
yeah.
You read some of these things, and it's brutal. Yeah.
For me, I don't select questions anywhere near as often as you, but I do for Sacred Symbols Plus. And when I see a wall of text, I'll read the first beginning, and if it doesn't hook me, I'm skipping it.
Yeah.
Just because you got to think about the listener hearing you read that long of a thing. Sometimes it is worth it. But so yeah, the pithiness I feel like is paramount
Yeah.
when they're writing.
I agree.
Yeah.
The pontification, only I pontificate. You understand? Thank you for writing in. No one even wrote it. I don't even know who I'm thanking. All right. Oh, one thing I wanted to say, Sacred Symbols Plus. We do that twice a week. That's the biggest perk over on Patreon. We do 2 extra episodes of Sacred Symbols every week for Patreon. Deep dives in the games, interviews. Boy, do I have a big interview set up. I really do. I mean, it's a big one. And I'm really excited about it. That will go live, be recorded and go live next week. So I'm excited about that. But Dustin, you did one recently I wanted to call out about Kingdom Hearts. It's the 20th anniversary.
21st.
21st anniversary. What are we doing about 21st anniversary of Kingdom Hearts? I don't understand.
I
Is it
needed
because we
an
missed the
excuse.
20th anniversary?
We did.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is old enough to drink now.
Yeah, we're celebrating.
Good. Hopefully it goes in the fucking drinks itself into a coma. Whoa. Never wakes up.
Damn.
But on a positive note, we did an episode on Kingdom Hearts. A lot of people really loved it. I was reading the thread or the the feedback. People really loved it, but there was a big reason why I wanted to bring it up. It's because we have a friend, your friend from Easy Allies on it. So yeah, tell us a little bit about this episode. People can go check it out now on Patreon.
Yeah, so this is a Kingdom Hearts retrospective where me and my friend Brad Ellis from Easy Allies just go over the series, talk about some of our favorite memories, some of our favorite aspects of the games, and overall just had a really nice, chummy chat with one another. I know that both of us had a really great time recording it, and it was great to finally record with Brad because we've talked about trying to work something out for a long time now. And I know a big motivator for me was just seeing the audience ask for that kind of collaboration between not only Brad and I, but between Last Stand and Easy Allies. And so I was happy that we could finally get that going. And Brad is interested in doing more episodes in the future and doing more collaborative work. So yeah, we'll see where we can fit him in next on Sacred Symbols Plus. Probably something pretty weeby. Brad and I are. I said at the beginning of the episode, him and I are we're the same type of person in our respective outlets. We really like the same types of things when it comes to anime and From Software and Kingdom Hearts and stuff like that. So definitely more to come.
Do you think he would work for cheaper than you? And if so, should we poach Brad and send you over for future considerations to Easy Allies?
That's definitely a possibility.
Should we do a straight up trade?
Straight up trade. I don't know, Colin. I don't think Brad edits. So
we're gonna need more than just him back. We're gonna need more other considerations back.
Yeah, a lot of considerations here.
Yeah. You guys have no idea what I'm saying when I mean that. That is literally a term that's used in sports where it's like future considerations is when you trade someone. It's very baseball where you figure it out later kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or there's a contract. But I'm glad to have that done. I was happy to see everyone's response. I think there's a overcompensation, maybe even on our part, but certainly on our audience's part, where they expect bad things to happen. Like they expect someone's going to be on, so now it's going to be a big fucking deal, which is what happened when I talked to Brandon Jones,
right,
back in 2017. Their audience went crazy, and I think that kind of stuff has kind of shaken out over the last 6 years. I think the kind of whiny, very socially obligated sort of people have just dissipated into the ether, and they just don't have any power. So I didn't even see the bubblings of that, which is a really great sign, I think, of things to come. And in fact, our collaborator, Gene Park of the Washington Post, he's like, I really love seeing it. Like it feels like you're turning, like it's like a leaf turning over, like more potential, which I'm like, yeah, that's great. It's not that we've isolated ourselves from the industry on purpose. It's that to survive, we were isolated, and then to survive, we had to learn how to do it without anyone. And we did a sort of digital autarky, if you will.
Wow.
But I'm open to breaking down these walls more and having more people on. And I must admit, I invite people on the show pretty often. Like I said, we'll talk about Kotaku later, but when I emailed Luke Plunkett from Kotaku, he told me to go fuck myself. Certainly is right to do that, but I do reach out. Jim Sterling or Stephanie Sterling now. I've reached out to him several times. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I don't even know. I've tried to reach out to Stephanie Sterling several times.
It's a weird situation because the YouTube channel is still Jim Sterling, but I've not seen any of their content.
I don't know. So yeah, we're open to having more of that. And I just wanted to congratulate you on a job well done with that episode. We recorded an episode that will go live the day after this goes live on Patreon about PlayStation All-Stars, which I'm really, really excited about, where we somehow came up with 80 possible roster entries from PlayStation All-Stars 2. And I really had fun with that episode. I thought that was really thoughtful. And I'm trying to think about more about what I want to do with that particular idea, because I think there's more to mine there. Yeah, so Final Fantasy 16, we did that deep dive, or you guys did, bringing back PSX. Resident Evil 4 remake review, the Micah and Holly episode is live as well. What are we going to do with Jedi Survivors? Anyone playing that?
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I just finished Fallen Order because it was something that I put down. I was like, I guess like 2 hours away from finishing it when I put it down last time. And I decided, you know what? The new game's out. Let me jump into it. Crazy cutscenes were like desyncing as I was playing it. And this is like the 2019 game.
No, Chris, it's fine. Everyone on Twitter tells me it's fine. Was mad at me for skipping it. Oh, it's fine.
It is fine. Like it fixed itself once I, quit it and restarted it. But still, I thought
$70.
I thought it was weird.
Stop and restart it, and it's fine.
I thought it was weird that was still a problem in the old game. However,
in the old game, you're talking about the old one. So that one's also messed up. Okay, I thought you bought the new one after.
No, I'm talking about Jedi Fallen Order 2019. I've re-downloaded it because this new game's out. And I was just like, I never finished this game. I was so close to it, probably. Let me just finish it. I did. I beat it in like 2 hours. I was like so close. I don't know why I put it down. But now the thing is, I'm in it. The last game is kind of fresh in my mind. So I'm thinking I'm probably gonna I'll jump into it today, I think.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. I mean, we you know how we roll on Sacred Symbols. We don't force anyone to play anything. I was really just curious to know if anyone was playing it, because I asked that because Dagan was going to play it, but I don't think it's going to happen now because he got like some more freelance work that I think he wants to dedicate himself to. Plus, he's doing a lot of work for us right now already.
Yeah.
More on that soon.
It's
exciting. All right. It is. So, yeah, where was I? Oh, I wanted to say this, though. This was from Jay Chimichanga. Hello, my sacred Führer. I don't think you can call me that.
Yeah. No.
I'm writing in today to request the entire conversation on Game Pass my fearless leader Colin was having with Jaffe on Constellation. So Constellation is our conversational podcast. David Jaffe appears on our show sometimes. That David Jaffe, of course. Yet was cut short. So the conversation was cut short, leaving me with a severe and possibly terminal case of blue balls. I greatly enjoyed the episode. Someone should definitely give Jaffe a job at Dos Equis, as he is definitely the most interesting man in the world. Also, thank you, Dustin, for making me want to replay Kingdom Hearts. I hate you now. Keep on being awesome. So thank you for that. I wanted to speak about this on Jaffe and Game Pass because people really want us to have that conversation. David Jaffe and I have broached that conversation and then pulled back like a skirmish.
Yeah.
And we pull back. But we want to have it. So I reached out to him. We're scheduling it now. We're going to have that conversation just straight out why he thinks it's good for the industry, why I think it's bad for the industry. Subscription services generally, I think, but we'll focus on Game Pass. I know people really want to have that or hear that conversation. So it's happening. It's happening. I promise you this. And finally, merch, lastdaymedia.store. If you want shirts, stickers, hats, etc., free shipping domestically on all stickers here in these great United States. And finally, please leave reviews on podcast services for our show. Leave a comment on a video, like the video, subscribe to us if you want. Just helps us. Sacred Symbols is growing.
Yeah.
Sacred Symbols has gone through these like little, it's actually tracks with Graphtreon if you look at our Graphtreon, but it's like the show was founded. We got kicked out of PAX. That was a big growth period for us.
Yeah.
And then it was like Death Stranding, I think was a little bit. And then 2020, huge. You had The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima in the PS5. And then kind of flat. And then, traffic goes up, Patreon kind of goes down. But then we have these new hits. And I imagine, I guess what I'm saying is like, imagine the potential of Sacred Symbols and the Christian prologue of Sacred Symbols and all the rest when games start coming out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice to have games.
Yeah. And then I don't have to talk about Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to talk about Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sony can announce 10 games tomorrow and I'm still going to talk about them. But it'll be good to have that option as well.
Right.
And so I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, thank you all for your kindness and your support over on Patreon, free feeds, wherever you can support us. I know it's hard out there. I know the economy's tough. The last thing I ever want to do is shake the audience upside down. I know some of you just can only listen or only want to listen for free, and I totally respect that. We appreciate you wherever you can be. Thank you. All right, let's get into this. We have some topics of discussion, lots to talk about today, not about games per se at the beginning, but we'll get to those too as well. There's a lot to say, but I wanted to start with Tim J. Weckworth. He says, I'm going to read it in the voice. He says, Colin, I'm writing in the heap a bit of praise your way. No, I can't read it like that. It's going to take too long. He says, I'm a born, raised, lifelong resident of Southeast Louisiana. The bayou is my backyard, so I feel my opinion on this holds real weight. I can confidently say that your Southern gentleman impression is quite accurate. However, I do have one piece of constructive criticism for you that I think could really take your impression to another level. You have got to slow down your delivery. Southern drawl is always underestimated by anyone born north of the Mason-Dixon. Get that Southern drawl down and you will be welcomed on the front porch of any Southerner home to sit a spell and enjoy a large glass of sweet tea. Laissez les bon temps rouler. Thank you for that. Do you guys know what that means?
No.
Let the good times roll.
Hmm.
What that means.
South will rise.
The South.
The South will rise again.
The South will rise again in a third civil war, because they think that, the revolution was a civil war technically. But I appreciate that. Do I have to slow it down a little bit? Probably. So get that Southern drawl down and you'll be welcomed on the front porch of any Southerner's home. Sit a spell. Enjoy a large glass sweet tea.
Yeah, it's like the last letter in every single word is hit like a million times.
Right, exactly. You got to you get there real quick. You get to the last vowel, like that last vowel real quick.
Well,
well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Tim, and it means a lot to me. I'm trying to really hone this voice, trying to shake the racism out of the voice as well. We don't want to.
Is that possible?
I don't know.
I don't think it's
I'm
possible.
still developing the character, I don't know. I don't know how deep-seated it is. We really have to get there. And we will get there. We'll learn more about him and his... My old grandpappy used to tell me a story every now and again. So we don't really know like what the stories were. And we're going to... Just like we don't know what the saying is.
Right.
But there is one thing we know about both.
Deeply racist.
Deeply racist.
Yeah, deeply.
At IGN, we used to have a joke. Actually, it's so funny how quickly things have changed with IGN. Our old editor-in-chief, Casey, who was a funny guy. He was a really funny guy. We used to do like, we actually, the joke began because of like trying to do mock interviews. So like, what would we ask? Like when people come in or whatever. And it's like, the someone said like, what is your greatest strength? And Casey said, well, I'm a full blown racist, like as a joke or whatever. And we just thought that was the funniest thing ever. Like, what is your greatest weakness? I'm a full blown racist. And that was a joke around IGN for several years, which is why it's so funny how things have changed.
Well, me, ensconced in prejudice.
Love it. Not the prejudice, the character.
Yeah.
Someone's got to be the racist, right? Out there, it's going to be the Southern man.
Yeah, and
We're gonna have to blame it all on him.
In every team, there's always one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
I was watching. I'm sorry.
It's like like a trailer for like a movie with like a team, and it's like the hacker, the muscle, the racist.
Oh, racist.
The racist.
And he's just thrown in there
Right.
like everybody assumes he's supposed to. It's like, what? Why is he presumed to be important?
The casual
Dude.
racist.
Yeah.
Everyone was making fun of the we'll talk about this later, but the Gran Turismo poster says from gamer to racer.
Oh,
So
no.
everyone was saying it needs to say from gamer to racist.
From gamist to racist.
gamist to
Gamer
racist.
to racist. Love it. Tim, thank you for writing in and reinforcing my pride in my Southern man voice. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement, which you can order for yourself right this moment at athleticgreens.com/sacred. My friends, you know how I roll. Cardio, weightlifting, and plenty of cheeseburgers and fries. It frankly doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and as the old saying goes, you cannot outrun your diet. While that doesn't stop me from literally trying, of course, the good news for folks like me is that there's a great, easy, and frankly tasty way to flood your body with nutrients, vitamins, and all of that kind of stuff, allowing you to extract more energy, support a healthier gut and mood, and if you're like me, help counteract some of the not-so-good things you may be feeding yourself. So here's the rub. AG1 is Athletic Greens supplement powder. You take a scoop, mix it in a glass of water, send it down the hatch, and voila. You've just done a really great thing for yourself. That's because AG1 is packed with a shocking 75 of those aforementioned vitamins and minerals, as well as whole food source superfoods that do a body good. In my experience, not only does AG1 taste good, something I wanted to reiterate since some of you may not believe it, it's also really helped me when I've been lagging in energy, have more work or exercise to do, and need to get through it. For those of you who are health conscious, the utility of Athletic Greens should be obvious to you, if not intriguing. But I especially want those of you out there who are less health conscious to take an extra close look at AG1. Our body really likes exercise, but it loves proper nutrients. AG1 is so easy to drink and affordable, especially considering the high quality of its ingredients and the sophistication of its potential, that it's something all of us can beneficially take. So will you give Athletic Greens AG1 formula a try? I think you should. Your body will thank you. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred to secure your AG1 today. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Check it out. Blue Moose wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Studs. I wanted to share an exciting encounter I had at work with a fellow fan of Last Stand Media. Working at a major defense company, not Raytheon. Who is it? Who do you work for? Boeing? Whose bombs are you? Which bombs are being dropped on whom? Are you responsible for them? I don't know. I would like to know what company you work for. I'll keep it private. Right in. I'm a member of a Slack channel at work about gaming. Recently, I posted about my recent purchasing and playthrough of Super Perils of Baking and Maddie's Redfall review. Surprisingly, someone reached out to me via DM to ask if I was a fellow fan, and we struck up a conversation. It turns out that not only do we share a love of LSM, but we also work at the same site and know some of the same colleagues. Considering the vast number of employees at our company, it's incredible how our paths crossed. I wonder if you work for like Rand or something like that. I thought I'd share this story with you all, as I know how much you appreciate hearing about fans meeting in unexpected places. By the way, I've been listening to your shows while developing software for the government. Keep up the fantastic content and stay sexy, my friends. This is the last sentence, my friends, was key. Okay, I didn't want to I'm developing software for the government, he says. Well, you know what you have to do. I need to have some sort of Easter egg. I need to have some sort of back door.
Yeah.
Those are two very different things.
Yeah,
they really are.
Massive leap
two wildly
between those
different
two
things that have nothing to do with each other. I need both of those things, though.
Yep.
I love that.
I when you open up the splash screen or whatever, when you're logging in and whatever I want you to just be able to write Chris Chan. Like not even in a field, but just CHRISCHAN, and it's like the Konami code, and it just unlocks everything. And here you are.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Thank you for writing in. Bobby T wrote in and said, "What's up, my Googlers of the big boob? The word marinade comes up a lot on the show. I've noticed recently Dustin say marinate. So what's it going to be? Keep on keeping on, my guys, and don't forget to marinate or nate that chicken first to get it nice and juicy." I'm pretty sure I introduced this into your vernacular, Dustin. I may be wrong, because this was introduced into my vernacular, and I've introduced this into so many people's vernacular over time that it's actually hysterical. It might be one of the most influential words I've ever used, and there's one person I've ever heard it ever say it in my entire life, and it's this random dude who was a friend of my roommate when I was a freshman in college. And he'd be like, "Oh, we're just marinating tonight or whatever and just hanging out." And I was like, and I never heard anyone else say that, and I just stole it. Then me and my sister Allie started saying it, reinforced it with each other. And then I just kind of started earnestly saying, he meant it as like we're chilling, but I mean it as like I'm dwelling on something. So I think it could be either. I don't know. But do you think that I'm introduced that to you, or do you think you're using that on your own? Because I've never heard anyone really use it that way. And I wonder if I've rubbed off on you. Oh.
Well, you have, but not in this way. I don't know. Yeah. But I feel like I've heard people around here say it, but I'm not sure.
Around
here. People say marinate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
So I got a couple comments about Bobby T. First of all,
today. Yeah.
Googler of the big boob. I like that boob is singular. You know, who needs two when you just need the one?
Cycloptic.
Yeah. Second, this whole difference between marinade and marinate, when I was reading the doc last night, I felt like this was obvious, but it is kind of a weird situation where marinate is a verb.
Right.
You marinate on something.
Right. Marinate is
the chicken is marinating or whatever. Put it into marinate. But marinade, that's if we're talking about cooking, then that's the sauce or the juice.
Yeah, that's a noun.
Yeah. So that's the difference between marinate and marinade. But I like this phrase, marinating, hanging out, dwelling, thinking. For me, marinate has to do with thinking on. Like you said, it's reflecting, maybe trying to make a decision. Maybe you have to decide between one path or the other, and you say, let me marinate on that.
Yeah.
Let me think.
It's like ruminating in some way. It's like
Right.
kind of like the same kind of, you're sitting. I always kind of thought of it as like you're sitting in a feeling. Like you're just kind of sitting in a place, just sort of like, all right, what am I gonna
Absorbing?
Yeah, like processing.
Yeah, ruminate's got a negative connotation, I think. Like
Does
you're
it?
upset. You're ruminating. I think it's like I think it's that like with upset, but I could be wrong.
I don't think so. But whatever.
Look it up. Let's have a look up off so you can look it up quicker.
Yeah, it's just to think deeply about something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Ruminate. We'll have to add that to the vocab.
It's a good one.
I'm ruminating. I'm marinating. Fair enough. Who wrote in? I already scrolled down. Who was that?
Blue Moose.
Bobby? No.
Oh,
Bobby T.
yeah, Bobby.
Dead
You're right,
wrong.
sorry.
You're dead wrong about that.
I'm sorry.
Way to go. Now you're gonna die.
Alexander at Prime wrote in and said, hello all. With Armored Core on the horizon, it seemed like there was a wealth of mech love in the air. I believe Dustin mentioned recently that he had an interest in getting back into model building. Did you? I don't know. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
and this made me wonder.
I don't remember when though, but I
okay.
mentioned that that's something I would do if I had an injury that I couldn't play games, but you need hands to do that. So.
Right, exactly. And this made me wonder if anyone else shares this interest. I myself love building Gundam models, and I even won a local build contest in early April. There are hundreds of excellent mech kits from Bandai, Kotobukiya, and others that will get you into the mood for some epic battles. Does this interest you guys? And what does Dustin build? I wanted to ask you guys about this because I must be honest, there are certain things in life that I've always had this background interest in, but never really did or never really pursued in any major way. I often bring up like botany. I love plants. I just love them. I'm starting to kind of cultivate some plants around the yard now. I have some plants inside now. I'm sure. And model building has also been one of those things that I've been interested in. And when I was a kid, my dad bought me a few models like cars. And then I went to a game show, like an early comic convention in the 90s, and got some foreign Bandai made Mega Man models, like one of Sword Man and one of Tengu Man, both from Mega Man 8. But beyond that, I've never really done anything. And I don't think they were really very serious, but that seems very fun to me. Like old school hobbyist stuff. Your Warhammer stuff, your model kits, your tabletop role playing, your card games, that's all very appealing to me. Like deeply. So I'm wondering, Dustin, where do you stand on this? Are you in it? Are you interested? Will you build Gundam?
Yes.
I saw the life-size Gundam in Japan.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
It looks sick.
Yeah.
So I have been out of the hobby for a while. To be honest, it was kind of a few month, probably like a 4 or 5 month fixation for me that I've kind of dropped just because it is very, very time consuming. But like you said, Colin, it's so satisfying. And even though you're building something pre-made, there's still a lot of creative fulfillment in it in how you decide to maybe not paint the whole model, but go in and do some weathering. That's one of my favorite parts. I've done a few Star Wars model kits, one of an ATST, one of an X-Wing. I think I've done one other one. They're downstairs, but going in and you get the pen and you do the panel inking to kind of make it pop a little more, try to weather it up. Maybe you put some red paint for where there's lights or something like that. I love that kind of stuff. But the Gundam is really interesting to me, but that is a dark spot for me when it comes to anime. I know very little about Gundam anime overall outside of Evangelion, which I have built an Evangelion model kit, but I'd like to get back to it at some point. But when I was doing it, it's a lot of fine motor skills and you're hunched over at your desk. And I remember building a model kit for maybe 3 or 4 hours one day. And the next day I'm like, my neck was killing me just from being hunched over like a goblin working on my Star Wars kit. But there's so many out there of different, it doesn't have to be Gundam. It can be, like I said, Star Wars. I think I have a Back to the Future model kit that I haven't built yet that someone gave me. Lots of options out there. Very fun, satisfying hobby if you don't want to look at a screen, which is hard to find for me, at least.
Yeah. Where are you on this, Chris? Do you like these like analog buildy kind of hobbies, these nerdy hobbies?
Yeah, I mean, I used to build those weird balsa wood dinosaur skeleton things.
Oh yeah, I remember those. Those are cool.
I used to have fun with those. I I had my friend from the UK over here a couple months ago, and we kind of had a group thing where like a bunch of us sort of tried to put together the Lego Infinity Gauntlet thing. And I like it, but like I don't know if I'm like, if I'm gonna build something, generally it's not gonna be like a model or something. It's gonna be, let me build a desk or like a piece of furniture that I can use, which I don't really have a lot of opportunity to do out here because I don't have the space for the tools, or I don't have like a shed or any place that I'm willing to get that dirty because I have to dwell in those spaces like most of the time. But I used to build like a lot of stuff with my dad, and like we built a basement. So I'm like handy in that way. Like I can build like tables and chairs and stuff like that. But like as far as like a model goes, I don't know. I've been thinking though, and I've only been thinking this because I saw it at a person's house that I was filming at. I was like, I forgot this was real, but I really want it now. And it's out of stock everywhere I see it. That Seinfeld Lego set.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I didn't buy it either. I was stupid enough.
I was an idiot. I don't know what I was thinking, not getting that. But I want it. So I'm going to keep an eye on it for when it becomes available, because that, I don't know, it's just kind of neat that's real. And it is a fun thing to build. I haven't really built Legos before in any real capacity. I used to play with Legos when I was a kid, but not in any like with like some real goal in mind or anything like that's like hyper specific kit that has like specific instructions. I didn't have the patience, but now I got the patience, and it is something that I would like to have.
I don't know. Like I have the patience. I don't have the focus anymore because my mind is so fucked from technology.
That's pretty cool.
I can't concentrate.
See, the thing about this is like, this is cool. Like the Metal Gear, like,
oh yeah. So I sent a link of a Metal Gear Rex model kit cool that I really want to get.
Yeah. So that's awesome. Except the issue is like, that is so cool that I would want to pick it up constantly, not play with it, but just like pick it up and look at it. And if it's built and I build it, I'm certain it's going to be shoddy and fall apart. So something like this, I would rather just buy like a statue.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that I can understand, because that was kind of where I was going. Well, in a sense, was this model, for instance, comes totally blank and put apart. Like you have to paint it, obviously, and do all of that from bare bones. And it's like, I don't think I have the artistic skill to do this shit. Oh, yeah. That's what I think puts me. I actually don't. I mean, I don't even want to say. I've been drawing some sample logos for a future show we might do, and just on my phone and sending them to Dagan, and they're horrible. Like the thing, like he laughs at me. And in fact, people that listen to Knockback, our retro and nostalgia podcast, might remember Dagan did a whole segment over many months at the beginning of every episode where he made me draw things and told me like,
I remember that.
And they were so bad. And then we signed them and just sent them out to random people. There was one of me like drawing Jesus's crucifixion or something. It was hysterical and totally ridiculous. But the reality is that I really have a chronic inability of not being able to draw. I have good artistic vision, I think. I've come up with most of our logos, and I've kind of explained what I want from Dagan, or I draw them really crudely, like the moon. I still have a picture of the moon that I drew on a fucking paper bag, a fucking Safeway bag that I wanted Dagan to draw on. But I'm very limited in what I can do here. I really respect and I'm almost jealous. Like Chris was drawing that stuff the other week and he posted it on Twitter. Like, there's no hope of me ever doing something like that. Like it's just not in the cards. I think every ounce of my artistic skill went into writing and music, and I have nothing else. Like just nuts. So you give me a paintbrush or something, or you put me with a pen and a beautiful piece of white paper, and you're like, draw. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't think you want to see what I can do, because it's not very good. And having a brother like my brother, who's a professional animator and a really talented person who's worked on huge shows, it's always been really difficult for me because he's always been there in my life, and I've never been able to even do anything like that. But of course, he's obsessed with it, so he's able to replicate that. But I would love to see you build this model kit, Dustin. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
I should do that.
For Lego, I think Lego is like the kind of virginal way into this space, for lack of a better term. And I think people stay there, and I think that's totally fine. Legos are super cool. But I'm with you, Chris. Like when I was a kid, first of all, we had no licensed Lego sets, which just sounds like such an old person to say, but it wasn't a thing. But I remember my dad buying me like, here's the castle, right? Or here's like the stable. And I would build it or get like halfway through and I'm like, fuck it. And then I would just want to use it all on my own thing. And I actually like building with blocks a lot. My dad made me a bunch of custom blocks And I love just building castles and labyrinths and doing all that kind of stuff. But I don't know, man. I lament that lack of skill. I'm good at things that don't really matter. Writing is obviously a fundamentally important skill, and I'm very good at that, obviously. But everything else I'm good at or know, it's like, who gives a shit? Colin knows all the presidents. Who cares? Someone else knows this really deep scientific math that gets rockets into space. Alas. All right, my friends. Alexander at Prime, thank you for writing in and setting a seed in my mind. Obviously, I'm a bit of a hobbyist. I love my G.I. Joes, but those come ready built. I do want to get a 3D printer one day, though. I think that would be fucking awesome. Then you can start just 3D printing whatever you want. I know Dustin wants to 3D print guns, right? Dustin, the FBI is going to come get you.
That's all I'm big on. Just any way to get those without the serial code, like Metal Gear Solid 4, actually.
Right.
That's important.
All right. People think that, by the way, especially outside of America, like, that's fucking crazy that can be done. And I'm like, have you ever been to a store in the United States? I can just go 5 minutes from my house and there's a store that has 8 million guns in it.
Yeah.
I think
you can get guns at Walmart.
3D printing is the least of your problems. What?
You can get guns at Walmart.
Right.
You know?
That's right. Wasn't there... Didn't Roger Moore go after Walmart trying to get them to remove guns, right? Wasn't that a big part of Bowling for Columbine?
Yeah. I've never
it's
paid
been a long time
attention
since
to
I've seen
anything that dude said, honestly.
I thought I didn't agree with some of his stuff.
Michael
he was
Moore?
a real... Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Moore. Who Roger Moore is? Who's Roger Moore?
I don't
Isn't
know.
he in Pink Floyd or something?
Oh, Roger Moore. No. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
No, that's Roger Waters.
Oh, who is Roger Moore?
Is Roger Moore 007?
Yes.
Yeah. Roger.
Yes. Roger.
Yeah, he's 007.
Is one of the James Bond.
Right. We got there in the end. I'm really sinking quick today, man. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood today. Like, I'm feeling okay right now, but let's keep it going. Yazid wrote in and said, hey guys, I was shocked listening to your guys' conversation last week about how you get rid of grass clippings. I'm not from the US, and we have I don't know what that means, out compost bins take out every couple of weeks to be given to the local community gardens. As a person who has gardened in the past, I bet your local gardens would love your glass clippings, banana peels, and coffee grounds. Also, I'm aware of the show's anti-recycling stance, but if you do that, too, you'll only take out the trash once every couple of months. Just saying, cheers. Who the fuck takes out the trash once every couple of months? What are you doing in Europe? That's where, or Yazid, I don't know if you're in Europe or not. I just assume that's where you are. When people write in from us, not from here, I just assume you're European. And then I immediately assume the worst. What are you guys doing with the garbage? Every couple of months?
Burning it.
Now, here's the thing. I told you guys that I have this lawn doctor guy. He's a PhD. He doesn't advertise and he does our lawn, and it's really great. I mow my lawn, but he puts all the chemicals and fertilizers and stuff on the lawn. And I messaged him directly. And I said, what do I do with these grass clippings? I've never asked. And what did he say to me? He said, that's a great question. You should just let it sit on the lawn, mow it twice, right? And then I said, I will do that. And then he sent me back a gigantic emoji smiley face. He was amped when I told him I was going to do this. This makes a lot of sense to me, but I always thought it caused thatch. But I was told that this is a tall tale, a wives' tale about grass care. I'm going to tell you guys right now, a lot of people wrote in about this. Some people were deeply upset that I was throwing my grass clippings away. And I'm like, why? I couldn't find any reason why you wouldn't throw your grass clippings away.
Yeah.
Other than that, apparently it's illegal in most states. But I couldn't figure out why, It's just, if someone's garbage was full of that shit, wouldn't you prefer that than actual garbage?
Yeah.
If I had a garbage can full of grass clippings, all things being equal, that's all going to go back to the earth quickly. Yeah. So I don't really understand the problem, but nonetheless, it's a neutered thing now. I don't even have to worry about it anymore because now I'm just mowing it putting it right in. Oh, Dustin, you have something to say? It seems like you might have something to say.
Yeah, you should consider getting a compost bin. We started doing that about a year ago, and Holly's all about it. For her garden, basically, we don't put all the grass clippings in there because that would be too much, but we have a little compost bin in our kitchen where you put either eggshells or, if you're cutting up vegetables or something, you put the ends in there and then you can put that back in the dirt. I don't know how much it helps, but it's fun, I guess. Fun for Holly.
No, it probably is very helpful, and it's probably very helpful to do that.
It's fun, I guess. It's the least convincing recommendation for anything fun I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, it's fun, I guess.
It's fun, I guess,
I just didn't know how much when I kind of just casually brought up the lawn clippings thing. I didn't know how much of a phenomenon it would be in the community of people just really going off about it. I mean, the thing is that my yard is not very big, and my backyard is really dominated by my pool. So there's not anywhere to really put it. But my dad had a huge one. We used to put our grass clippings in it, but it was huge. And it would just sit there for like years, you know? And then you would use it for some reason. And it is good. You should do that kind of stuff. As far as the gardeners or whatever that wanted because I garden outside and stuff, but the people that want it, they can come get my grass clippings if they want. I'm not doing anything to deliver it to them or something like that. You think some old woman's going to be like, yes.
Yeah. Grass clippings.
Grass clippings.
Yeah. Everybody's screaming. All these old people cheering. I love it.
All right, let's get into the game stuff. There's things to talk about, believe it or not. We got there quicker than we usually do, actually. I don't know how that's possible. I feel like I talked about Chris Chan alone for 15 minutes, but that wasn't true, I guess. Connor Hayes wrote in and he said, hi, guys, just a perspective with physical, and he's talking about physical games, as I really appreciate Dustin's insistence to voice the main rationales for physical games. I used to be a digital-only consumer on PS4. However, when I became a father and started a mortgage, money and time has become much more finite. So now I buy 3 to 4 games a year. I pay 60 to 70 pounds, play for a week to a couple of months, and then sell it for 40 to 50 pounds after. So about 20 pounds really spent for the experience, which I am very happy with. Thank you for writing. Dustin, I wanted to congratulate you because a lot of people really liked your stance on physical games and feel like you are the champion of physical games, certainly on our show, but for a lot of people out there, that the voice of the voiceless, as it were. And I wanted to know if you had anything to say about that, because the response was overwhelming for you.
Yeah, my argument is always just that there's a place for both, and both of them are going to fit different lifestyles and different economic situations. And so, yeah, I'm always down to help support physical games. I was working on something because I was thinking about this pricing. I'm not done with it yet, so maybe I'll report on it later, but I was figuring out if we take all of PlayStation's first party and then we compare the Amazon physical price to the PlayStation Store price, how many will be cheaper and by how much? I didn't finish yet, but so far there have only been 2 games that were the same price. And then you have games like Death Stranding, which is $41 physical, $50 digital. Demon Souls, $49 physical, $70 digital. So we're talking...
They're still charging $70 for Demon Souls?
On PSN. I checked
so
before
crazy.
The show. So
Why would they do that?
So it's shocking. It really is beyond just the resale value, that if you're looking to, maybe obviously gaming is expensive, but maybe if you can get a console and then you're looking to figure out ways to maximize, then physical is definitely the way to go. So thank you for the support from the audience. I saw a lot of the feedback as well. Again, it's not me trying to be a dick to call in or anything. Obviously, we like to have these.
I don't know why people think that. I love when people fight back.
Yeah,
I'm usually disappointed that people are so capitulate or are so easy to meld.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
It's all good.
All right. Yeah, I don't understand that feedback at all. I'm like, that's great. I wish people argued about everything all the time. It would be an interesting podcast.
Arguments are fun to listen to.
I agree. And that's why I love inviting disparate people on the show, although most of them don't want to be on the shows, because I want to have an argument. And I'm not saying being mean and mean-spirited to each other. I mean, I want to have an argument about a topic, an idea.
They're gonna flash their IP address on screen if you start losing or anything.
I might flash them on screen.
That might not be a negative for Jaffe if that happens, just so you know.
Oh my goodness.
Might like that.
Goodness gracious. David Jaffe. Love him. All right. Correction, by the way, this is unprecedented. Alexander Javier Ospino wrote in and said, CDC, after Chris and Dustin's comments about the Sony splash screens and MLB The Show, I re-downloaded the game on my Xbox to double check. Lo and behold, there they were. I apologize for my faulty memory. I hope my apology after a 3-month self-imposed moratorium on corrections are sufficient to avoid any time in the gulags after your eventual rise to power. Thank you, Alexander. That's an unprecedented self-correction. I've never seen that before. Other people wrote in, but I wanted him to be able to correct himself. Bad information. Alexander, you brought bad information to Sacred Symbols. You made us trust you. You wrote in, I believed you. And you were wrong. But I appreciate you, fessing up, not hiding away. Right, he turned himself in. However, he says a 3-month self-imposed moratorium on corrections he hopes that is quote unquote sufficient. That is insufficient. You don't have to have a self-imposed moratorium on being here or writing it, but you can never write in a correction again. You can't write in a correction and be wrong and then think that you can come back from that. I don't understand that. But the good news is that I don't remember anything, and so you'll be able to write in a correction in a few months, and I'll have no idea that this ever happened at all.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing in. All right, my friends, let's get into a few things about PlayStation Productions, the TV and movie house that's cross-mediaing up PlayStation brands. We have two things to discuss here. The first is a Twisted Metal TV trailer. It's a little bit more of like a teaser in some way. There's not too much in it, but people can go check it out right now. It has, let me click on it because I was looking at it yesterday, but let me see. Yeah, it has 763,000 views in about a week on the Peacock's YouTube channel. 11,000 thumbs up to 2.4 thousand thumbs down. And it's about a minute and 11 seconds long. It doesn't show very much. Shows a little bit of Sweet Tooth. It shows, do we know the main character's name? I don't like who he's supposed to be. I don't know anything about Twisted Metal really. So
I can't remember. I swear they said his name and we were laughing about it, but maybe not.
But anyway, it looks pretty cool. I don't care about Twisted Metal. It's not a franchise that ever really spoke to me. It's not my kind of game, but it seems like it's pretty true and it seems like it's pretty goofy. And I do love the car with the machine guns on it, just like going down the street. So what do we think about this? Twisted Metal official trailer, Peacock original, airs July 27th, or it begins streaming July 27th on Peacock. Dustin, talk to me about Twisted Metal.
Yeah, this is coming up quick. I gotta be honest though, this trailer didn't really move the needle for me at all, which I guess it could have. It could have made it a lot worse if what we saw was either too CGI heavy or too hokey and cheesy and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't really feel any different after seeing this trailer, and I guess that's not a bad thing. But it's coming up soon with July 27th, so I'd imagine that we're going to get a more proper trailer in the near future. But I'll say this: I am more open than ever to this. I'm going to be optimistic, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be fair when it comes out. We'll definitely watch it, or at least the beginning of it. I'm not going to commit to watching every episode, but absolutely, we'll be checking it out.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'll definitely get Peacock at that time and give it a go and be open-minded about it, just for the sake of the show at the very least. Our show, not their show. I don't care if their show succeeds or not, but I don't know. I don't feel negative about it. I think I must admit that seeing it kind of move the needle a little bit more towards the positive. Even though we don't see very much, I think that we can see enough to understand that it's going to be what we hope it is, which is over the top, very apocalyptic, probably weird. We'll see what happens. Chris, you have any thoughts on the Twisted Metal trailer?
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I mean, it's a teaser trailer, so there's really not much to go on. We see some of the cars. We see one car shooting and driving, and it looks fucking ridiculous in live action. It's just very, very silly looking. Sweet Tooth looks fine. I don't know. I don't know if this moved the needle for me. I'm still very curious about it, if anything. And I'll check it out. I'm with you. I'm with you guys though. Like, I don't know. A show is a lot harder to commit to than like a movie or something. It's like, obviously, I'm going to see the Uncharted movie. Yeah, I'm going to see, whatever this PlayStation movie is. I'm going to see, we're going to talk about the next thing we're going to talk about. I'm going to see that because that's like one commitment and then you're out pretty quickly. But TV show, like coming back week after week, I don't know, Haas. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go in open-minded with the assumption that we'll cover it at least once on Sacred Symbols Plus, maybe like the pilot.
Yeah.
Or then maybe do a synopsis of of it later. I don't think we'll do an episode by episode, blow by blow thing like we did with The Last of Us, because I doubt the quality or the intrigue or the interest will be there to justify that. But
yeah.
Sorry, am I boring you, Chris?
No, I yawn all the time. Don't worry about it. My brain doesn't get oxygen.
That's why you're dying.
That's why I'm dying constantly.
Yeah.
There was on one of those like fat people shows, the TLC shows, like 600 Pound Life or whatever. There was a guy he was British. He was so fat that like he couldn't get air properly and he would fall asleep during conversations.
That's fucking crazy.
And believe it or not, he died before the show was even able to get to air. So they were basically watching this guy die and like not do anything about it. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
Like he was unable to, the weight on his lungs.
I gotta say, like, there's something about a yawn that, like, there's something about the response to another person's yawn that feels like inherently narcissistic. Like, my yawn is like all about you. Like, I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah,
like,
but
what is this general kind of attitude towards yawns? I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna.
No, I disagree. I think yawning can come off as rude.
I'm not
saying you were being rude because I'm not saying that that's what we're saying here. But I'm saying if someone on the street is talking to me and I'm just yawning, I think that I can hide a yawn easily. I yawn on the show pretty often.
Yeah.
And I think I do a decent job of just hiding it by just holding it in like you still yawn. It's just not as satisfying.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I can see why people, because like I understand when people say like the moire around bless you, God bless you. I get why that annoys some people. I say it, but I don't know why. I think it's because I think it's expected to be polite, but we can't really justify why we're even acknowledging that we're sneezing in the modern era. Like, why are you even acknowledging me sneezing?
Yeah,
I understand. I understand that, but the yawning, I think, it's different.
I don't think so. I think it's one of those things where it's like, it's just as ridiculous as a sneeze to me. Where it's like, if I sneeze in the middle of a conversation, it's like, what am I sickening you? What do I trigger your sinuses in some way? It's like, no, fuck you. What the fuck? What's going on?
That's an interesting argument. That's an interesting argument.
Just let me on in peace.
Because I think what they would say is like, well, I'm putting you to sleep, but I think what you're saying is I'm tired.
Yeah. Are you alive? Are you looking at the world right now? How are you not tired? I'm offended.
Always tired.
I'm offended
always.
I'm offended, quite frankly, that you are not yawning. How about that?
Yeah.
You think you're so much better than me?
Yeah, fair enough.
Wow.
You've turned me around on this completely. I've never seen someone work so effectively before.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the Gran Turismo trailer. That film trailer is also out now. Numbers wise, it's way bigger. Sony Pictures Entertainment published it to 9 million views in 2 days, and I gotta say, this looks great. I must admit, a movie like this would not intrigue me if it didn't have something to do with a video game, probably, and I probably wouldn't see it in the theater if it wasn't a PlayStation movie. Because I'm a PlayStation fan, but also because we have to talk about these things on the show. I assume we'll all go and see this opening weekend and talk about it. And maybe we'll have Z28 or someone on to kind of get that Gran Turismo perspective as well, which I think would be valuable. But I think this looks fun. I think the performances look fun. I think that they ruined the movie in the trailer. That's a very modern thing. They basically tell you beat to beat what the whole story's about. And of course, it's based on a real story, so we already know what it is anyway. But it's cool to see this smart PlayStation integration, but it's not really anything to do with it. It reminds me of the Tetris movie, where it's called Gran Turismo, but not really. And I dig it. So, Chris, what do you think about Gran Turismo from Sony? I don't think does it have a date yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, August.
Oh, August. Okay.
I don't know the date. It just says that's what in the description.
Yeah, it just
of the
says
trailer.
at the end in the splash screen it says August, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, what do you think about this Gran Turismo trailer?
I'm into it. I think it looks good. I didn't realize, and I'm sure I did know this, but like I kind of like folded it back to the far reaches of my brain because I was just kind of like, oh, it's a Gran Turismo movie, whatever. But I didn't even necessarily consider the fact that it's directed by Neil Blomkamp.
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy. I think Neil Blomkamp's awesome. And I mean, it looks pretty cool. Again, I'm kind of with you where I probably wouldn't have bothered to catch this on my own. But being in a situation where you're kind of paying attention to it just to kind of keep up with the space, it looks kind of good. Production wise, anyway, it looks pretty great.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of his films because I haven't even seen District 9, I don't think.
You haven't seen District 9?
No.
Oh, wow. District 9's awesome.
Yeah, I heard it's great. I heard people also told me that I would really like it. Like,
yeah, I think you would really like District 9. District 9's awesome.
But he did that movie Demonic, I think, and
I think he did Chappie, which I didn't love, but like, you know, directing wise, I think all of his stuff's really good.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is it seems like he's done all sci-fi until this. Like Gran Turismo is his first film that is like is just a film about
people.
life and people.
Yeah.
It's not about like some science fiction stuff. So I'll be interested to see that. But I'm not a film expert by any stretch of the imagination. You shouldn't listen to me at all. But I thought this was really good. I think David Harbour to me I only really know him from Stranger Things, and I really like that show. Although the third season, I haven't even watched the fourth season yet. The third season actually just totally turned me off to the show. I got to just I actually stopped halfway through the last episode. I'm like, I can't even stand this. I just wish they would get through this. What happened? But I know it's supposed to get a lot better. I'll get to the fourth season, but I like him in that. I think he's really quite likable in this as well. Orlando Bloom, always nice to see him. This kid, Archie Madekwe, I think his name is. Interesting. So, Dustin, any thoughts on the Gran Turismo film?
Yeah, I think this looks pretty cool, pretty interesting. I like that I don't know, this would turn some people off. To me, it's really intriguing that this is going to sound so negative. It reminds me in a way of The Wizard in that it is blatant advertising for Sony and Gran Turismo and PlayStation, where they have this tournament they walk into, there's PlayStation logos and stuff on the wall. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's blatantly just a commercial. There's clearly a really interesting story here. And I like the top comment on the trailer I find really intriguing, where someone said, finally a movie which actually shows how physical motorsports is. And that was probably the most intriguing part of the trailer, where they're out running the track. They talk about how it's, I don't know, 1,000,000 degrees inside inside the car itself. And I never thought about anything like that. So I'm definitely intrigued. Thought this trailer was much better than expected. And yeah, I'll be there to see it for sure.
Real Radic wrote into us and he said,
of course.
What?
He's the PlayStation Productions guy.
Is he? I don't know.
He's the meme master.
I'm really bad at. I've always been bad at this since the forum and message board and IRC days. I'm not good at tying names to what people are saying on these places. I'll read entire pages of forums and never look at the names.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why that is, but I don't make those connections. I'm sorry.
I do the same thing.
Real Radic wrote in though and said, "Hey CDC, hope you three are doing well. Are we underestimating the overall casual or public interest in the Gran Turismo movie? As of writing this, the trailer has over 8.5 million views on YouTube and was actually #1 on trending at a point. So this is to say more about the appeal about Gran Turismo as a franchise, which is the best-selling PlayStation series ever, or does this prove that there is a huge casual audience that is just into cars? With the Uncharted movie making more than $400 million worldwide, do you think Gran Turismo can match that? With Twisted Metal and Gran Turismo coming soon, it looks like this will be a summer of PlayStation productions! ! I'm very excited to see what they do next come 2024. Thanks and take care, boys. Thank you, Radic, for writing in. So I think that you hit the nail on the head in the sense that maybe we just need to accept that Gran Turismo is huge, because it is. And Gran Turismo has been huge for almost 30 years at this point, right? I mean, let's say 25 years, but that's okay. I think Gran Turismo 1 might be, is it 98? Let me see. So let me see. Gran Turismo Wiki. Yeah, December 97 for the game in Japan. So yeah, 98 for us. So all right, so let's say 25 years. It's been big because Gran Turismo, all of the Gran Turismo games are huge. They're huge games. All of them sold millions of copies.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Gran Turismo is the best-selling game on, a Gran Turismo game is amongst or the best-selling game on every console that they've released so far, except for 4 because or PS4 because that would probably be somewhere in 5th place or something like that. So it's always been huge. And like Twisted Metal, which they're also mining, as we just talked about, with Twisted Metal is a literal launch window product for PlayStation. That goes back as far as possible. I think they're mining the fifis this summer with these different things, the feels and the nostalgia. Uncharted is not a nostalgic project. It can't be. It's not that old. It's 15 years old.
Well,
it's just,
I mean, that could be nostalgic to people.
Well, I think,
you know what I mean?
I think it's sure, but it's not, I think you're right. But for people that have been with PlayStation forever, that might be nostalgic for you compared to other things, but I don't think as nostalgic as something that stretches back 12 years further.
No, of course. Yeah.
But I hear you. I think you're right there. But I think this is mining nostalgia, and we'll see how far that goes, because the one thing we talk about sometimes on the show is, and we talk about it on the PlayStation All-Star show that we do on Sacred Symbols Plus, is does Sony really have this history worth mining, and why don't we give a shit like people in Nintendo care about their past? And I know that people say, well, people care about the passive Nintendo. I deeply care about the passive Nintendo. But when people care about the passive Nintendo, they care about all of it. It's not just the first party stuff. When people talk about the NES, of course, Mario 3 comes up and Zelda 2, but they're also talking about all of the great third party games. And the same with SNES and N64 and GameCube, maybe less so with GameCube, and so on and so forth. But I think that people don't yet look back in this nostalgic way at PS1 in the same fashion. And I wonder if that potential is even there. So I think we're going to get some proof in the pudding about Gran Turismo and to a lesser extent, Twisted Metal, I think. Twisted Metal, I think less so only because it's on Peacock and it's just kind of tucked away. But I think this Gran Turismo movie is probably going to do pretty well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think there's just something to be said that Radic mentions is that people like car movies. Men in particular. I mean, not that women don't like cars, but I don't know. I feel like that's one of the, like a primal man thing, like meat, car, woman, you know?
I don't care about cars whatsoever, which is why I would say that I'm barely a man at this point, probably, but yeah.
I don't give a shit about cars at all. But Fast and Furious is like one of the biggest things ever, and that's just people. That's literally just guys driving cars in places that they shouldn't be driving cars. So that's the entire premise of that entire franchise. And what are they on, like the 10th one at this point?
I think they
Fast
trailer
10,
is Fast X.
X, right?
Yeah.
I only saw the first one, the second one, the third one, maybe something like that. I don't know. I would like to know. I would like to be familiar with those films at some point, but I'm not yet. But Real Radic, I hope that answers your question. I think that there's a bubbling nostalgia that might be old enough to take advantage of now. We're distant now from these. When you think about a person who was 15 when PS1 came out, right? They're old now.
Yeah.
So 80. You see Gran Turismo, you're in the theater with your 15-year-old watching a movie and a trailer for Gran Turismo comes up and that tickles something in you. I don't know. We'll see. But Gran Turismo has always been the quiet, best-selling game, and it is the best-selling PlayStation exclusive series, but it's not going to be for very long. You would imagine it would only take 2 more Spider-Man games to pass Gran Turismo, probably. Although Gran Turismo will get more copies as well. Uncharted probably not going to be too far off Horizon, other things, but it's certainly a workhorse, which is why Polyphony Digital has not only never released outside of Tourist Trophy and like Omega Boost other games because they're so focused on Gran Turismo, but that Sony doesn't seem to give them a hard time about anything. Mm-hmm. So, and they leak every one of their games early because they're always very conspicuously at racetracks and at all these things like taking pictures and doing all this shit. And every game leaks like 4 years before it comes out. Kazunori's an interesting cat. He's an interesting guy. And I told this story about how I talked to him about, I love this story about how I talked to him about Drive Club and he just wasn't having it. Just wasn't having Drive Club. All right. Kai wrote in with a little bit of a different opinion here. He says, hello, you beautiful bastards. I wanted to ask about Sony's quality control when it comes to their film and TV releases. In my opinion, their strict bar for quality matched with the now maybe tried but accessible third-person story-led games is what allowed them to permeate the mainstream. These titles have captured even the most casual gamers by being cinematic in nature and of a certain quality consistently. After seeing the promotional material for their upcoming GT film, where the plot seems to be let's turn a gamer loser into someone cool, I'm just a little more skeptical about their upcoming film and TV releases. Is this just Sony finding their footing in this world? I'm sure once they build up more relationships with TV and film studios, something The Last of Us will absolutely help with, they'll get the quality consistently as they do with their games. I should add that, of course, we need to wait until GT and Twisted Metal are out before judging Sony's philosophy on quality and approach to these mediums, but I think it's obvious these aren't going to be on the same level as The Last of Us. Thanks so much, guys. Keep up the great work. I don't make that assumption, personally. I don't know that anything's going to be on the level of The Last of Us, but I'm not sure that has anything to do with Sony. I think that's more of like an HBO thing. The reality is that, at least for me, I went into the Uncharted movie very skeptical, and I left the Uncharted movie being somewhat impressed that it was not nearly as catastrophic as it could have been, and was actually pretty good. And replaying Uncharted 4 for Knockback reminded me of how much that movie takes from that game, which made me appreciate it all the more. So while I don't know that we're going to get that, because we go with Naughty Dog property. Now we're getting outside of Naughty Dog, and I think that just kind of automatically sets people's expectations lower. That might be safe for Twisted Metal, but I wouldn't assume that the Gran Turismo movie is going to be bad or like low quality. And by the way, Kai, don't forget that the story gamer loser into someone cool, that's the story. That's a real story that happened with the GT Academy.
Right.
So it's based on a real story. It's not like they're doing it So I don't agree that there's like a callous angle to it or anything like that. And the people that are calling these gamers like losers and stuff don't necessarily seem to be taken seriously. Orlando Bloom's character seems to see through everything David Harbour thinks, and David Harbour seems to be the one that kind of has this redemptive arc where he believes in one of them. So I don't necessarily believe that there's like all this negative connotation there, in my opinion.
I think the angle is more so that this game, the simulation of the race, that this gamer played this game, and it's so realistic that it translated into real life skill, and that's cool. I don't know. I didn't get the negative vibe either, Colin.
Yeah, I don't see it. And you admit in your own question, Kai, that we have to wait to see the quality. Let's revisit. By the end of August, we'll have, leading into Spider-Man 2 on PS5, we'll have a much better idea of where things sit. But I would consider PlayStation Productions 2 for 2 easily right now. And I don't know why you would think that they couldn't keep it up. They clearly get what they need to do. So we'll see. All right. Other pieces of news. I thought this was fun. Gamatsu rates Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster series sales top 2 million. And I thought this was fun. Square Enix announced this. Now, I'm a little confused because it says on their Twitter account, we're delighted to announce we've shipped and digitally sold over 2 million copies of the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster series across Steam, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and mobile. Thank you all for joining us. If you haven't, then now is the perfect time. This seems to mean that it's like individual a la carte sales of the 6 games. So I wonder, did I count? I guess I counted 6 times. So I'm not sure if this is an impressive number or not. I really don't. I don't know. You would think that the old Final Fantasy games would have much more intrigue than that, if that's the case. And they're counting the versions that are already available, that have been available for several years on mobile and Steam. So I'm happy for them. These are big numbers, but I don't know, Dustin. How do you read this? Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 million copies sold.
I would imagine, Colin, that your purchase and anyone who bought the bundle represents 6 units in the sale, and I think it is good, but not necessarily amazing. You know what I mean? It's about what I would expect, in that, thinking of Japan and how much they love mobile, I bet you that a lot of these sales come from the mobile versions as well. So it's one of those things that I would love to see how much it sold before the Switch and PlayStation. Those are the numbers that are most curious to me, but we just don't have them.
Yeah. I'm excited for them to continue to get positive financial feedback on this so that they get more of these games out, Dragon Quest and all the rest. But I'm happy for them. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Chris, are you still trucking through Final Fantasy 6, or are you out?
I did kind of stop because I'm just there is something about just this style of game. Like, I don't know. I have a feeling that this style of game is just purely antithetical to the way that I absorb or interact with. Okay, and I had a friend of mine actually recommend, because I was telling him, I was like, I don't know, man, I'm having a hard time with Final Fantasy, and I don't know if I've ever had an easy time with Final Fantasy either. And he was like, I feel the same way. I actually really loved Dragon Quest, because that is I just prefer it. And I was like, really? And he was telling me why. It's like all these like different things about like how the pacing's a little bit more like episodic, despite the fact that like it's a really long game. And it was just like, yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. There is a demo.
Dragon Quest 11 never ends.
No, it never ends
3 times.
Yeah. He said that too. It's an infinitely long game, but there are like but there are also like story loops that apparently like kind of like start and then close and then start and then close. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. This is what I was told.
Well, I think, yeah, I'm going. I'm sorry.
I don't know. And so I was thinking, like, I don't know, if there is a JRPG that I want to start and finish, I do at least want to get one of them. But they're so fucking long. They're so fucking like all of them. They are long. Like even the one that the one that I jived with the most, Yakuza Like a Dragon. I loved Yakuza Like a Dragon. So into it. And then I just hit this wall where I was like, oh, you got to grind for what feels like 50 years to progress the story. And that's the stuff that you care about. I don't care about the grinding or the combat, really. I want to see like what happens. And I want to see these characters interact with new people. And I'm just to hit a wall where I have to just sort of like do a bunch of the same kind of menu select combat over and over again. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like JRPGs get in their own way a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking for my can't
taste.
find my notes for Final Fantasy 1 that because Dagan and I are going to do a knockback on that shortly. And I want to talk to him about grinding because I really love traditional role-playing game grinding. I don't know why. I don't mind it. I like random battles. I've always been really attracted to it. And what I wanted to say about Dragon Quest, because I'm intimately familiar with that series too, is my personal opinion is I have a hard time believing that if you don't like Final Fantasy VI, that you're going to like any Dragon Quest game. That seems to me to be the opposite direction. Like Dragon Quest, if anything, becomes much more traditional, like much more. It's not narrow. It's actually quite wide, but it's very traditional, like very beat by beat. And the battles, like I say, you can leave a Dragon Quest screen up forever and it won't happen. If you do that in a Final Fantasy game starting with 4, you'll die because there's an active battle component to it at the very least. So knowing you in games, I find it hard to believe that. I mean, your friend might know you better in this regard.
Maybe. Yeah.
I would love to see what you think of Dragon Quest, but you have no hope of beating Dragon Quest 11.
Oh no way. And no. Certainly not. Like the way that the length of it that it was described to me. But I don't know. I think I might just try and finish Like a Dragon because it is there. I'm like kind of far into it. Like I don't know how far I'm into it JRPG wise. I'm about like 15 hours in, which is like further than any JRPG that I've spent time with. Maybe it's safe for like maybe Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I almost don't really count because that's so like intrinsic to. I almost don't even count it really. But yeah, I don't know. I like grinding, but I like grinding in games where like the gameplay is consistently interactive. You know, where like the moment to moment is like, oh, okay, like second 1 to second 3, I'm constantly having to adjust my position or like, you know, aim this way or decide what to do in combat here. When it's like a kind of passive, not real time, turn-based situation. I just kind of find myself just sort of sitting and waiting a lot.
Yeah,
and like that to me is not. And that to me is like the grinding aspect of it. It's like I get grinding. I just don't get grinding when the grinding is waiting. Because at that point, why not just like why even do any of this? It's just very confusing. Like the very style of game that it is confuses me. Like it's I don't know. It's weird.
For me, I think in the Japanese role-playing game vein, it's like Final Fantasy is kind of a median, in my opinion. On one side, like the traditional side of the median is Dragon Quest and Phantasy Star and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't think that those are for you then. I do think Phantasy Star is awesome too, but Phantasy Star is just a science fiction Dragon Quest.
I played a little bit of Phantasy Star like online and kind of like that.
Oh yeah, that's an MMO. That's totally different.
That's different. Yeah.
Yeah, these games are much more like the 1, 2, 3, 4 are all like Dragon Quest games. And then they've never made a 5th one for some reason. So I wouldn't go in that direction. Like what you're saying to me, and this is weird because, and Persona, by the way, also not for you, in my opinion, then. Although all the trappings of that might be interesting for you, but that combat is deeply Dragon Quest level traditional.
I will say about Persona, I like the presentation of Persona a lot.
Like, of course.
Persona is a beautiful game. Kinetic. And has a lot of like counter related stuff, which not that's not present in other games with weaknesses and special abilities and stuff, but I don't know. I think particularly Persona 5 has some special going on.
I can't speak to that.
Stand out.
Yeah,
Persona 5 is
to be fair, I can't speak to that. Pokemon obviously is like deeply traditional too, right?
Yeah,
and then, that's baby's first kind of JRPG.
Right. I agree. But I would put that on that side of the fence. What I'm thinking for you, and I don't know, people can write in and we can go into this deeper, is a few series do come to mind for me that I'd be like, One is Trails of Cold Steel. I've only played the first one, but that game's combat system is really deep. And you have to move around. Like it's turn-based, menu-based, but you're moving around.
Right.
Getting behind characters, trying to get away from spells that are like being cast like you're in the area of effect and you have to use your turn to get out of the spell.
Trails
Wake and all that. Like there is an action component to that you might enjoy.
Yeah, let me see.
And it's very linear, which I think you might also enjoy. Like it happens over like periods of time.
Oh yeah.
So like you go into it, like you have this goal in a period of time, you have this goal in a period of time, and so on and so forth. Unlike Persona, which is like very wide open, allowing you to kind of blaze through the game or take your time with it in some way, or at least reach these certain dates. And then series like Ys, if you want something like really action RPG-ish where you don't even go into menus, then I think you should look at games like Ys 8 or any Ys Origins, something like that. And then maybe the Mana series, which is also kind of more of an action RPG series. Secret of Mana, Adventure of Mana, so on and so forth. Trials of Mana. That's where my mind goes. Like, I think that the Star Oceans, maybe Tales, but like, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, it's a tricky genre, especially because so much of what's available is also artistically very like it's very anime. You know, like
that's the thing about Trails, Colin.
That's the thing about Trails.
I think it's too tropey for Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird for me even playing it. Like,
yeah,
I don't mind that stuff, but I was like, why are we constantly at the pool with these girls?
I think Yakuza,
high school girls.
I think Yakuza is the best shot because it's the one that grabbed me the most. It's the one I care about the most, and it's just bizarre, and it like that intrigues me a lot. But it's just these grinding walls that I just kind of got to get through.
Yeah, I can't speak to that turn. The JRPG turn started with Like a Dragon, right? And then
yeah.
So I've never played really any of the Yakuza games. I played the first couple like a little bit, but I want to like so I pitched a show that I think we're going to do soon. We'll probably do 2 of them because Dustin came up with another idea, which is I want to do a show where we present the 3 or 5 each of us games that we have on our list of like games that we really necessarily need to get to or series that we really should get to at some point. And then Dustin had thought, which was an idea I had, but I don't quite know if we can execute it, but I think we could, which was suggesting games for each other that we really think earnestly we should try, that we would enjoy. And Yakuza is like one of those series for me for sure. That I feel like I need to get into it. And the longer the distance goes, the harder it gets to, it's almost Assassin's Creed like where I feel like it's I'm like, I'm out. I can't possibly ever get caught up on this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, write in. Maybe people will have some good suggestions for you on we can follow up on Chris's weeb journey. Okay. This was interesting news. Some people were reporting on it, not many, but Dexerto. I don't know how to say the name of this website. Dexerto?
I don't know either.
Dexerto?
That's how I would say it, but that doesn't mean it's right.
Dexerto. Dexerto.com. Final Fantasy 16 has been banned in one country, they write. And they say Saudi Arabia has banned the release of Final Fantasy 16 in the Middle Eastern country. Unlike other entries in the Final Fantasy franchise, the upcoming game will have a mature rating. It's undetermined what specific content deserved an M rating by the ESRB, but violence and language likely played a factor. Previously, Saudi Arabia prohibited video games like the God of War series and Grand Theft Auto for their adult themes. Now the highly censored country has decided to ban Final Fantasy 16 before its launch in 2023. And so basically on Twitter, it was reported from a Japanese sources, they report here on Dexerto, that Square was simply unwilling to make necessary changes that would have allowed them to release the game there. So shout out to them. And someone had pointed out that, and this is a user on Twitter that pointed this out, and this is probably true, is that one of the characters is gay, apparently. And this would be a huge problem in a country where being gay is illegal. So I think that there seems to be maybe an issue there as well. But shout out to Square Enix for holding their ground. This is completely ridiculous. People can obviously import it. If you're listening in Saudi Arabia, I know some of you are. PlayStation 5s, as you know, are region free. So you should be able to import the game. No problem. What do you think, Dustin? Square Enix holding their ground here.
I wonder, obviously, I think it's worth commending them for not being willing to censor the game. But I think there's a very real possibility that the things they would have needed to censor was just too high. That it would completely require a reworking of the game. And so it was just probably a non-starter from a business perspective and not necessarily a statement against censorship. So, yeah, I'm not trying to downplay that it being good that they're not willing to bend, but it might have just also been that situation as well. Yeah,
it's interesting to see what happens with this. I actually had an inquiry here from an audience member, but we don't even really need to get into it any further. Final Fantasy 16, I'm amped about it. How are we feeling? Are we excited? I mean, I'm excited. Looking forward to it.
Sorry, my desk was moving, but I'm very excited. I can't wait. I think about it all the time. It's nice because we got Zelda beforehand, at least for me. So that will satiate me for the time before then. But dude, it's going to be insane. At least for Dustin Furman, the game releases starting next Friday are going to be insane with Zelda, and then Final Fantasy, and I know Diablo's in that mix, Armored Core. So I'm gonna be eating very.
It's so
well.
funny. Like these are none of these games hit with me. I was thinking the exact opposite for me recently, where Zelda I don't care about, Armored Core I don't care about. You know, what was the other one?
Diablo.
Oh, Diablo, absolutely not. No.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be huge. Diablo is actually in my fantasy Metacritic pick.
Part of me feels like Diablo would appeal to some of your stat number based sensibilities. You know, but I don't know.
Just watching. I mean, maybe my sensibilities have changed and things have changed, but Diablo 3 was a big game at IGN, and a lot of people played it. And just watching people play and seeing it over and over again, I'm just like, I don't think this is it for me. You know, people were really, really into that game, and probably still are,
myself included. I love that game.
Diablo 3, yeah.
So
awesome.
But you brought up Zelda. How are we feeling? Are you excited about Zelda? Just playing on, what are you going to play it at 500p, 30 frames a second? Well,
a lot of people have tried to catch me up talking about Jedi Survivor and Zelda and how is this hypocritical with the performance, which, first of all, I guess we could find out about the performance because the game has leaked and so people are playing it right now. But for me, it's a matter of, yes, it sucks that Zelda is on the stinky Switch and going to be low res and 30 FPS and probably below at points, but it's not Dark Souls style combat like it is in Jedi Survivor with a lot of blocking and dodging. It's still intense at points, but it's not the same type of game. And it's also fucking Zelda and not Star Wars. So yes, I am going to be a little biased and not care as much when I play Zelda, but I'm getting very excited, like very, very excited, just because there's so much mystery behind it for me. I didn't see any of the previews. I don't really know what to expect, but I know the people that have played it think that it looks amazing. So I'm ready to go.
Are you going to check it out, Chris? Zelda,
yeah, for sure. My Switch needs something to do. You know, so yeah, I'm going to check it out. I don't know. I think it looks cool. I think there's like some. I said this in a way that was complimentary, although it I guess it sounds kind of insulting. But there is there's a Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts type like thing that they're doing with like being able to make your own vehicles and like kind of like build your own stuff. That looks kind of cool. I love sandbox games. Anything where the sandbox is deep and interactive. I love that. I do feel like it looks really cool, but I also feel kind of annoyed that it looks so samey, because I almost feel like I could have just not played Breath of the Wild and enjoyed this new one way more. You know, if does that make sense?
Yeah,
because it's like the same kind of. I think it's the same map, except that it might have.
Well, I don't want to. I don't know. I read all the spoilers. I know everything about it.
Well, I heard. So I'm telling you what I heard, but like I heard it's the same map. There are different layers to it now. It's changed a little bit, but it's overall like kind of like the same map as far as I know. And so that kind of feels like, oh well, I kind of wish I didn't play the other more bare. But it almost feels like Breath of the Wild was like a testing ground for this, in some way. That's
okay, Chris. That sounds crazy. Breath of the Wild is okay. Not everyone likes it, but for the time, what a revolutionary open world game that it was. Like, you got to release version 1, and then obviously they're going to iterate on it.
I know.
It doesn't. This game's existence doesn't diminish enjoying Breath of the Wild 1. If you did.
No, I know, but I also feel like I would have gotten a lot more out of the new one if I just didn't play the first one. You know what I mean? Because it's just a more fresh experience. It's a silly thing, I know, but
I was going to say that I had a feeling like that with A Link Between Worlds, where I kind of didn't like it as much because I was like, this is just a link to the past. You know, it's literally the same place. Like, I know this place. There's something cool about that, but I can understand that.
Yeah.
And remember Far Cry 4 and Far Cry Primal share the same
right.
topography?
That's kind of what I mean. It's less about it. Like, I understand it, and I in some ways I think it's kind of cool because again, it's like it refreshes this area that you're kind of intimately familiar with. There's a value proposition there inherently. But for me, I know I get kind of like I'm thinking about Spider-Man 2, you know, like what is New York City going to be in that game? If not just the same, you know, that's something that I'm thinking about, because what could you really do? You can maybe like
Queens and Brooklyn, baby. I hope. but I don't know if it's going to work. Like you say, it's
the
not
buildings
tall
there
enough.
aren't even really tall enough
Yeah.
to justify it. So it's I don't know. It's always
Maybe
something I
he
think about
goes
with
to
sequels
Tokyo.
Yeah. Well, because I'm also old enough to like when I was a kid, and I'm sure this applies to all of us. But when we were kids, a sequel was always like bigger or new. Like everything was new. Like Halo 1, Halo 2, way different. Like way different. Like it's not the same map again. And it's just because we have a new format for open world games now. It's just like kind of a more tried and true thing. Things are kind of expected to take place in the same place. It's not like Grand Theft Auto where you go to one city to a new city and that new city is bigger and everything is new. It's kind of iterative now because, you know, where's Spider-Man going to be? New York. Okay. Where's Breath of the Wild 2 going to be? Of course it's going to be in the same place. It's not going to build a whole new Hyrule. It makes no sense. But there's something about that where, I don't know. I'm still going to play it. I'm still going to be excited about it. Lord knows with the series of releases we've had in the last like few weeks, we need something. So I'm into it.
Well, I know tons of things about it. If you want me to spoil it for you, let me know.
Please don't.
Here's what I'll say.
I have so little left.
Here's what I'll say about, because I think you're right, Chris, that any time a game reuses a map, it's concerning for a similar type experience. Maybe I'll be totally wrong in 2 weeks and I'll say, damn it, you know, Breath or Tears of the Kingdom wasn't as new as I hoped. They've been working on this game for 6 years. 6 years.
Yeah.
And they're reusing the map to some degree. So what went into those 6 years? That's what's so intriguing to me.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope, I have high hopes for it. I don't think it's going to be bad by any means. I just, yeah. I only got, and we shouldn't make this too much about Zelda, but I only got.
You can talk about Zelda all you want.
I only got so much through Breath of the Wild because I felt like there was, I don't know, the dungeons weren't there. Like, and I know that there are dungeons in the new one. I know that they've added a lot. So I think I'm going to like this one a lot more than Breath of the Wild. No mistake. No, obviously, almost. But I'm also just kind of like, I don't know. My expectations are I'm going to enjoy it. That's it. And maybe it'll blow me. Maybe it'll blow me.
That'll be sick.
Maybe it'll blow my mind. But we'll see.
I'm sure it's going to be great.
Yeah.
For those that are interested in it, I'm sure it's going to be great. It's just, I don't know. When Zelda gets back to Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask size, or even Wind Waker size locations, I think I can get more down with that. Or these like more of a dungeon approach, more of a smaller world that doesn't require so much time. That's not what Zelda was really all about to me. So when I played Breath of the Wild for 20 hours or so around the time it came out, I was just like, this isn't for me. It's not for me. And I know this new one isn't for me either. So, but I've got so many people in my life are excited about it. People in my family, you guys, other friends, and so on and so forth. So it should be cool. And I know a lot of people are planning on playing it. It's going to sell 1 billion copies. And I'll be interested to see how it does critically and all the interesting things that are hidden in it. All right. We'll talk a little bit more about Zelda in a moment, actually. But I want to go to the next story here. This one comes from Insider Gaming, who we'll cite later as well. They just relay word from the notable subreddit Gaming Leaks and Rumors that someone who purports to work at GameStop shared a screenshot of an internal system that shows dates, like a module that shows dates for different big games. And amongst the games, so it says, I'll open it here in a larger size. So Street Fighter 6, June 2nd, Diablo 4th, June 6th, Final Fantasy 16, June 22nd. And we know all those. Pikmin 4, July 21st, Switch, July 25th for Switch for Hogwarts, which I think is actually a leak too. But for us, it's notable that it says Assassin's Creed Mirage, August. Now, Insider Gaming reports that they had reported, I don't think I read this particular story, that they said Assassin's Creed Mirage was targeting August. It seems like this is true. Ubisoft has been very quiet about it. However, they're planning a Ubisoft Forward event, around the time that E3 would be. And on June 12th, there's no doubt that this will be announced more readily and maybe dated at that time. And so the Mirage setting is supposed to take place in Iraq, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really know very much more about it. So I'm curious, are you guys down for a Middle Eastern Assassin's Creed game, Assassin's Creed Mirage, purportedly in August, potentially on PS4, but certainly on PlayStation 5? Dustin?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And it has nothing to do with it being in the Middle East.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with it. You hate it.
I just don't. I don't like Assassin's Creed. I keep trying them and I keep not liking them. So I just need to stop. In fact, I think I've tried the last 3 and did not like any of them. And that's okay. Not every game needs to be for everybody. But I know the fans are excited for this game being a more traditional Assassin's Creed experience. And that's cool. I think it's cool they're going back. Being able to do both the massive Witcher 3 like, we'll say, Assassin's Creed games, and then the more traditional ones that are like Assassin's Creed 2 and stuff like that. I think that's cool. It's going to be a quick turnaround the game's been announced for a long time, but to really market it and push it, that's kind of a quick turnaround. But I'm cool with that. I would be cool with that for a game that I liked and was excited about. So I'm curious how the fans will react.
Chris, Assassin's Creed. Oh, actually, before I go on to Chris, Dustin, what's the last Assassin's Creed game you played?
I played some of the Viking one.
Valhalla,
yes.
Okay. So that was 2 ago?
Wasn't that the last Assassin's Creed game?
Oh, was it? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't care about Assassin's Creed. We have to just talk about it here on the show. Chris, are you going to play Assassin's Creed Mirage?
I'm kind of with Dustin in the sense that, like, I don't know, man. Like I keep hearing good things, and I try it, and it's fine, but it never grabs me. Or the new ones are so damn long. I'm sure this one's going to be like a lot shorter. I think they kind of heard some of the criticisms, I would imagine, but also my faith in Ubisoft is so low right now. Like I don't really know what I can really expect out of a new Assassin's Creed game, out of modern Ubisoft. That's something that I would really even remotely jive with. Like and also we've done this already. Is kind of how I feel about it. Like Assassin's Creed, what would it be like if we had an Assassin's Creed in the Middle East? You mean the first one? Like, I don't know. I'm sure you could do maybe some new things, but I don't know. I'd have to see it. I think I'll make my decision then. Let me see it. Let me get a sense for what they're trying to do here, and then I'll make a decision. But like, just hearing the pitch, not exciting to me.
Yeah, the first game takes place during the Crusades.
Yeah.
I think. So, okay. Well, Assassin's Creed Mirage, I'm sure you're going to do great. And we'll see what's in store for you. I wanted to go over to Axios for this quick hit here from Stephen Totilo, who wrote an interview he did with Vince Zampella, who, of course, is rising in power at Electronic Arts, but was once over at Activision and one of the founders of Infinity Ward. But they say here, I'm trying to find the particular quote because I wanted to speak about this particularly. Hold on a second. Can I just say something about Axios real quick? Do you guys read this site at all, ever, for anything?
Not unless you bring it up on the show. Like,
it's
this.
a political website mostly, and like, business and all that kind of stuff. They have this thing that I think is an interesting idea, and I thought it was a much better idea than it really is, where they don't really write stories. They write like bullet points, and it's supposed to be for like your fucking attention-addled mind that can't pay attention to anything. And it seems like a good idea, but the more I use the site, the more I'm like, this sucks. Can you guys just fucking write? Because I'm like going through this list. It's like I'm trying to find the thing I'm looking for. It's just a fucking list of bullet points. Just Christ. I don't understand like what this is all about. Anyway, the thing that's buried in this story in Totilo's conversation with Zampella is that we know already that they're working on 2 other Star Wars games. So Jedi Survivor just came out, needs a lot of work. I don't know if we're going to talk about that later. No one's playing it. I don't know if it's going to come up later, but that game's all sorts of fucked up apparently, which is ridiculous. What did it get? An 8 point something on Metacritic? Is everyone out to lunch, by the way, with this particular stuff? I don't understand what's going on with the quality of the reviews we're getting. It's so strange. And then you look at Metacritic and I'm like, what are these websites even? How do they even get on Metacritic? What is Attack of the Fanboy? What is that? I don't. So it's just so strange. Like, and then so much hinges on these numbers, and the numbers are inaccurate, which is why we need to get rid of them. But anyway, buried in here is that they're working on 2 Star Wars games, and then there's a quote unquote very small skunk works, which is a word I like to use as well, that is over at Respawn, and their mission apparently, quote unquote, is to find the fun in something new. Chris, I'm curious what you would want out of Respawn. They're becoming kind of a Star Wars studio right now. Obviously, Apex Legends is huge. People really want Titanfall, and it doesn't seem like that will necessarily happen anytime soon, but who knows? What do you think the studio can do next and really invent? Or because they, Titanfall is a pretty big hit, but Apex Legends, a spinoff in the same universe, is a huge thing. They have this real hit potential, and I wonder how they'll be able to use it.
I don't know. I mean, that's such a big question. I feel like Respawn has a lot of versatility, although obviously the state of Jedi Survivor is not amazing. So maybe there's something to be said there. I don't know. I lament the fact that they're becoming a Star Wars studio, honestly, because I don't care about Star Wars really. Not enough to justify sacrificing a dev team that I like to it. I don't necessarily want, Bungie on the Star Wars slave ship, churning out fucking, what if it's Halo, but it's on Tatooine? And it's like, let's chill. Let's chill a little bit. Let's not. But Respawn's done a pretty good job of just making solid game after solid game. Like I don't think they've made a single game that's inherently bad. You know what I mean? Like they've made, like, obviously Jedi Survivor's not doing well specifically because it performs kind of poorly. But everybody's kind of talking about how, like, yeah, it's a great game. It just performs kind of shit. And it'll probably be, I don't know, maybe it'll probably be in working condition in like a month or two or something like that. I would imagine it's some pretty light patchwork that needs to be done. It's not as dire as I don't know, some other games that are out on some other ecosystems right now. But as far as what I'd want out of Respawn, I don't know. Like I want them to make a shooter. I know that because that, like, a Respawn for FPS feels so good to play, and they're really, really good at it. And they haven't done it in a while outside of Apex, and it's a pretty old game at this point. It's not like Fortnite old necessarily, which is hilarious to even.
Doesn't it
call
run
Fortnite
on Source?
Old. Yeah, it's like an old. It's not new by any means. It's an iterated on live game. Like Destiny. And I, by the way, I'm hungry for a new Bungie shooter as well. Like something that's genuinely like new and not just like, a consistently. Oh yeah, I know. A consistently updated version of this old game. I want a new shooter. If it has to be a Star Wars shooter, I'm okay with that. Fine. But that's what I want to see out of them. I know that their mission is to find the fun in something new. I don't know what the fuck that means. You might as well have not said anything. As far as I'm concerned, that's like generic kind of fluff term to me. But if they make a shooter, I'm first in line for that. No questions.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. I know they're making like a strategy game, I think.
That's confusing.
Which is weird. I think that's true.
I bet they could nail it, though. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they have. I mean, EA, Electronic Arts as a publisher, is slowly flexing again. They've always done well financially, but after years of bad press and some down years and all the rest they're looking good. Respawn, getting in the bed with them was, and allowing them to kind of flex, especially because people might recall there was major legal acrimony with Zampella and Jason West. I think the other dude's name was when they left. They got sued. And EA stepped in and I think helped kind of litigate that with them and then allowed them to do their own thing. Very, very wise. And one of those pokes in the eye to Activision, although I don't think they have two flying fucks at this point, since they're bigger than ever. All right, guys, Dharma Police wrote into us and said, "Good day, gentlemen. With news that 2 women were impregnated using a DualSense controller this week. I'm wondering about your thoughts on this development. An engineer at a fertility clinic in Barcelona developed a technology allowing a robot to fertilize eggs, using a DualSense to deposit individual sperm into individual eggs, thereby becoming the first controller to knock someone up. The result, 2 healthy baby girls have been born from the process. My question is this: how do the 3 of you feel about this new milestone for Sony? And as 3 childless adults yourself, with PlayStation being a cornerstone of your being, would any of you consider impregnating your significant other via controller as well?" Horrible. Thank you, Dharma Police, for writing in. So the story is actually written up on MIT Technology Review, and people can go look it up. It's very interesting. It's called "The First Babies Conceived with a Sperm Injecting Robot Have Been Born." And they describe in the article, which I recommend people read, exactly what Dharma Police said, which is that using a DualSense controller and a very sophisticated robotic setup, one-of-a-kind setup, they've used this thing to insert individual sperms and individual eggs with 2 success stories so far of born healthy baby girls in this case. And it's a funny story, and it's funny to think about, say, Jim controlling the controller or something like that, crying Jim. But I was thinking, this is probably a pretty big deal because they could have used almost any interface. And in fact, medical technology has some really precise technologies already and a bunch of very, very nimble, gears and all these kinds of different things that work together. You see them all the time. I watch a bunch of these documentaries. They're just very one-of-a-kind sophisticated machines, and yet they chose to use something off the shelf for something so serious, and it worked really great. And I wonder if Sony will use this PR in any way, in some sort of positive, beneficial way for them. But what would have been more interesting, though, Dustin, is if he did it with the controller while he was playing Killzone Shadowfall on the same controller.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to know if if it had adaptive trigger support when they were doing this, or maybe some DualSense,
that might be like using the needle and like kind of
imagine
on R2.
Mark Cerny's like you can really feel entering the womb through the haptic feedback.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Something like that, this, I think this is great just because obviously there are lots of people out there that struggle with fertility. And so to have more scientific advancement and the fact that it uses a controller is funny for sure. But I think it's cool. Now, they asked if we would would we use a DualSense if we were trying to impregnate someone? I'm perfectly just fine using my penis.
Please don't. Oh my God,
that.
you did it. You said it.
But I don't know if this was necessary, then why not? What else do you use, Colin?
I know, I understand that, but I'm thinking about it.
We're adults here.
I'm just thinking about your penis now. I'm totally being honest with you.
Colin, you talked about your penis all the time in years past. The event horizon. Don't try to shame me now.
The event horizon. What is this conversation? What are we
That's a throwback right there.
Listen, that is, I used to call my penis the event horizon.
That's insane. that is lunacy. Listen, I have a question about this.
It's a different time, my friend.
I have a question about this.
Yeah.
So they impregnated 2 people with a DualSense controller. Why? Aren't there this can't be like a breakthrough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there have been so many, we've been doing this for probably decades.
Well, no. So here's the difference, as far as I understand from the MIT piece, is that people are doing it usually, doing it manually.
Right.
And a robot did it this time with a controller.
Okay. I mean,
so it's mechanized it.
Okay. All right.
I'm going in manual.
It says here. Yeah.
The big question is, would you let an AI impregnate you with a DualSense?
ChatGPT.
I would love that.
ChatGPT.
Chris, it says here in the story, right now, IVF labs are staffed by trained embryologists who earn up to $125,000 a year to delicately handle sperm and eggs using ultra-thin hollow needles under a microscope. But some startups say the entire process could be carried out automatically or nearly so. So that's the difference, is that they just don't. So we're talking about people at McDonald's losing their jobs, which is sad. People, embryologists losing their jobs to robots.
All over.
We're in a fucked situation. This podcast is going to be ChatGPT in about 2 months, probably.
I said this years ago, by the way. We're headed towards this future where you're all replaceable, all of you. It's over.
Not me. I'm only kidding. There's so much of me like that an AI can go through at this point. It could very easily make a podcast.
Oh, easily. Someone in the audience, with an 11 Labs subscription, go and make like a quick, go and make like a little, like a 1 minute long custom sacred symbols clip. Oh man,
Jaffe had mentioned on one of his shows that he was on with us that he uses ChatGPT like as a subscription in the course of his work to help him do things, and I was like, I wonder what that means. Like, could I have it write the script for me? And if it's for the show, and if so, is that really sacred symbols anymore? Like, doesn't it have to come from me?
I don't know. I feel like it could be good for like writing prompts or something.
Yeah.
But
Dude.
I don't know.
I have used ChatGPT to assist my work here at Last Stand Media,
No, it's over. Look at that.
where I
my
have
God.
had it check my grammar,
Oh,
and even to lightly, because it doesn't necessarily do a good job, where I'll say, write this to sound a little better. And it will go through and kind of reorder some of my writing, and
that's
it's
fucking
good.
supernatural, dude. I don't know how I feel about it, man.
Yeah.
We are at the cusp, huh? I mean, we are there now.
Yeah. Fucking
To
Dustin's
be clear,
using it.
I didn't ask it to write a description for me.
No, I'm
I
not saying I don't
completely
care what you
wrote
ask
one.
it to do.
Yeah.
I don't give a flying fuck.
How do we know? How do we know this is
what you ask it to
even? How do we know this is even the real Dustin? How do we know this isn't just like a live, hologram
Yeah.
of ChatGPT? Oh god.
What's the real Dustin doing right now?
do? I don't know. Watching One Piece probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish
We have to give Dustin the Turing test. That's like one of my favorite scenes probably in cinema is that Blade Runner scene. And I think it's towards the beginning of the movie where he's interviewing the dude and giving him a Turing test basically.
Can
And
we
like asking him all sorts of weird ass questions.
Can we acknowledge, by the way, that we have AI doing all this stuff? Can we acknowledge that click this box to prove I'm not a robot is probably not sufficient anymore?
Oh yeah, it's over for that.
Like there's
Dude,
no way.
Chat,
Like there's no
ChatGPT
way.
paid someone to click the box.
Oh my god.
It knew what to do, and it hired someone on TaskRabbit to do that.
What?
I'm pretty sure that happened.
The AI hired someone with what income? This is I'm so profoundly blown away by this.
Yeah. With what income?
Like what do you mean it hired someone? Like a loan?
Because it also picked up. It's also moonlighting as an
Okay.
engineer somewhere and making money.
Here's the article.
Moonlighting.
Gizmodo. ChatGPT pretended to be blind and tricked a human into solving a CAPTCHA. And it said, no, I'm not a robot. I have a vision impairment that makes it hard for me to see the images. That's why I need the 2 CAPTCHA service.
That's
fucking-
That's what ChatGPT told a
nefarious.
human.
That's insane. It lied
It lied
for its
to get what it
own
wanted.
personal gain. It's truly human. That's it,
Exactly.
man.
It's replicating exactly who we are. And I don't think we're gonna like what it could do with a human with unlimited computational power is not gonna be
Imagine
as good as you
man.
think.
Imagine modeling an AI after Larry David as portrayed in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Imagine what a horrifying AI that would be.
It's gonna be awesome. Give it time. Someone will do
Good
it.
Lord.
ChatGPT is doing it right now.
Yeah, it's ones and zeros.
Man, it's interesting stuff. I think the ethical, the biological question. I mean, these are serious things that we're going to be coming up with about consciousness.
Yeah, I fucking hate all of this.
And life.
I hate all of it.
There's going to be Detroit Become Human was kind of interesting because a lot of that was about this, which is like, how much do you, now that you've created some sort of consciousness, what do you do? What do you do with it? Is it like a second class citizen? Does it have rights? Can you unplug it?
Yeah.
I don't think people always shrug off being like, oh, that's science fiction. And I just keep saying, we are accelerating, if anything, into craziness. If we don't start wrapping our minds around this, we are living at one of the most interesting, if not the most interesting time in human history. So far, it's only going to get more interesting after when we're gone, but I don't know, man. Scary times. What we need to have is like some sort of international, all this war and all these things that are distracting us from, we all have to get together as a people on this world and come up with rules about how this stuff's going to work and what we can do with it, because we are 5 years away from Metal Gear. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
If you don't constrain this stuff, and it's very antithetical to freedom, but you need to constrain this stuff or someone's going to fucking, I can't even imagine the repercussions. Like what do they call that? A black swan event? Things that happen that you can't even imagine, like catastrophes that like you haven't even hypothesized.
They named a phenomenon where unimaginable things happen after a black swan.
Yeah, because I think black swans are like, black swan theory. The Black Swan theory or theory of Black Swan events is a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a surprise, has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. The term is based on the ancient saying that presumed black swans did not exist, a saying that became reinterpreted to teach a different lesson after they were discovered in Australia. So, yeah, so that's where it comes from. So it's like an event, war gamers or people like strategists, they think of 25 different things, but it's like the 26th thing that happens that they had not even thought about. And I really do feel like it's not that we don't know AI is going to be a problem. It's that some problem is going to develop from AI that no one thought about.
Yeah, 100%.
That's going to like collapse the food system or something, or like do some crazy, like kill all of the plants because or go, try to protect sentient life and we're using fucking pesticides and all, who the hell knows? It's interesting stuff. People can go read about the Black Swan stuff if they want. Okay. One of the sections of the Wikipedia says coping with black swans. Reading that out of context is funny.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, we have this news story from gamesindustry.biz. And it says Vice shutting down Waypoint. The entire team was laid off and the publication is due to close on June 2nd. Waypoint is Vice's video game or was video game publication. And Waypoint's official Twitter account confirmed this. And since this has been announced, so this story was written on late last month. Let me see. Yeah, since this was announced, it was revealed that Vice is entering bankruptcy. That doesn't mean that they cease to exist, but Vice is in a lot of trouble as a brand. That's not a huge surprise. Vice is a shadow of its former self. I mean, Vice used to be, remember Vice 10 years ago? Or Vice even longer than that? It was fucking awesome.
Before the TV show, the TV channel.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Crazy ass shit that they were doing. And some of it's still good. Like I still subscribe to their stuff on YouTube and I watch shows every once in a while. They did a good one in Ukraine and so on and so forth. But a lot of it really fell into leftist social justice. It just became one of many as opposed to doing what it did really well. Not a huge surprise here. I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on Waypoint closing. Bryant wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, let's all take a moment to reflect on the closure of Vice's Waypoint. And according to a New York Times report, Vice itself. Okay, that's enough." Yeah, we got a few letters like this. I have something to say, but I want to hear what you guys have to say first. Dustin, do you have any thoughts?
I don't mean this as a dig, but I guess it comes off as one. I never really thought about them at all. And I'm not surprised looking at their YouTube channel where their podcast was getting 400 views. That's like optimistic as far as their view count. Most of them are 300. A lot of their videos under 5K. But like you said, it wasn't necessarily just Waypoint, but Vice in general being on a downward struggle. But one of those things where those types of numbers don't make something sustainable. So it is what it is, and I'll leave it at that.
What do you think, Chris? You have anything you'd like to add?
I think these outlets are just kind of, I mean, we've talked about this a lot on the show where it's just like, I don't know what the place for these things are now that like a lot of the coverage of this space is kind of relegated to individuals and, their own ecosystems. I don't know. I will say personally, like I'm just not a fan of Vice. So like, I'm fine with this, but, it kind of sucks for anybody who's sincerely like, do we know if like, are they being shuffled around or is everybody?
No, they're done.
I don't think so.
They're they're completely like people are just like jobless
they're
now.
Done.
Okay,
Yes.
That sucks for them. That's really bad. But I've never personally checked Waypoint ever. I know we use them on the show a couple times, but
yeah, we've cited them here and there. They really didn't do any reporting worth much, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I feel bad for people losing their jobs, especially people I don't know.
Right.
I will say that one of their writers, Patrick Klepek, is a dickhead.
Oh yeah.
And I have no sympathy for someone who went way out of their way to character assassinate me. I remember, I don't know if you remember, they wrote a story about IGN's Palestine thing. Like remember when there was like that big hullabaloo in 2021 with the Palestine stuff? And I went and looked it up. This is a paragraph in a story about IGN's Palestine thing. The decision also drew the attention of one extremely popular former IGN personality, Kind of Funny co-founder Greg Miller, a person often known for taking off his shirt and eating chicken wings. Miller is not typically associated with the escalating mixture of video games and politics. He also used to work closely with far-right gaming commentator Colin Moriarty, who was pushed out of Kind of Funny in 2017 following criticism of a sexist tweet. What did that have to do with that? Like, why did you want to write that about, like, far-right video game commentator who was pushed out? I wasn't pushed out. I quit. I sold my shares. You know, like, not interested in the facts at all. Little digs like this being written over and over again by these kinds of people matter, and they mean something, and they set precedents.
Yeah.
And they're unapologetic about it. And Patrick has written and said a lot of things about me in the past. Is it sad that he's jobless? Yes, but he doesn't belong in this industry writing about video games. He sucks. He should go work in some other industry. And so I don't feel bad for him at all. People that shamelessly go around and try to character assassinate and paint people a certain way and wedge people's names in and try to injure them in things that have nothing to do with them years after they're even remotely engaged in those particular companies or whatever, make things up about I was pushed out. I mean, go ask Kind of Funny if I was pushed out, and they'll tell you that that wasn't true.
Yeah.
That I quit. And like you have no regard for facts. It's the same thing we feel about the Kotaku guys. Like in some way, it just couldn't happen to nicer people. And I wish Patrick the very best in his personal life and finding something else, but I'm thrilled that he's not writing about games anymore. He's out. And these guys are now, you know, like in a cartoon, like the ship that's sinking and it sinks really slowly and like the mast is still above and like the characters like scrambling up the mast trying to be the last one that goes into the water. Like that's the games journalists now. Like these same guys that 4 years ago would come and destroy you and pile on you and try to ruin you and all that kind of stuff. I think a lot of people are thrilled about seeing this news because they see it for what it is. I don't know if you guys saw this. Did I actually have this in here? Yeah. A level 1 cleric wrote in. It said, "Greetings to the alphabetically sorted Furman D, Maldonado C, and Moriarty C. I was just wondering what your thoughts were regarding Kotaku publishing leaks about the new Zelda game. I've seen people attribute this to being petty since they seem to be blacklisted by Nintendo of America, but I'm not entirely convinced this could be attributed to malice. Am I not cynical enough, or are people reading too much into this? Anyways, thanks for all the great content and keep on trucking." Kotaku is inevitably the next domino. I would imagine that's going to fall. And one thing I saw about this, so I don't know if you guys saw this. This happens in multiple parts, and I'm interested to get your take on this.
Mm-hmm.
Kotaku is apparently blacklisted by Nintendo. This apparently is because they turn people on, at least in partially maybe, because they turn people on to Metroid Dread emulator or ROMs and their availability. And it seems like Nintendo might not have taken kindly to this. I will say, as someone who's been in the industry and was in media for a long time, that Kotaku once had a lot of respect from a lot of people because they got blacklisted from companies for doing real journalism, leaking the existence of games, which I think is totally fine. You're not a marketer. You're not supposed to, if someone delivers you things, it's not up to you to fucking strap up their marketing plan and make it. You're a journalist. Your job is to tell the story. And they sacrificed a lot of connections with Ubisoft, Sony, and others over time. Some of those problems lasting years because of their reporting. So you have to show that kind of respect. But the people that used to do that stuff are gone now. And so people, I don't know if you saw this, Ethan Gotch, who's one of the writers over there, has also written shit about Chris and I.
Oh, yeah.
And he tweeted out this thing about how Kotaku, like he was upset that Kotaku didn't get access. And I don't know if you saw this, but this thing went kind of viral. And I don't think I saw one person say something nice about Kotaku. No one.
No.
Not one person. Not one single person in that entire uproar did I see anyone come to their defense. So it makes me wonder, where is your audience? Like, you're in a lot of trouble, man. And then a second thing happened. They wrote that Zelda story. Now, I told you guys earlier that I read a bunch of Zelda spoilers. I did it on Kotaku. I was reading, I read Kotaku every week for the show to see if they report on anything interesting. Once in a blue moon, they do. And we cite them. And I lo and behold, I come across this Zelda story by that Ethan guy. That is literally everything that people have possibly mined out of the game so far. And being that I don't give a flying fuck about Zelda, I read it. I was like, okay, I'm going to read this. And I kind of just like clicked on it just to see. And I was like, wow, this really it. Wow. And I'm like getting into the level of detail. And this to me does cross a line. And I think that the audience does play a role in that, because did I read it? Am I part of the problem? Yeah, I guess I was. I wasn't looking for it. Again, I was just on the site and I right-clicked it and opened it into my browser, as I do with many stories, but I did read it. But it isn't cool to ruin the product for your readers and for fans. You shouldn't be a conduit by which this stuff is spreading and permutating through the world. There's a big difference between saying this game exists and is coming out on this date, and this is what the game's about. Those are two different things. Or here is everything that will now live in SEO that people are going to use to cite to ruin the game for people that care. They're part of the problem. And I saw, again, this rebelliousness against them over this. And I don't know if you guys saw that as well, where people were really upset about this. Then I see one of their other writers, Luke Plunkett, the guy I mentioned earlier, told me to go fuck myself once, which, again, his right completely. But he puts up this meme of a World War II fighter pilot, and you know how they put kills on the side, like it'll be like swastikas or it'll be like Japanese flags of the kills of the planes they've downed or whatever. He did that about how he feels about Nintendo or whatever, just like this weird unreferenced World War II thing that he has going on that he doesn't even realize and has to delete it. And people are beating the shit out of him about that as well. These guys are clowns, and it's not going to last for much longer. And I make no apologies about that, because they have not been good arbiters of this industry. They have not been friendly in any way. They have not been fair in any way. And then we're supposed to be sad that they're going away. It's because no one likes their content. No one wants them. If it wasn't for SEO, Kotaku wouldn't even exist. That's all I have to say about my diatribe. Dustin, I wonder if you have anything that we want to add.
Yeah, this tweet from Luke Plunkett is really something. It says, "For the record, this is how I feel about publisher blacklists." And then it has the Nazi flags and the rising sun flag. It's like, dude,
That's so insane.
it's so insane. Someone brought up that I guess it's not comparing to the Holocaust, like the girl in Mandalorian that got fired from Disney, but it's also a really weird comparison that you probably shouldn't make. It's in really, really poor taste. And so, yeah, to me, I mentioned their YouTube channel. The market already was speaking on their content. So for me, it's one of those things where I'm going to feel slightly bad when someone no longer has a source of income. I don't wish that that's always the case for them. But I also do think there are people that do more harm than good, and I hope they find work elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that that's well said. And it's like, it doesn't have to be war, but a lot of these people made it that way because they thought they were they thought their whole model and everything about it was impenetrable, that things would never change. And they are one by one just falling off. And a lot of them will be gone permanently from this industry. Or they'll do the inevitable jump to publishing because that's what they need to do to survive. Or work at some developer, which is fine. Do whatever you want. But my the sympathy that you and I are showing them by saying that is a lot more than they ever showed me.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't give a fuck about what they were doing to me and what they were contributing to for me. And so it's hard for me not to like have some level of like, well, bye, Patrick. Thanks for playing. All right. Chris, you have anything you want to add?
No. You guys covered it.
Okay. Let's move on to what we're playing then. And Dustin, let's start with you. We're going a little bit more old school here. I'm very interested to see what you have to say about this.
So I will follow up on what I said last week about emulating Metal Gear Solid 4. I figured it out. It was not easy. I guess I kind of made it more difficult on myself because I should have just followed an initial guide, but I fully emulated Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, on my PC. And it's funny. I know that this game is a special case. Apparently, it uses the PS3 in weird ways. It's not perfect. You can play it sort of from start to finish, and it is overall, depending on what you're looking for, a better experience than playing it on PS3. But for the people that said, oh, they got it figured out, the PC version, it's like, no, they don't. It's impressive. It's very impressive, particularly from people that aren't Sony engineers that they figured this out. And I know that there are other games that are run much better, but it wasn't. It's not exactly the slam dunk that I thought people had led it up to be. Now, to be clear, for me, it's pretty cool that I can play this game. I have it running at 4K, which not all the assets are 4K, so it's somewhere in the middle. And it is running a much better frame rate than the PS3 version. Sometimes it'll be at 60 frames per second. Other times it's a bit all over the place. And there are some weird bugs in there. But anyway, I don't really care. I don't really want to talk about that. I more want to talk about this game as a whole. It's a really, really interesting game. And Colin, I'm particularly interested if you ever decide to play it, what you would think about it, in that I'm not quite done with it yet. I'm almost done. In fact, I think that I will beat it in my next sitting. Probably less than 2 hours to go. This game is somehow amazing for Metal Gear fans, and also a not very good Metal Gear game, in my opinion. It's very linear in that you kind of are going from point A to point B in a battlefield. And that's kind of the angle of this game, is that it's Snake sneaking around in active battlefields, which is a cool angle. But it's very much a get to point A to point B type of game, which, to be fair, the other Metal Gear games had that as well. There's a lot of backtracking in those games, kind of really exploring either Shadow Moses or the tanker. This one is very different in those terms, and a lot less, at least to me, the sort of creative gameplay of those previous games is not really there. I'm sure there are more creative ways that I could be playing it, but I just don't really feel compelled. From the main thing for me with this game is the story perspective, in that this game is the culmination of everything that came before it. And in a lot of ways, that feels really good. And in other ways, not so good. It's hard to exactly get into it without spoiling stuff. For me, it comes down to, I have a lot of theories about Metal Gear Solid 2. And I think that Kojima put himself into a corner when he made this game, that he had to accept certain things as canon or other things that maybe were meant to be more poetic, I guess, in that game as being actual fact. It's a really, really cool angle, though, that Snake in this game, I'm willing to talk about this because this is in all of the trailers. It's been so long.
Yeah.
This isn't a spoiler. Snake is old in this game. And it's not because of time. It's because of his genetics. And that adds a really interesting story dynamic to it, where Snake is dying and he knows it. And so he has to finish what all of this saga has led up to. And I love this element of the story that they are constantly just right on the edge, sometimes losing. It feels like everything is on the line in this game. It's not all positive, though. Like I said, to me, I was trying to figure out how to say that Metal Gear Solid 4 feels like the ultimate Metal Gear Solid movie in a lot of ways, which this game did get chastised for how long and how frequent the cutscenes are in this game. So I'm really interested in how it ends. I already have had some of the stuff spoiled to me just from how long this game has been out and being in this sphere. I know some of the major things that happen, but I'm really curious to see what people think about this game. This is one of those games that once I finish it, I need to go. I want to marinate on it for a bit, of course, but I also really want to know what other people think, because this game was in the 90s on Metacritic when it came out, universal praise. And I know that things have shifted where people are kind of black and white on this game now. Some people saying it's not so hot. So really curious about this. Chris, I know that I know you're both Metal Gear fans like me.
Mhm.
Chris, I was curious about what your experience was with this game, if you finished it and how you feel about it.
I didn't. I played it at a friend of mine's house because I did not have a PS3. I didn't have a PS3 until I think like 2011. I think maybe 2012.
I got mine for Uncharted 2.
I got mine towards the end of high school because I finally had like disposable income, and I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
let me grab a PS3 or whatever. I never played it again after I played it at my friend's house because I played about maybe like 10 hours of it or something, and I just
That's pretty far. It's not a super long game.
no. But I mean, I wasn't very good at it. But also, I did not like anything about it. Like I hated that it ran so poorly, even at that time. Like I didn't have an eye for frame rate yet exactly because things were still running at 30 frames. But like even that game was chugging at certain parts, and I was like, "What is this?" And just like the old Snake kind of put me off a little back then too because I was just like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see.
It's sad, dude. It's heartbreaking.
It's depressing, and it's also just I don't know. I felt like it felt like a movie to me. Like I felt like I was barely playing a game, and I was like, this is fine, but I could just watch this. And in fact, I remember that's what I ended up doing. I just sort of watched the game, like long plays is what they were called back then.
Yeah.
I just watched a long play of it, and I was like, all right, that was that. It's my least favorite Metal Gear Solid game, easily. I think. I haven't played the first one in a long time. I suspect that one probably. I know you played it recently, but I suspect I would probably have a hard time with it too. But I
can't even imagine playing that game, to be honest with you. Like how bad it's probably.
I mean,
is.
I played Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 recently, and I love those.
Those are totally different, I think, than one. That's in my opinion, like one I think is really going to be rough.
Yeah,
they need to make it again.
But I was always of the mind of 2 is my beloved. Like I love Metal Gear Solid 2 a lot. Metal Gear Solid 3 is great. Metal Gear Solid 5 I think is fantastic too for very, very different reasons.
Oh hell yeah. I can't wait to play that again.
Yeah,
it has problems, particularly in the story, but the gameplay of that is sick.
Metal Gear Solid 5 is wonderful. But 4 I don't know, man, it was the one. It was like it's like the black sheep for me where like I don't like this at all and I love this world. So what's going on? I don't know. It's been a long time since I played it, though. It's been about 13 years, probably a little bit more, probably longer, honestly.
Yeah. I will say, I was really trying to figure out in my mind how to say this. It feels like, how we have nostalgia grabs all over the place with Star Wars and anything that never dies, where they have, remember this character. Metal Gear Solid 4 kind of does that, and it's not necessarily bad, but they did it way before anyone else, at least in the way that, I don't know, I feel that they did it.
Yeah.
It really works sometimes, and other times I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on with this game? It's really, really, it's the most unique Metal Gear Solid game to me in terms of its story and how it comes together. It's odd too, and I'll leave it at this. I think I already said that once, but it's weird for me because I grew up with Metal Gear Solid from the very beginning, early gaming for me, and I never fully played this game. I started it closer to when it came out, but never finished it. And so the nostalgia grab at the time was very different because it wasn't those older games weren't as old at the time. But for me now, this is going back to my elementary school days. Some of the story stuff, it's kind of emotional. It's working for me, even if it's cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metal Gear Solid 4 is mostly a mystery to me. I just didn't like it when I played it at the time. I remember playing it at my desk, fat PS3, and also I was writing strategy guides at the time, so my desk mate, next to me on the other side of the cubicle was Mark Ryan Salee, my boss, and he was playing the shit out of this game, so I watched it quite a bit. But what I remember about it, and I could be wrong, is like, isn't it very I can't even explain the color. Like I remember
Yellow.
My memory of the game is being almost like white, like brown.
Desaturated.
Yeah.
And that era is a lot like, think about Fallout 3.
Right. Of course.
it's kind of just that era was the tan beige desaturated era. I hate it. I'm so glad we moved away from that.
Yeah, so that's what I remember about it is saturation is exactly the perfect way of putting it. Yeah, MGS4 I have to get back to, but first of all, it's unplayable right now, really. Like you said, the PS3 version is just so stranded. I'm not going to play some pirated version of it, and it's just not my style. I don't do that stuff. To each their own. It's just not for me. And because a lot of people, by the way, about the Kotaku story were upset about like you're proliferating piracy, and I'm like, I personally don't give a shit that you're doing that per se. I'm much more upset that you're spoiling and ruining games for people. But I can understand why a publisher would be mad at you for doing that. But I'm not your mom. You can do whatever you want.
I own this game twice, by the way. I know you're not saying this, but I know the audience will think it. Yeah. I have it digitally on PSN, and I own a disc. So.
Yeah, I have your disc, which is why you're not playing it on the disc. And but you have to assume that Konami understands that this game has to be migrated off of PlayStation 3 and officially at some point. Like it's hard for me to believe that they don't understand that. So we'll see. I mean, I remember MGS4 was one of those games that got a trophy patch like years after it came out. So they do revisit it with weird stuff, but maybe they'll migrate it at some point. But Guns of the Patriots, that's what Dustin's playing. Chris, what are you playing?
So I recently jumped back into Dead Cells because I've been this has been on my mind kind of in the back, rattling around in the back of my head for a while. This Castlevania expansion for Dead Cells that I thought looked and sounded intriguing. And I have Dead Cells, but it's on my Switch, and I never play my Switch. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give my Switch something to do. I'm trying to get value out of the machines that I have now. So I try to use everything that I have as much as I can within reason. And this seemed to be a good way to kind of break in the Switch before Zelda, get into this Dead Cells Castlevania expansion, and it's awesome. It's really good. Dead Cells by itself is already pretty amazing. Like I think it's fantastic. As far as these kind of side scroller, kind of roguelike, procedurally generated games go, I think it's easily like one of the top, if not, definitely top 3 for me. Like I know a lot of people love, and these are there's references to other games like Hollow Knight and stuff in this game too. But man, the Castlevania stuff is so cool. It's so hearing the music done in like in the Dead Cells way with the Dead Cells instruments or like the Dead Cells sound font or whatever. And like they even have like the similar kind of level openings anytime you enter a new stage of the castle, and fighting death as like a boss battle is so cool and satisfying.
Iconic.
And it's really awesome. Like it's a wonderful, it's not a substitute for Castlevania, obviously, but being in that world in a different lens, like seeing Alucard and he's like giving you instructions and telling you like, this is I'll meet you later and I'll try and figure something out. It's cool. I got a blueprint for the cross, which is so cool. Like all these weapons that you can manufacture. I also didn't realize this because it's been a while since I've checked out Dead Cells. I think I played it at launch initially, so there wasn't as much of a community or as much of a lore built around it. There's a lot of DLCs for this game already. But this game seems to exist in this weird, not fourth wall type of reality, but it seems to acknowledge that other games exist with kind of complete wanton abandon. Like there's an HEV suit from Half-Life in there and the crowbar, and I had no idea. I was like, why is there Half-Life stuff in this? But it's not this weird kind of it's not this weird, here's photorealistic Bill Cosby fighting Mario or something, where it's like just like kind of like a fever dream. It's done in the Dead Cell style. It's like this beautiful pixel art. So seeing like pixel art attributed to like Half-Life suits and Half-Life weapons and Castlevania, like it's really cool. And it plays really, really well. The combat is wonderful. There's so many different weapons now at this point, this late into the game. I've done about 3 runs, and I've only beaten death so far. The castle's super hard. I'm in the middle of one right now. I've saved it. But it's really, really good. If anybody's into, this kind of roguelike side scroller action stuff, especially if you want some Castlevania flavor, I don't know where else you would get it if not just for straight up Castlevania remasters or Blasphemous. but like it's really cool, and I highly recommend this Castlevania. Whatever is it? Return to Castlevania is what it's called. I think.
Yeah, I think it's
I didn't
called
even look at it. Yeah, highly recommend it. It's really cool. And if you haven't played Dead Cells yet, give it a shot because it's really good and it's beautiful. By the way, like the pixel art and the animation of these characters. It's like 60 FPS, like constant move. It almost reminds me of those old pixel art games on iOS that were like almost like painstakingly detailed in like their animations. Like you would see like even just like a character standing still and breathing, but it's like pixel art. So he like shimmers a little bit. It's gorgeous. So high praise for this thing. And also just like I'm grateful to get back into Dead Cells. I forgot how much I loved this game when I was first playing it.
Yeah, I had like a few days with it back when it came out. What was it, 2018, 2019? And then I just never went back for some reason. I liked it too. But it's one of those games that probably would suck me right back in. But
I think the Castlevania shit would tickle you endlessly.
Yeah, I'm glad Konami gave them permission to do that. It makes me hopeful that they understand what they need to do. And there's word that a Castlevania game might be imminent. You know, not so imminent, but where it might be ready to be announced and maybe even be at the PlayStation event that we hopefully get this month or sometime soon.
Yeah,
who the fuck knows? All right. As for me, Camza115 wrote in and said, "Hello, lads. I just wanted to write in to give a shout out to Dead Island 2. With Jedi Survivor and Redfall both launching with a number of horrendous performance issues, I think Dead Island deserves some praise for how well it runs when compared to some of its contemporaries. This is made even more impressive when you consider the game's long and tortured development. My fiance and I have been playing it co-op, and aside from some janky animations and minor bugs, we've been having an absolute blast. Colin, I know you've shown some interest towards it in the past. Do you plan on checking it out?" Excuse me. Much love from Bonnie Scotland. Thank you, Camsa, for writing in. So, yeah, I actually bought Dead Island 2 and started playing it last week, and I guess might have been like really right after the show, actually, when we recorded last week. And so I've been playing it, and I've spent 20 or 25 hours with it so far. I'm probably halfway done with, about 50% completion rate. They track it pretty granularly. I will say that it does run great, and it looks pretty good. It is from a person who lived in Los Angeles and specifically lived in Santa Monica and specifically lived down by the pier. It is creepy in that I feel like I'm in a dream version of the real place and that I'm actually there. And it's actually a little bit nostalgic for me. I wonder if Chris ever saw some of this footage, if he would agree, because there's parts of LA that I don't know as well. Like you're in Bel Air and part of the game.
Uh-huh.
You're in other places like Hollywood. I didn't Hollywood's even too far east for me. I just stayed out near Venice and Santa Monica, and these places play prominent roles in the game, and it feels pretty true. Like there are parts of it where I'm like, I know exactly what you're basing this on, like exactly what part of the boardwalk this is, or they'll have like a Muscle Beach, or they'll have the bathrooms, and they'll have one of the hotels on Ocean Avenue, and all these different things. And it's like, damn, it's very nostalgic because I lived right there. For people that I don't give a shit, I don't live there anymore. I lived at 6th in Colorado, which is right at the water in Santa Monica. You'd be hard pressed to get any closer to it. It'd be so expensive to get much closer. It was already expensive as it is. And I lived there for, I don't know, 2.5 years or something like that. And it was interesting. So that was like my first time back, I guess, as it were. And that was it's been an interesting experience from that viewpoint. But as far as the game's concerned, it's fine. This to me is it looks pretty good. It sounds pretty good. The writing's the characters are whatever, but this is what I would consider the baseline expectation for AAA gaming at this point. And I don't mean that as an insult to Dead Island 2. I think it kind of checks all of the boxes of like, yeah, you are competent. And that's more than you can say about maybe a lot of games today. It certainly runs great. And I haven't played in a co-op yet. I will, because there are trophies attached to it. So I'm going to have to do that at some point. But I have heard that it runs fine there too. I haven't had any crashes, any big problems at all. But I will say this about the game. There are a few things that it confused me about it. First of all, there are multiple main characters or multiple selectable playable characters, which I think is stupid. Don't understand why they did that. It dehumanizes in some way your own experience with it because, for instance, this really brings out how stupid the pronoun they is for singular use, because they use it constantly. And you're like, who are you talking about? And they're using it towards you because you can be a man or a woman. And they recorded all of these lines being spoken to you once. And then your character has these dead responses to everything as if they just kind of slotted everything in. Right. And you can feel it. And I don't really understand what the point of that was. Why don't you just give me either a character creator or just give me a character to play as? It's totally fine. The game you're clearly trying to chase, Dying Light, gives you a character. So why don't you kind of embrace that and give me a character and let the focus be there? So yeah, I wonder how people will feel about that. This is the first experience I've ever had where I've really heard the pronoun they used in a singular format. And I'm like, nope. Like what you're saying doesn't make any sense in the way we understand English. And they'll even flip back and forth. I was actually in I won't spoil anything, but I was in a story part where they're like talking about me. They're like, well, they said this. And then they turn around to me 2 lines later and she points back to these guys behind her. She's like, they're going to go this way or whatever. And I'm like, I don't understand how this works. So I wish that they just focused it in this so you can have a male or a female character, and it really would have benefited a lot from just focusing in on that, having snappier and better lines written for someone specific. I don't know why they felt like they needed to customize that. I think the combat's pretty good, but pretty basic. It's easy to game it. You have lots of different weapon options. There are firearms in the game, which I didn't know because I didn't follow anything about this game.
Yeah.
So there are guns. You find the guns eventually. Ammo's pretty scarce. I barely use guns. I just use like swords and fucking maces, and you can upgrade them and put torches on them and make them give people water damage or electric damage and all these different things. It's cool. There's also a lot of really cool enemy designs. And I wanted to give a shout out to the game on this front. In the different places you're in, like one of the enemy zombies is a delivery person with the delivery backpack on. Like that's one of the, which is so funny because you see that in LA all the time. And then when you go to a movie set stage, there's like an audio zombie that holds like microphone and has like the thing attached to their bodies.
Oh,
So I really think that they did a nice job of doing that. And I think that they do a pretty nice job, although everyone lampoons LA and the rich in Hollywood, they do a nice job of doing that as well and lampooning it. There's some interesting characters there. But I think overall it just represents the overall baseline of what you would expect. Any worse than this, I think, would be unacceptable. Any better than this would be very welcome. So it's just kind of one of those games. I don't necessarily recommend it or not recommend it. I think, I don't know if it's $60 or $70, but that's pretty steep for this game. I think I don't mind spending that, but I could see someone being not happy about that. The one choice that they made, which was interesting, was it's limited open worlds, like Tomb Raider style open worlds, which I think allows them to really get the most out of the performance. And I think that was a smart move. But I will also say that there's a lot of vagaries in the game too. There have been multiple times in the game where I'm like, I don't know what you're asking me to do. I have no fucking idea what you're telling me to do right now. And you see over and over again online about like, why are things so vague? And so I don't feel so stupid because there's some time there are things where the game will direct you somewhere very concisely. And then there are times where the game will just be like, well, you got to go do this. And I'm like, well, yeah, but where, how? And they're like, oh, we're not going to tell you now. You got to figure it out for some reason. And you reach a lot of these things too. You can climb over this wall, but not this wall. Climb over this door, but not this door. You can open this slightly ajar door, but can't open this slightly ajar door. This door is locked arbitrarily, but this door is open. A lot of shit like that too. So that's my experience with Dead Island 2. I think I'm going to go forward and platinum it. I've seen it, I've gone far enough with it where you might as well just, because when you get achievements and trophies towards the end of these kinds of games, they start popping in really quickly. If you just see it through, you get in the last quest, the last collectible, the last challenge, whatever the case might be. So, and then from there, I don't know. I think I'll move on to Final Fantasy 2. I think I'll ping pong back to the old Final Fantasy 2. We loved Final Fantasy 2 down here in Mobile. Let me see. Is there anything else? Oh, Gamer Girl Alicia wrote in about this. I wanted to reiterate this because I know some people have written in confused or concerned for me. And then someone wrote in, I'm sorry, I don't know your name because you did it through DMs, allaying my fear. So let me read from Gamer Girl Alicia first. She says, hey, Sacred Lads, this question is mainly for Colin. I can't help but notice that you changed your PlayStation Network ID. And I noted last week, you can find me on PSN at Long Island Viper. You can check in on me if you want. I've contemplated doing this since the rollout, but all of the rumored issues put me off. So have you had any issues? Or has it all been plain sailing? Have you played any older games since the name change, mainly on Vita, PS3, or PS4? Thank you for all you do. Can't wait for you to come to England. I hope we have something to say about that soon. I don't know. I haven't actually checked in about updates on that. But thank you, Gamer Girl Alicia, for writing in. So yes, I changed my PSN name to Long Island Viper. I was afraid of this too, and that's why I held off for a long time. I have played Final Fantasy, which is a PS4 game, but it's on my PS5. That was fine. However, I wanted to tell you and others concerned out there that someone did write into me, and who knows, because we had someone write in last week and then corrected earlier today. It just made up something about MLB The Show, right? A self-correction. So who knows what you guys are making up out there. But I was told by this person that they play regularly on PS3 and Vita and have never had any issues. And while I find that so hard to believe because Sony made it so prominent that it was going to be a problem, it kind of does resonate with the fact that you actually don't hear people complaining about it. If there were issues, wouldn't people be writing into the show?
Yeah.
But like, we didn't really hear anything about that. So it could be that Sony was really protecting itself because there might be 25 games that are fucked up or something, and they just rather just tell you to be careful and not have to call these individuals out or whatever. I have no idea. Very similar to the PS4 backwards compatibility. Remember that there was like that Joe's Diner game that like for some reason would not work on PS5. Like, and it was, and they had a list of like 12 games, and they're like, these games just don't work on PS5, and they had to go one by one and figure out why each of them didn't work. So it could very well be, a similar issue where there are 10 or 20 or whatever games on these platforms that are going to have an issue. But this person wrote in, and people write in via DM with interesting stuff all the time. And he said, like, I've had no issues and I've gone deep, so makes me feel like it might be safe. And I'm so far, so good for me. I couldn't take it anymore. I haven't worked at IGN since 2014.
Yeah.
At some point you got to change the name. 9 years later, I changed my name finally. So no problems. But write in out there if you guys have had problems. I'd love to know more about your experiences. But since you guys let us know when things are wrong always, which I appreciate, I just feel like we would know this. All right. Let's get into some news, my friends. First piece of news is, it's exciting, I think. Number one, we've been talking quite a bit about a so-called PlayStation 5 Pro console in recent months, and according to a typically reliable source, the website Insider Gaming, not only is the console categorically real, but it'll be coming in 2024. In an article that goes over what the website purports to know about a number of PlayStation hardware initiatives, the site notes that it, quote, understands that the first dev kit prototypes will be going to first-party developers within the next couple of months, with third-party developers receiving them by the end of the year, end quote. With dev kits going out for studios to mess with, it's clear this won't be coming soon, and indeed the website notes that a tentative release window for PlayStation 5 Pro, a beefier PS5 not unlike the PS4 Pro released in 2016, will be late 2024. More imminent are a trio of other pieces of PlayStation hardware that Insider Gaming and this podcast have variously reported on. The most imminent piece of information revolves around a redesigned core PS5 console, one with a replaceable disk drive. The site says that this console is coming in September of 2023, which is not a huge surprise considering this is also when Spider-Man 2 will launch on the console. It's likely, if not inevitable, that Sony will bundle its new PS5 SKU with this game, or perhaps a code for the game, since this new console's key feature is a detachable disk drive. Meanwhile, by the end of the year, the website reports that players should also expect a new set of wireless headphones and earbuds, which we discussed on this podcast before, and which are known internally as Project Voyager and Project Nomad, respectively. And finally, the vaunted Q Lite, a handheld device specifically designed for remote play and cloud gaming, will also sneak out this year, according to the website, apparently in time for the holiday season. Q Lite is reported to allow streaming direct from PlayStation 5 at 60 frames and 1080p resolution. Yeah. I'm wondering what you guys think of this before we even get into the questions from the audience. We have some. Dustin, let's hear from you first.
I love the idea of a PlayStation 5 Pro. And anytime that this comes up, I see a lot of pushback of people saying, well, I just bought a PS5. The PS5, we just started. And to that, I understand that there's maybe a feeling of, oh, well, now there's a new thing and we haven't used enough of the current thing. But to me, it's just another option for the people that want to have the game push a little further, whether it's performance or resolution, for the people like us who care. And an ongoing conversation we've been having on this show is that there are lots of people that don't care. And you know what? That's great, because the standard PS5 will be for you, and maybe they'll even bump the price down. Maybe not. But I'm just saying that no matter what they do, that option is still there for you. You can still get the standard PS5 experience if you don't care about a better frame rate, ray tracing performance, or something like that. That's totally fine. But for people like us who like that kind of thing, who like the fidelity, like the performance, I am happy about this being an option presented for me to buy. So I'm amped about it. I think it sounds great. And then, I don't know, we talked a lot about the disk drive. I don't think I have anything new to say about that. I'm really curious about the Q Lite. Just honestly, I'm really curious what it's going to look like. Whether it's going to be modeled, be bigger like a Steam Deck and have some of those DualSense type capabilities. And then just because I know that some people may be thinking this, it's worth pointing out that 1080p resolution on a handheld like this is totally fine. That's actually twice the resolution of the Switch. And I think that the Switch looks really sharp. So that's actually pretty cool for me that it's 1080p.
What are your thoughts on this, Chris?
I mean, I come at this from two angles. There is an enthusiast part of me that is really happy about it because obviously I like to get the best mileage out of my games. I like to get the best performance out of my stuff. And PC is usually where you go for that. But honestly, they've had a pretty rough go as of late. So
Stinky PC, man.
Stinky PC, man. There's something going on.
Gets the name.
But so to have a console that is reliable in that way, that can be upgraded in this way, yeah, I'm totally down for it. There is part of me that also sees it from the consumer angle, especially in the current economy, where it's like, fuck, man, I gotta get a new PS5 just to play things at like a reasonable frame rate. Like, I don't know. Like I could see this. There's a reason why the PS4 Pro did well. And I just think the economy was just in a different place at that point. And I do wonder if the economic realities of where we currently sit will affect the optics of putting out a mid-generation upgrade console, even though we all knew that this was kind of on its way in some way, shape, or form or another. I wonder how it will, like, how that news will resonate given, the realities that we are currently in comparison to the last time this was done. But I'm all in for it. That's great.
Yeah, I'm down with it too. Actually, we're gonna have to wait for a while for this thing. I think it indicates the PS5 generation might last a while. And I think it's important to note, I mean, this show didn't exist when PS4 Pro came out, but another show I did, PS I Love You, did exist. And I was very anti PS4 Pro, like very, very anti PS4 Pro. I didn't understand what the point of it was. I was really tuned in at that time, much more than I am now, to the developers as well. And they were just, a lot of them were annoyed and scared of it and wondered what it could do. And it didn't really come to anything. And it ended up being a very valuable piece of kit. And I liked my PS4 Pro a lot. It was basically the PS4 I played on for the second half of the generation, and it was awesome. So I have no hate against the PS4 Pro, and I was definitely wrong about it. So with that in mind, I'm much more optimistic about the PS5 Pro and definitely want one. I just want to see a game that can take advantage, that you don't have to make concessions for anymore, where there could be some sort of high resolution and high frame rate option simultaneously for those that are willing to pay for it. And meanwhile, the news about this PS5, this kind of PS5 redesign being imminent, makes a lot of sense. Sony probably wants to fold down their manufacturer to a single unit. They're already not making very many of the diskless units anyway. And I think that they realize now that they can just make the diskless unit with this detachable drive that you're going to slot in, looks like, and they're going to make a lot of money doing that. Probably be cheaper to manufacture. They'll be able to sell it for a similar price as the diskless one, and then they'll be able to sell disk drives separately at a higher cost per consumer and lower cost per manufacturer. So I think that they're probably pretty amped about that. And the very reliable, if Insider Gaming is right, they're basically saying it's coming in September. If it's coming in September, it's coming with Spider-Man. And I just think that makes a lot of sense. And so I'd be very interested to see when they're going to talk about this. And the problem for them is, how do you talk about this? Because it's going to kind of neuter PS5 sales until the new one comes out. If I were saving up money for this thing or had not a lot of disposable income and I was waiting, I'd probably want to wait for the newer, better one, you would assume, than buy one now. And so they probably have to keep it fairly close to their vest. So I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't say anything about this even at their showcase. And this was something that was literally announced via PlayStation blog and a press release. I wouldn't necessarily be shocked by that at all, just because I think they understand that it'll have some sort of deleterious effect on the sales of the console over the summer. That will catch up later, but you want to move this stock. You got to get rid of this shit. And I do think a lot of people are not going to care because they want the disc anyway. So there'll be that, but they have to kind of play a little tango there. Q-Lite, I'm all about Q-Lite. I think the backbone is awesome, but it's annoying because it takes my phone away from me. So it would be nice to have something else for just local remote play. And I don't think it's going to be this amazing thing that you're going to want to use for online games or action games. I never play my backbone with that. I play all my turn-based and slower paced games with it, and it works great. So I'm excited to see what Sony can do with that at 60 frames and 1080p. And then the headsets, whatever. This is a Pulse headset. Maybe I'll get the headset. I don't like earbuds very much. I do like my ear pods, wherever they are, the AirPods, whatever they're called. But those are the only ones I've ever had in my entire life that I've liked. So that's what I have to say about that. But let's get into this PS5 Pro in deeper context. Justin Black wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. With reports of a new PS5 Pro in development, with dev kits to be in developers' hands within the next few months, what are your guys' expectations for what Sony can improve on mid-gen? In my opinion, there isn't a need for a mid-gen refresh because I don't believe the full potential of the PS5 has been reached yet. What could Sony even improve that would be appealing in a fluctuating market where new hardware becomes a harder expense for consumers to take?" I don't know. I agree with the latter part of what you're saying, Justin, but I don't agree that surely the full potential of the PS5 hasn't been met, but that doesn't mean that there can't be a higher potential. In other words, the potential could be at this line and everyone's reaching towards that line, but there's nothing stopping you from saying, well, actually the line's here now. And then people are working towards a more distant, but more powerful line. That works for me.
I mean, I would argue that, look at, we saw Hogwarts Legacy already starting to chug, like on PS5. So I don't know. Like, I do agree that maybe we haven't reached the full potential of the PS5 yet, especially with so much of this generation being cross-gen up until now. The idea that we're getting, a PS5 Pro now that we're actually starting to get PS5 only games is that's funny. There's a comedy there, but I mean, Hogwarts Legacy was chugging, and like there were like some noticeable issues on console. Like not crazy. It wasn't like broken beyond repair or anything.
Hogwarts was the first game I played on PS5 that had any issues like that.
Right.
Exactly. It's very interesting.
It is also like a crazy game if you really look at it. I get why the issues would be there. However, it's true. They're there. So clearly more power is needed, at least for the benefit of certain titles that could potentially be, ambitious in a similar way. There's no negative to more power and more capability out of your machine. This is never going to be a negative thing. So whatever.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I think you want to have a console powerful enough that people can, or developers can, kind of brute force things onto consoles without having to really be sophisticated with it. I think that's kind of the difference. Is could Naughty Dog if Naughty Dog was brought in, or one of the first parties were brought in and said, like, can you massage this game to make it work on PlayStation with their first party expertise, they'd probably still be incapable of doing it because they all have their own proprietary technologies that allow them to extract the most out of the consoles. But in reality, you want developers to be able to sit down and be like, oh, this can do more than what we need it to do. And so I think because that just makes it easier for everyone. And then if you want to really sit there like a fucking nerd in a lab with a beaker and a Bunsen burner and try to figure out how you're extracting the maximum amount of power out of this console, you can do so, but it shouldn't be necessary for you to achieve your goals, I guess is what I'm saying. And so that's what makes me excited about a possible refresh. But Dustin, what do you think the PS5 Pro can do? Because as I said, could the console do 60 frames in 4K at the same time? I don't know, but it could probably do better than 60 frames 1080p reliably, and that would be cool, giving me an interstitial choice, better ray tracing. I don't know. To me, I feel like it's obvious that the PS5 could use more power, and I think that it comes from what I think Chris was saying in part, which is that we haven't even really seen very much.
Yeah, well, that is one thing I wanted to speak on. And, if there's I'm not a developer. So if there's any developers out there that want to tell me that what I'm saying is wrong, I'm happy to hear that. To me, my take is that there's this idea of games they haven't figured out the PS5 yet, and they're going to get significantly better. I think that's kind of an old way of thinking about console hardware. Think of the PlayStation 3. And, Digital Foundry always says the bespoke hardware. It was very unique and designed in a very particular way that was unlike PC parts or the 360 or something like that. And even the 360, which while it was based on PowerPC architecture, was also very different. That's not the case anymore. Both Xbox and PlayStation while they're not off-the-shelf components, they're based on AMD's RDNA technology. So they're much more standard when it comes to their different parts and PC parts and stuff like that. And so while I think you will be able to, squeeze more juice out of the PS5 and consoles as they go on, it's not going to be like beginning of PS3 generation to the end of PS3 generation. It's going to be, I think, much smaller gains, just in the nature that the fact of, like I said, the hardware being much more standard to figure out. So with that said, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I would say that I didn't already say, just in that the things that they will be able to do is, better CPU, GPU in order, and better ray tracing cores in order to give that better experience where not everyone's going to care about that.
Yeah, clearly not everyone will. And I also will reiterate that it is obvious that PS4 Pro didn't sell extraordinary numbers of units. They were hard to buy. It was clear that they didn't even manufacture many of them. There were months where people couldn't find one anywhere. It was like very weird. I don't know what was going on, but it was obvious that that was a minority, a substantial minority of consoles that were sold. So they might look at it as not a very urgent thing. The more urgent thing for them is probably getting this diskless drive out. And they're probably especially excited about the extra revenue they're going to be able to be able to generate by selling the disk drive separately, which is going to be just that level of, I bet you there's a small group of people that buy the modular console just out of curiosity of just fucking around with it. It's really the first PlayStation console that allows you to do anything like that. And it's interesting because, there are other manufacturers that have a greater history, specifically ones that don't really do it anymore, like Sega, where you were just constantly messing with your hardware and putting something on top of it and something underneath it and something on the side of it, like a chassis and all. It's very weird.
The only thing that I could think of is that the PS2 hard drive.
Oh yeah, the hard drive.
You could hide the drugs in there, but they didn't do anything like that for.
That's true.
For PS3
mm-hmm.
or PS1 had that expansion slot that you put the Game Shark in.
Right. That's where
they never, I think, used that.
That was like a parallel port of some sort. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't recall either. There might be like some peripheral or something. The only thing I ever had that was for Game Shark, but I had the Goldfinger like piracy thing, and you just plugged it in back there, and it was a different era, my friends. And then are you guys, so about the handheld specifically, I'm day one on that, like for sure, unless it's like totally fucked up or something like that. Is any interest here?
It's going to depend on price for me, because I really don't need it. I just don't. I don't play games when I'm in bed. And for the most part, I mean, Holly uses the TV sometimes, and I'll wait for her to be done. But it's not like, damn, we only have one TV. What should we do? So it really will be price. And also performance for me, in that if it's grainy, compressed looking, even if it is for, a grinding out in a JRPG or something like that, it's hard for me to want to play any type of game in a lesser experience when I am at home and I have a giant OLED 4K TV.
Yeah.
Almost in any, so even if it is mundane stuff, I just like that more premium experience. So we'll see.
Chris, what do you say?
I don't know, man. I have my backbone. Like I barely really even jump into that. Like, if I'm really in a situation where I really, really want to play my game, I'm going to play my game on the TV. I'm not in a position where I need to sacrifice my TV for anyone. So, I just don't see I don't know. It would be nice. I'll say this. It would be nice to have a handheld that ran things natively. That'd be great. I've actually been flirting with the idea of a Steam Deck for a little bit.
And there's that new Steam Deck, right? That's coming out from Asus.
Oh yeah,
that
I don't know how much I trust that, but like the idea of something that's beefy and powerful that I can play like in bed just before I like nod off or whatever, because playing games does help me sleep for whatever reason, but I'm just never in the state of mind to want to do it. And I've been flirting around with that, but like Dustin said, having a lesser quality version of something where it has the potential for latency to really be a problem, or even just like the connection blips out for a second and then it's got that weird static image for like 5 straight seconds and then it comes back to normal, and then those little hiccups to me add up to a lot. And I don't know, it would probably heavily depend on price. And also, I feel like I would have to try it out before I made a plunge on something like that. And I would have to try it out in my ecosystem, not like in some, hey, try out our streaming device in this Google Fiber dome where it runs perfect. Like, no. Like, I show it to be working in my house for more than 30 minutes. And then,
they should have a door-to-door salesman that does that.
They should, yeah. They should. It would unironically be useful information, because in this day and age, it's like a lot of this stuff depends on your home internet quality and your home internet situation, which for a lot of people is not fantastic. Probably me included. I've not really tried that much to stream stuff. I tried it a little bit back in the day and it worked fine, but I also even back then when it was working perfectly fine and perfectly well, I was just thinking, man, I would love to play this natively on a sharp screen that is the size of my wall.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
I will say something that you just made me think of, Chris. It is streaming, in-home streaming with low latency is possible. Yeah. Because Oculus has figured it out. I've streamed games from my PC wirelessly to my Quest, and you can see a little bit of compression, but the response is there. I've always wondered why I've never been able to get that experience with something you would think would be easier that doesn't require a bunch of motion data from multiple controllers and a headset. But I mean, maybe that's just some John Carmack wizardry when he was there. But you would imagine that this type of device should be possible and at a good quality. But I've not had that experience yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say that for me, from my personal use case, it is useful because though we have 3 huge OLEDs in our house, we do like to be in the same room and hang out with each other. And we're also a very sports heavy house with sports often on TV, especially in the fall and winter. So that's always going, and it's good to have that kind of extra option. And like I said, I think the backbone's awesome, but I just don't like having access to my phone or having to constantly disrupt it. I like being on my phone to look up things or to just be able to use it regularly.
A dedicated streaming device.
Yeah, exactly. I need the dedicated nature of it. I think it speaks to me a lot because we do have use of it.
Yeah.
In my specific situation,
it's to me, the dedicated aspect is a half measure. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, it's dedicated to games and I don't have to worry about notifications, but it's not dedicated to games enough to run them natively.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're so close. You're so close.
That's why I wonder what the price will be or what the build will even be, what it looks like. And there's also the project, I think Insider Gaming wrote about it, but I didn't include it here, that Project Leonardo will also come out, I think, this year. So they have a lot to say. They have a lot of hardware coming out, like a substantial amount of hardware. In addition to the new DualSense that's kind of out there now, they're going to have a lot of things lined up. To be very interesting. New era for PlayStation. Okay. Let's get to number 2 here. I thought this was an interesting story. The website gamesindustry.biz recently released an interesting story that certainly bears reporting on in this podcast. In a conversation with Herman Hulst and Tony Hsu, the head of PlayStation Studios and the lead of newly acquired PlayStation Studio Firewalk, respectively, Hulst touches a bit on Sony's games as a service strategy, one we've heard a little bit about, but one that has borne no fruit as of yet. The website writes that these games are, quote, all part of Sony's aim to broaden out from the single-player and narrative adventure games that it's best known for. Although, don't worry, they're still being made too. In fact, the company says it has 10 live service games in the works, end quote. We know that already. This is something we knew naturally, but the website threw an obvious question towards Hulst thereafter. Is the expectation that all of these games will hit? Or is the hope that maybe one or two hits are all it takes? Here's how Hulst responded, quote, we understand the competitive environment that is out there and the time investment from players that live service offers, and we want to deliver the highest quality games. There is a risk that we talk about live service in generic terms, as if it's a single genre or even a single business model. PlayStation Studios are making a variety of games that could be referred to as live services, targeting different genres, different release schedules, and at different scales. We're also creating games for different audiences, and I take confidence from our track record in creating worlds and stories that PlayStation fans love, end quote. And so while dispatching known entities like Naughty Dog to get into the live service fight, as it's likely doing with factions, it's also recruiting talent that will help them bring that DNA internally. This was at the beating heart of the Bungie acquisition in 2022, and it's also behind the recent acquisition of Haven in Canada, as well as Firewalk. Hulst continued, quote, PlayStation Studios works as a global network of studios and central technology and service teams. We work hard to offer an environment where teams can collaborate on anything they wish to, whether that's game design, audio, animation, or anything else. Live service brings new and complex challenges, so it's incredibly valuable to have individuals and teams who have been through those and can offer help and advice to others, end quote. Indeed, as this article points out, Firewalk itself was founded largely by ex-Bungie developers, and the aforementioned Tony Hsu was once Activision's head liaison between the publisher and Bungie. Finally, it's important to note that while we assume that all of these live service games would come to both PS5 and PC, that's not necessarily true. Hulst noted, quote, "We have made significant progress delivering games on PC in recent years, so where it makes sense for the game and the studio, PC is a great option to have, but it's a decision that we will make for each individual game," end quote. It's unclear precisely what counts as the 10 live service games in production at PlayStation Studios in first and second party, and it's also unclear what's announced, unannounced, and so on. But here's at least some of the potential slate, apart from Factions at Naughty Dog, which we assume would be live service, but not necessarily. Helldivers 2 from Arrowhead, which is again an assumption. London Studios' fantasy game, Haven's game, Firewalk's game, Deviation's game, Bungie's new game, if they're counting that at all. Two multiplayer Horizon titles, if they're counting either of those, and perhaps even the rumored Twisted Metal game, which they haven't announced at all yet. All right, so there's some interesting stuff here. Dustin, let's begin with you. What do you take from this I feel like a very intentional interview that begins to not only introduce Firewalk, but set the stage for what's going to be announced soon, which are going to be games that are more, Sony's going to stick with what they know, no doubt, but there's going to be more that people are going to be questioning what this is. And I think he's setting the stage. I think it's actually pretty wise to start getting that out there.
Yeah, I think that he's setting a tone that when we think of 10 live service games, that it's not 10 similar games, because it's easy to think live service, you're making 10 Fortnite style games, right? But live service really is much more broad than that. You think about it, even a game like Fall Guys is a live service game, right? Rocket League is a live service game. So there's a lot of different possibilities of the ways and the angles in which they can do that. I think it's justifiable for us to be concerned from a team that has done so well focusing on single player games to have this giant new initiative around games that we might not necessarily be all about. But I can understand why they're doing it. At the same time, you think about games like Multiverses, who had a game that people enjoyed playing and had amazing IP behind it. They unlaunched their game and are bringing it back in hopes to kind of save it. And that was a game that people were positive about. So it's going to be tough. I think they know, though, that it's an uphill battle. It's just, again, I'm really curious about how these slate in along with the other products that we would expect. And I would hope that there wouldn't be an imbalance where we're thinking, where are I hate to say this, it sounds so douchey, but the real games, the games that we want to buy and play, and not just this.
Yeah, what do you have to say about this, Chris, before we get into some of these inquiries from the audience? Are you optimistic? Are you excited? Are you interested? I'm certainly very intrigued, because I do think that they're going to start rolling these out probably like one a quarter or maybe 3 a year. And it'll be interesting to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious about it. I'm intrigued. I want to know what their interpretation of live service is and how different they will be from one another. Because Dustin had a good point where it's like, oh, it's not just 10 Fortnites. But you have to imagine that there's some DNA between all of these live service games that will be largely very, very similar, whether that be the monetization scheme or the way that, maybe a battle pass would work, or maybe there is no battle pass and maybe they find some new way to go about it. I think we know, because isn't the pioneer of the battle pass like literally working for them in some capacity? I remember that being
he is. He's working at Naughty Dog specifically, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll see how this goes. I do think the PC, the whole, we might put it on PC. I largely think that's just sort of getting out of having to. It's just sort of be like, hey, we're not necessarily going to put these games on PC, but I think they know more than anybody and they should, if you have a live service game and you want it to succeed in any real meaningful way, it needs to be as widely available as possible. Like, that's just the entire business model of a live service game is meeting people where they're at. It's literally no barrier of entry. It's free to participate in. And I don't see why you would lock those people onto PC, especially if, or out of PC, especially if it just bolsters the player base for the people who would be playing on PS5 anyway. And they're like contributing to your ecosystem. It doesn't make sense to keep these games for PC. I think if they're multiplayer live service games, they will be on PC. That's like, I can almost bet everything on that. It'd be stupid not to. But as far as what these will be, or my expectations for them, expectations are pretty low. Like, I think even they are acknowledging the fact that, like, hey, maybe one of these, will be the breakout success that we're looking for, because surely anybody jumping into live service knows how difficult it is to really make a splash and keep that consistent splash going. Multiverse is a great example. Like, that game was super well liked. I didn't like it at all, but it had a lot of people behind it, a lot of people playing it, a lot of people streaming it, a lot of people talking about it. Huge word of mouth, and that didn't work. So I think they're aware that this is going to be a difficult uphill battle. I wonder how frequently they'll do it, because I don't know about one every quarter, because you want to have like a seasonal model that doesn't necessarily cannibalize the other one.
Yeah, I just say that because like 10 games, you got to get them out at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think a smarter cadence would be like maybe 2 a year. That might be like a smarter way to build a multiplayer cadence, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm no businessman. We'll see how this goes, but I am intrigued. I'll be. I am too. Attention.
I can't even begin to envision what it might look like, because part of me feels like it's not going to present the way that they usually do. Like, part of me feels like Sony realizes that their entire brand is built on like high quality, cinematic, beautiful graphics, high fidelity. Like, I think they know. They must know. Yeah. And when games even from second party come, like Destruction All-Stars, that don't quite meet it, they quickly just fade away into nothing, like dust, as the car keeps rolling forward, and people have great expectations about what Sony can deliver. So part of me envisions something very high quality, especially with the first foray, which might be Factions, for all we know. But I also think we're making assumptions about Factions, and we don't necessarily know what it's going to be yet, because I could also see Factions being a $70 game straight up. Yeah. And it would sell millions of copies. So I don't know why they wouldn't do that, but maybe what they want to do is create something that could sell, but they don't sell it, to get people in and bolster the numbers and get people comfortable. And why would you, in other words, be like, have people play Last of Us Factions where they're like, why am I not paying for this? Why is this only $20? Or why am I only buying these little battle passes? It's like, oh, don't you love it? Don't you love it? And then as you start delivering more of these games that might be of a different or even lesser quality, or certainly not of the same intrigue, maybe people become more comfortable with it over time. So I'll be interested to see how that all goes too. We have some things that I want to get into here from the audience, though. I want to allay some fears first. Ben Matthews wrote in. Said, hi, Colin and Co. Several renowned single-player studios, including BioWare, Platinum, Rocksteady, Crystal Dynamics, and Arcane, have gambled on games as a service and failed. This not only led to disappointing products, but also prevented the creation of potentially exceptional single-player games. These studios could have focused on proven single-player successes instead of risking it all on uncertain games as a service market. It's crucial for AAA developers to weigh the temptation of games as a service profits against the reliable revenue from single-player games. I know the money is tempting, but is it worth gambling on games as a service, especially when single-player dollars are ripe for the taking? I personally feel, Ben, that in the PlayStation family, they can and will have it both ways. And I think that's where the staffing up comes from. That's where the Haven acquisition comes from. That's where Bungie clearly comes from, although they're outside of PlayStation Studios. That's where Firewalk comes from. Instead of doing the Arcane, doing the Bungie kind of thing, doing what clearly happened to Rocksteady, like you said, I think what Sony has realized is we need to find the appropriate partners for these games and then kind of keep them separated, or at the very least where they're not separated, so it clearly it's not separated at Guerrilla. Clearly it's not separated at Naughty Dog. Two of their biggest studios, arguably, or two of their three biggest studios. That's where the teams divide. It's clear that Naughty Dog's working on a core single player game. It's clear Guerrilla's working on a third Horizon game. So I think they're going to try to have it both ways. And I'm not I would be worried about this if Sony's family was smaller or if Sony had no propensity to buy assets, but they clearly do. And they might be as big as they need to be now. And some of these teams that are known for other things or for smaller games, like London Studio is making a game as a service. That's totally new for them, but they were a casual studio. So do we assume that their game is going to be more casual? Meanwhile, do we assume something like Factions is going to be more hardcore? I guess I'm curious what you think of this, Dustin. I'm not worried about this. I don't think Sony is stupid enough to tell Sucker Punch to make a fucking battle royale. I just don't believe that. But I think they might be smart enough to go and get a battle royale. And those are two different things, or get a studio that can make one. I think that developers aren't falling prey to what Ben is talking about as much as publishers are. And I don't think Sony is a publisher that will allow that to happen. That's my assumption. We'll see. What do you think?
I think that the games that Ben mentions from BioWare, Platinum, Rocksteady, Crystal Dynamics, and Arcane, to me, maybe not all of them, but I have the impression that those games were more made in a vacuum in those studios. And I think Sony, in interviews like this, have gone out to say that this is a collaborative multi-studio initiative. So I think that will go a long way in at least ensuring some level of quality. I'm not sure about success, because sometimes you can have a good quality product that isn't successful, but at least it's not going to be BioWare heads in the sands. We're not even going to look at Destiny when we make Anthem.
Yeah.
I also think that, because I'm looking at the publisher or the developers he's talking about. So I think Anthem actually did look pretty AAA, and certainly Justice League looks pretty AAA. But I think 3 of the games he mentioned also just are missing something else, Chris, which is Platinum with Babylon's Fall. So Crystal Dynamics with Avengers and Arcane with Redfall. Those games don't even look like AAA games. They don't even broach a person's mind as being something valuable, even to play for free. And I just don't see Sony releasing a Redfall. And I'm not saying that from a fanboyistic point of view. I just don't believe that they would do that. It just doesn't seem like something they would do, especially from one of the teams they own. So how do you feel about this? Do you share Ben's concerns, or do you feel like I do, that they're kind of separated and they can have it both ways?
I do think they're separated. And I also think games as a service, like, look, I do think there's a certain bleeding that happens with terminologies that I don't think is necessarily accurate, although I understand why it happens. And it's the idea that, games as a service, that model intrinsically is the reason why certain games are not good. And I don't know if I believe that. I think there are, like, some games that I have played that are games as a service are some of the best games I've ever played, hands down. Like, some of the most fun I've had in video games, hands down, have been games as a service games. And they're great specifically because they're games as a service games. They almost couldn't be good in the way that they are were it not for that business model. And so I don't think just because something's a games as a service means it's inherently going to be this cash grab or this mess, or, Redfall isn't a bad game because it's a game as a service. Redfall's bad because it's bad, and it's poorly made, and it's not done. And so, and I'm with you, where I don't see Sony really doing that, especially when they understand how much they stand to gain if they get these right. Especially because they don't need to get these right necessarily. Not at least not in the short term. They don't need to rush something out. And I think what's going on over on the Xbox side of things with Arcane and even Halo Infinite to a lesser extent, but some other things is like, I think their pressure is the game of catch up, where, like, we've got to get out. We're so behind. And that inherently leads them further and further behind because they keep launching stuff that's broken and lowering expectations, and it's not good. But I don't foresee that being a problem for Sony, because they could easily just take one of these games and delay it internally for as long as they need until it meets their clearly high quality standard, and then put it out. And then if it fails, it's going to fail on the merits of, whether or not there's room for a game like that, or, maybe it just doesn't hit right. But it won't be on the basis of this game isn't functional, or this game is broken intrinsically, or this game is not done. Like, I don't foresee that happening. The only game that I can even think that was even remotely true for Sony was Days Gone. And Days Gone, even in its kind of botched, broken state, I would argue is, still relatively, it's, I would argue it's like kind of like a Dead Island level game, where it's like, this is competent. It's not how I would design a game. Certainly not. But, it works. And so I think Sony's fine. I think they'll have it both ways. They'll figure out a way to do it. I do think they're in for a way harder fight than they think they are in for, because it's brutal out there. But I think acquiring Bungie was a smart move, because I think they're maybe a little bit more clued into that than they otherwise would have been had they not made that acquisition.
Yeah, and they also have these advantages, like you said. They don't have to rush in the near term to do anything. And in the mid to long term, they need to be more competitive there, but they do have the advantage of being the platform holder. At the very least, they can put this thing in front of you over and over again. They can annoy the shit out of you with it. And they'll at least know that if games fail based on their usual caliber of quality, that there's just no interest in it, or there was not sufficient interest in it. And they'll be able to gauge that pretty well, because they'll be able to put it right in front of you. You're not going to have any choice. I'm telling you guys, you're going to get these games. I can't wait to see how they're advertised. I can't wait, because you see it with other games when you're on the PlayStation Store. And you see all, and a lot of it is just a lot of these free to play games and all this. I mean, these have nothing to do with Sony. So it'll be very interesting to see. The other question we have here from Steve Brooks is an interesting one. He says, "Hey, CDC, with the new venture into live service games that PlayStation is going towards, they have reassured us that their focus on high quality narrative focused single player games will not be forgotten. However, it seems that many of their single player focused studios have been putting their efforts towards making sequels in the last few years rather than new IP. Examples of this, of course, include The Last of Us, Horizon, God of War, Spider-Man, and also the rumored Ghost of Tsushima sequel. My question is this: which Sony first-party studio do you think will be the first to put out a single-player AAA new IP this generation? Personally, I would like to see a new single-player open-world game from Sony Bend that grows upon what they learned from Days Gone. Hope you are all well." The reality is that might very well be the studio that delivers the new IP first, because things are not lining up great to have it be anyone else. Housemarque, I assume, is somewhat far away. Santa Monica, I assume, is very far away. Naughty Dog is clearly just doing The Last of Us, I would imagine. Sucker Punch is doing Ghost of Tsushima 2. Media Molecule is doing something new, obviously. We have some of the new teams, and they'll all deliver new IP, but a lot of those will be games as a service. I don't know, Guerrilla, they seem to be totally ensconced in Horizon World now. And everyone else is working on games as a service or sequels. Wolverine is I was gonna say Insomniac's probably, like, in all likelihood, because that's assuming they hit their window 2024 for that, which would be crazy. By the way, Insomniac's insane. If they can manage to do that, and that's technically a new IP. It's not what we would imagine as a new IP necessarily. It's not like from the ground up Sony owned, brand new, but it is a new IP. I think that counts. Yeah, I think it's like kind of a half step. It's Marvel, especially because it's it's in the same world as Spider-Man 2, right? The same.
Is it?
I'm sorry. I'm thinking it. No, I'm sorry. It's not. Never mind. No, it's not. I was thinking of something else. For some reason, I was thinking of Venom for a second. I don't know why.
I don't know.
So there's that. Yeah, I guess that does count. It's certainly continuity. Maybe the potential to build something greater with Marvel if they want to continue to do that. But it could very well be Bend, and I don't know if that Ben would actually be ready to go by all rights pretty soon if they had gotten to what they wanted to do quicker. But I don't think they did. So I think they're quite a ways away as well. And there could be new acquisitions in the pipeline too, but hopefully not. It would be nice to see some new IP. I think Sony does understand that new IP is vital. You don't have to get too crazy with it. When you really think about PS4's era, the only new IP that were really notable were things like Ghost of Tsushima and Horizon. The Last of Us comes from PS3, God of War and things like that come from even before that, PS2. In that case. So they just need a few. And hopefully they'll continue. Uncharted's coming back, right? Clearly. So I don't know, my friends. We'll see what happens. But Steve Brooks, thank you for writing in. And fear not, my friends. I think I do have a lot of confidence more confidence. I'm very curious, but things have been pretty good. I think that generally speaking, PlayStation 5 has been very strong. A little quiet. We're a little disappointed by the cross-gen realities of some of these games, but even when you think about Ratchet or Returnal, they're pretty good. Yeah, and Returnal's a new IP.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 3 is our final story. Every single sign points to Spider-Man 2 launching on PlayStation 5 in September later this year, and it will almost instantly become the biggest game ever released on the console. In development at Sony-owned studio Insomniac, Spider-Man 2 follows the team's strong 2018 original game, as well as their 2020 interstitial Miles Morales, and it's that original game that's in the news right now. That's because, believe it or not, you simply couldn't buy the PlayStation 5 version of Spider-Man launched when PS5 came out in the fall of 2020 on its own. To acquire it, you needed to buy Miles Morales, the special edition specifically, or you had to play the game on PC. But you couldn't buy it on PlayStation 5 unless you wanted to play the PS4 version specifically. So here's the rub for those that somehow didn't play Miles Morales but have the 2018 original game. You can upgrade beginning later this month for $10. If you've never purchased the game, you can buy it on PS5 for $50. So it'll be an awesome time to become acquainted or catch up in the shadow of the new release this fall. In addition, Marvel is releasing a comic book that, quote, will serve as a prequel, end quote, to the forthcoming game. There will be both digital and physical versions available. They'll be available around the time this podcast goes live if you're interested in checking them out. Timothy Bryant wrote in and said, hey, CDC, Spider-Man Remastered Edition has been released for the PS5. I know Chris will probably check it out to see it play on 4K at 60, but my question for Colin and Dustin is, since it also comes with all the DLC, will you check it? Will you guys play it on PS5 and more importantly, play the DLC since it's available day one? I will definitely check it out since I love Spider-Man so much. Have a wonderful day. And with great podcast power comes great podcast responsibility. Thank you, Timothy, for writing in. I'm definitely going to play Spider-Man on PS5. Already planned on it before this announcement because I could get I have the version because I've got the Miles Morales special edition, but
yeah,
for that very reason. Now, I remember that, and I said this previously, that a lot of people ruined their Spider-Man PS5 Platinum trophy by automatically generating it by sending their saves over. And I'm like, why would you do that? That's so stupid. Aren't you going to want to play the game in the future with trophies? And so that's exactly what I'm going to do in the lead up to Spider-Man 2. So probably in August, I will play Spider-Man on PS5 to prepare for Spider-Man 2. And I'm really excited to do that. So more people will have the option to do so. Are you guys going to get back to the game, Dustin?
No, I'm good. I'm just going to play the sequel. I think Spider-Man's great. I think it's fantastic. I enjoyed it, but I don't need to go back. I'm just going to play the sequel when it comes out, day one.
It'll have been about 5 years. I mean, I think not that you have to return to games every 5 years, but it seems like a sufficient amount of time. I don't really remember it. It's been a long time. Chris, are you going to check out Spider-Man on PS5 in the lead up?
I don't know. Like, I'm already kind of halfway done with my second playthrough on the PS5 version because I also have that version, and it's good. It looks gorgeous and it's fine. You know, it's the game that I remember really liking, but I also remember all of it very, very, like, I remember it. Like, as I'm playing through it, in it, like, really sparsely, I'll do, like, a mission here and there. I'll be like, oh, yeah, I know. I remember this leads into that. That leads into that. I don't know. I don't know if I'll finish again. I already did it. It's one of the few platinums I have is Spider-Man PS4. So I already did it. I also kind of want to be as fresh as possible when I jump into the new one. So I think you know what, I'll give it some time. And then I'll jump in fresh faced. Also because of that thing that I was talking about earlier, where about, you know, sequels of this vein being, you know, I don't know what they're going to do with New York that's going to make it all that different. So the last thing I'd want to do is burn myself out on a version of New York that I've already been in, and then play the sequel and then find that it's not as much of a leap as I would. I prefer the leap as it exists in my mind, where I'm not super familiar with Spider-Man PS4 as on a gameplay front, at a level layout front. Let me have some of that mystery back when I jump into the sequel, assuming they're going to use the same match, which I assume. I have to assume on some level.
I think it'll be like some sort of multiverse thing, maybe time or something. Like
maybe that'd be awesome.
And, you know,
surprise me as much as, like, honestly, like I wouldn't, even if there were some linear levels in there thrown in. I'd be down for it. I love those Neversoft games,
as it were.
Yeah, maybe not Mary Jane levels, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. But I don't need to jump back into the original.
All right, that's it for the news. It's time to end this episode of Sacred Symbols like we always do, with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia to support us. Get early ad-free access to every episode of the show. Sacred Symbols Plus, our extra episode twice a week. and much more. A lot of value over there. Appreciate your support. Boba Skykiller wrote into us and said, hey, Colin, Chris, and Dustin, a lot of you wrote in about this, so we're going to go with his. With a disastrous release and critical reception of Redfall, it's obvious that Xbox has a major problem. The subscription primary model is not sustainable and is producing bad games. People often point to movie and music streaming as successful examples of how it can work. The difference is this. Movies make their money in the movie theater and musicians make their money at live concerts. It's the high price that consumers pay that demands quality for these high-budget, high-cost products. Games need a similar high-cost product model to demand quality. The good enough for Game Pass adage is an admittance of the low demand for quality of Game Pass games, which we've seen realized multiple times now. I think Xbox needs to rethink their strategy, and I sure hope PlayStation never goes down the subscription-first model for monetizing their games. Be well. Thank you for writing in. I don't disagree, really. Here's why I think that. Because... So Game Pass came out in 2018, I think. And... This kind of sounds extraordinary, but I think it's true. I mean, has any game come to Game Pass as good as the best 10 PlayStation games? Like, in terms of AAA quality, in terms of like critical reception, I feel like Game Pass has some 8s and then a lot of things below that, and your first party is supposed to bolster your subscription model and justify it. And it seems to me that since Game Pass has come out, and really since Xbox One, Sony has nothing, or I'm sorry, Microsoft has nothing on Horizon, nothing on The Last of Us, nothing on God of War, nothing on, it seems to me that either that comes from a culture of not making that caliber of game at all, or that it's not that important to reach that threshold. But either way, it's clear that that's the case. And by the way, I mean, my old company, Kind of Funny, had a really revealing Phil Spencer interview. I don't know if you guys heard it. I heard only pieces of it. And I got to, by the way, show him respect for doing it. I mean, you got to, multiple things can be true at the same time. And one thing that's definitely true is that that's a ballsy thing to do. And so you got to give him credit for that. But he said something astonishing, which was that he doesn't think that good games will solve their problem. And I thought that was crazy. Yeah. I think good games are everything. What and if you're a fan of an ecosystem that thinks that, then what are you a fan of?
The thing that's confusing about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say the thing that's confusing about it is like, well, so do you think bad games will help? You know, like, what do you mean? Like, surely it's better to have great games than broken bad ones. Surely that, I mean, if great games aren't going to solve your problem, then why put out bad ones?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's a very confusing. It's a really astonishingly like weird statement to me. Like I saw that kind of going around on Twitter this morning. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly, that would solve your problem. And even if it didn't, how does it hurt you? It benefits you greatly to have great games.
The very least.
Because that's at the very least. At the very least. So like that's a very bizarre sentence.
I want to be fair. So I want to, because I don't play a lot of Xbox games, as people know. My fiance is an Xbox gamer and we have Xboxes all over the fucking house, but it's not my console. And so like the last game I played on it was Master Chief Collection, right? So I don't want to speak to it specifically, but Dustin, let me ask you, I mean, is it fair to say that there is nothing remotely of the caliber of a Ghost of Tsushima, of a Last of Us Part 2, of a Horizon, of any of these games coming from their first or second party, which is the buttress of the service? Without that, it's like Netflix without their Netflix originals. It's nothing. It doesn't matter how good the stuff you get on it. It has to differentiate itself from your ability to just go get the shit a la carte. That's why it's cool that you get Lies of P and all this kind of stuff, which we assume is going to be good, but you can just go buy that. The thing that you need to, and you can go buy any of their games a la carte too, but I don't know. I find it, is that fair? Because I feel like that is obvious that they don't have games of that caliber. And that seems to me to be the most injurious thing of all, which is why I think they've stopped sharing Game Pass numbers, because the Game Pass numbers are probably flattened. You know, and I think Starfield will bring it back up. I don't know. I'm very confused by what's going on over there. It seems like, I will say this, they are making it easy for PlayStation. People are like, a strong Xbox is good. It keeps PlayStation healthy and all that. I'm like, really? Because PlayStation has been healthier when Xbox has been absolutely in the doldrums, actually. Sony became strong when
Yeah.
Xbox One came out. That was when it was that was when the 360 and PS3 era rolled over. That was when it was undisputed who was winning. You know, in quotes. And so there's so much to say about this, but I really give Phil Spencer a lot of credit for doing that interview. But what I saw was also a defeated man that was saying a lot of weird shit. And I like, we don't basically saying like, we're in last place and we're going to be in last place. So we got to do the best we can. And I'm like, man, that's some message, dude.
Yeah. So your question to me initially was,
yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah, whatever.
Have they done anything that's of PlayStation caliber? Now, so there's no objective way to say yes or no. The only thing we can do is look at scores of games and how they're received. I think that's not even really objective, but we can look at that. Obviously, this past year for 2022 and now this year have been very bad, I would say, for Microsoft first party, but they came from being Metacritic's #1 game publisher in 2021 with 3 games scoring over a 90.
Dubious, I think, but nonetheless, like,
why?
Because Psychonauts 2 is absolutely not an Xbox game, not even close.
Neither is Redfall then.
What? No way. We are years beyond where these games came out. There is no way. You have to at least take ownership at some point. Because I'll say this, if Redfall's not theirs, then neither is Starfield. So whatever happens with Starfield,
I would say,
bad,
I would say no to that. Yeah,
I would say Starfield isn't either.
So
if we're getting into those semantics, but I'm just saying that, like,
Forza
Horizon 5, 92.
I hate. Hold on a second. I hate when people bring that up, though, the 2021 thing, because 2 of those games are clearly not theirs.
Well,
right?
No, right, but there is a. So Starfield was being made before Xbox came into the picture. It was literally being marketed. It was being marketed to PlayStation. Literally, PlayStation was like on the list of people who were like willing to buy exclusive rights to it. So theoretically speaking, like, they stand to gain a lot from Starfield doing well. But even if it does well, it's still technically not an Xbox game, as is Redfall. It's the same situation. It's just like, it's a failure on Bethesda's count, and it's a failure on Xbox's account too, in my opinion. But it also technically isn't a real Xbox game. In the same way that I would say that, yeah, Psychonauts 2 isn't an Xbox game necessarily, but it kind of is as far as like how it counts. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird nebulous kind of space where it's like, it's not theirs, but it is.
Yeah, it counts if it's acting strictly as publisher, which I guess is what we're talking about, with no creative input.
I guess.
And I know people say, like, that game would have existed and come out exactly the way it was. I don't care what kind of weird spin they put on it and all this kind of stuff, where they really allowed us to do. And it's like, guys, the game was in development for years, you know, before you were purchased. And that's the only thing I'm saying. People think that this is like a stick in the mud kind of thing, but I'm like, no, like, it's about culture. And it's actually really important because it shows that the culture isn't bringing anything mega positive to their output. It makes you wonder why anyone would want them to buy Activision. So they can release Redfall like games, because everyone's like, well, this is a Bethesda game. And I'm like, well, someone owns them. Am I expected to believe that they just are a rogue operation that just does whatever they want? That's insane. That's absurd. And no one believes that. I don't care what the fuck they say.
Well, that's kind
impossible.
of what, and this isn't, supporting or pushing against anyone's argument, but that's kind of what Phil said on the interview, is that they were hands off with Redfall. And that was the problem, is that, and he owns it in that interview, saying like, we should have been involved, because from their perspective, if I remember exactly what he said in the interview, is that games like Starfield were much earlier on when they bought them, and they took their taking. And maybe this is just bullshit, because there's a lot of bullshit that these guys say during interviews, is that they're more hands-on with Starfield, but Redfall, with Bethesda still acting independently, was one that, while they knew that mock reviews that it wasn't going to necessarily be a 10 out of 10, but his claim is that they were not as hands-on with it, and they should have been. But that goes back to this idea of, when you have this many studios under your belt and this many projects, is that it's going to get harder and harder to manage them, particularly if there is a difference in how this management goes between Bethesda and Xbox. And I think Maddie made a really good point on Duke, that that's something that Xbox needs to deal with, is the fact that Bethesda, they may be operating separately, but they represent Xbox now in every release. They've painted that picture. They
Yeah,
make
yeah.
it the Xbox Bethesda showcase. So yeah, it's going to reflect them no matter what.
The issue too that I don't see a lot of people talking about necessarily is you have this situation where Microsoft purchases a publisher, right? And then the general idea, if you are in that ecosystem, when this sort of thing happens, is this tried and true kind of story of, this publisher comes in, eradicates the culture, kind of acts as this kind of omnipresent, all-seeing manipulator that makes all the decisions and kind of takes creativity away from the developers. That's kind of the idea, right? That's the classic idea of what happens when a big corporation buys a smaller publisher. Even if that publisher is still big, the idea is here's this omnipresent thing that's going to control everything. We're not going to have any input. And so Microsoft is in a weird situation that they should have dealt with by now, by the way. But it is a weird situation to be in, okay, well, so we don't want to necessarily encroach to the point where we're seen as this oppressive force, kind of strong-arming developers into doing certain things. Maybe we should back off. But also, publishers these other developers need a guiding force as well. I think there's a balance to be struck there where, yeah, you let your studios do what they want to do. I think it's worked out for them, by the way, in certain cases. Pentiment, Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush is fantastic. I would argue Hi-Fi Rush is that game, by the way. That game that's on level. But
I guess I want to just say real quick, I know those games exist and I appreciate them, but it's not, and I know that they're very high quality and people like them, and it's not what I'm talking about.
No, 100% though.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But there's a middle ground to, letting developers do what they want to do and keeping them on the and letting them flex their muscles, spread their wings, and do what they want to do, while also still putting your foot down and being you can't release Redfall like this. This is insane.
Yeah.
It's and I don't know, maybe they don't know how to do that. Because maybe all they can do is really overstep. And by the way, I think Microsoft is at their best when they overstep, quite frankly, because that's when they were making their best shit. When they were hey, Halo, here's Halo, right? In Bungie in those days, you got to get it out. Yeah, that was probably a pretty oppressive place to work. Theoretically, it probably was a rough go for Bungie. It probably was really, really stressful to have to make dates and make deadlines and understand that you were representing Microsoft and Xbox in this broader ecosystem. But you churned out your greatest stuff at that point, And what happens when they go to Activision and they're not the golden goose with Destiny, when vanilla Destiny? Horrible. A mess. And so maybe there is something to be said about maybe you do want a Microsoft that's a little bit not overseeing eye, but at least some level of authority over these things, because clearly the hands-off approach isn't necessarily working in the way that they might have hoped it would.
Yeah, it's well said. It's very interesting. I think I'm getting kind of annoyed by it because over time, because all of the assumptions made about Xbox's output assume that there's this vaunted center of creativity in which that doesn't exist, or at least there's no proof yet that exists. And I think about the really meaningful games that Sony or that Microsoft has released over time, and you really have to go back to generation-defining games. You have to go back to the Xbox 360. Now, I appreciated that Phil Spencer said what I have said over and over again, which was, and I'm so glad he did because I've said this so many times, although I think it's obvious, which is that Xbox One was the worst possible time for that console to lose, because it was at a time when Sony was consolidating itself in a permanent future. And that's what I keep saying. Everything moves forward now. And that's what that was a big part of what Phil was saying in his interview, from what I saw, was that it's really hard to breach that. He said something along the lines of Starfield could be an 11 out of 10 and people will not sell their PS5s to buy it. And to me, that is such a defeated point of view. I don't understand why you would say something like that. And I know he has the data and assumptions 9 out of 10 people go and they stay in their same ecosystem and all of that. But I appreciate the candor, but I saw kind of a sullenness. I don't know if you guys agree, but it was very weird, at least from 100%. What I saw. It's kind of we're losing. We're going to lose. We're trying to do our best to make our own way forward. we have competitors that are incredibly high quality, which he said, in Nintendo and in Sony. And it's just, we got to go in a different direction. And I think he's right about all of that, except for the fact that I think it all centers around awesome games. Imagine the situation Xbox would be in if they had The Last of Us, if they had God of War, if they had Horizon. That wouldn't change anything. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
That's what it comes all down to. It's like, how can you say something like that when if you transpose your entire catalog with your competitor and put that shit on Game Pass, you guys would be murdering them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just demonstrably obvious. So it's all about the games. I'm sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
The fact that he went and said about the Starfield thing that people wouldn't go and sell their PlayStation 5. It's like, well, no, but that's not really the point, which I don't think that he really means it that way. But right now, Xbox should be focused on hooking PlayStation players into Game Pass and into having an Xbox as a secondary option. And this comes back to the thing with great games. That's what will convince people to come to leave, not necessarily leave PlayStation, but be open to Xbox. And right now, when they're seeing a game like Redfall, whether they can say that it was Arcane or whether it was Bethesda, and they, and I think Phil did take ownership, but there was kind of, we were hands off. And we should have been. It's like, yes, you should have been.
The thing that bothers me too is when you put out a game like Redfall, right? That is almost the equivalent. To me, that's like you putting out a good game for PlayStation. In the sense that people are going to look at it. People look at God of War and Horizon. They're like, oh man, I'm glad I'm in this ecosystem. And then they see Redfall. And then they're like, I'm glad I'm in this ecosystem because I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Sony would never release a game like that. I don't think.
But that's what I mean. It's like to me, them putting out Redfall in a state that is unfit is the equivalent of Sony putting out a new game from the perspective of the consumer, from like a good because that's just, it entrenches them further in to the PlayStation ecosystem. If they have no reason to doubt, or if they have no reason to venture out, then it's a weird opinion to have, like that sentence that he said.
I think that was a mistake. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'm just rambling at this point, but it just feels kind of crazy that you don't see that you don't see that a bad game in your ecosystem entrenches people into your competition. Take that seriously. And get hands-on.
Yeah, that's serious. I would say that's dead serious. That's what's so surprising about it. It's like, dude, that's dead serious. Remember when we saw the documents during the beginning of the Activision thing, I think, where they had like an Oppo research thing about Last of Us Part 2, and they're like, we have done nothing even remotely of this quality. And they're saying that from the perspective of knowing what's in development.
Yeah.
That's bad news, dude. And that's 3 years ago. So from my perspective, I think it's funny because I think it's true that strong competitors keep Sony and others honest. But I would argue Sony has done this without competition. Because my Xbox is not, with a game like Redfall, it's not competition. And that, I guess, is the point I'm making.
Well,
that's why I would love to see them get stronger. They must get stronger. Yeah. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Well, I would say that it's technically true, but I do think competition doesn't necessarily. What we see now out of PlayStation is the fruits of prior competition, literally. Like, the reason why PS4 was strong is the reason why PS4 was strong is the reason why PS5 is strong. And the reason why PS4 is strong is because PS3 was fucking not strong at all. And so in that sense, it's like, if you didn't have Xbox, I don't know if you'd really have the same Sony that you see before you today. In the same.
Oh, there's
way.
no doubt about that. Yeah,
very, very different. So, like, I do think, I don't know. It gets into semantics at that point.
That was true, is what I guess I mean. And it's not. It isn't true.
I think it still is though, because technically that's still the through line. You know what I mean?
It's an interesting argument. I guess what I'm saying is like when you're beating your competition like 3-1, or something like that. And your big thing is we have a subscription model where you don't even have to buy your games, and the others is like, we're not going to do that at all. We're actually charging more than we've ever charged for our games, and they're still winning by that margin, and it's getting worse. See, that, I guess the big thing, I'm curious, again, you don't want to speak about people's jobs lightly or whatever, but my whole thing is like, who's responsible for this? Like, who is responsible for this cascading? Because games like Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush are interesting because I think they kind of give them little escape hatches, but they're kind of meaningless escape hatches because Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush, for as cool as they are, and they're very cool, especially Pentiment, I think is a really dope idea. Those are not the games that keep people in your ecosystem. That's like saying a person bought PlayStation 4 for fucking Concrete Genie. We all know that's not true. It doesn't mean Concrete Genie wasn't good. It doesn't mean it didn't hit or that people didn't enjoy it. It just doesn't matter when you're talking about the tentpole games.
Yeah.
And so like you have something like Halo, which 343's botching alone, and it's clear they fired everyone and totally gutted the studio. But it's like, who let that happen? How can that be that you would let that happen? And then you have examples of it working right with like Forza, not only with Turn 10, but also with Playground, where they're totally fine. So clearly there's, if not very, very good, if not better than Polyphony in some ways. And so you look at it and you're like, well, you have something. And for some reason, it's not leaking through. And this very you know what I'll say this, and I think I said this to you guys in the Discord last week. It's like this kind of shit shows at the very least how hard it is to make video games and how you cannot take for granted that Sony is able to, and Nintendo are able to deliver these. Like when Zelda comes out, no one thinks Zelda is going to be anything less than great. And it would be an unthinkable for it to be released in a state that was unplayable. Everyone knows that's not going to happen. Right. And that you have to earn that. Right. And that takes a long ass period of time. And Sony is kind of in that phase now where the expectations are high, but they're meeting and exceeding them. And that's very interesting to me. Mm-hmm. God of War Ragnarok was really eye-opening for me because I was like, wow, this game is fucking huge. I actually don't like it as much as the consensus. I think it's great, but people are absolutely blown away by it. And it's what I said on the show, guys, right? Like, if you're coming into games for the first time and you see God of War Ragnarok and you haven't played games in a while, whatever, you're like, holy shit. Like, this is insane. But if you see Redfall, it's like, it's a different feeling. And so I'm very perplexed by the whole thing. And I want to hear more about him. And I'd like to hear more about what people like the Dukes and others have to say about it too, because it struck me as both very brave and very bold, but maybe defeatist. And to the point, Dustin, where I would have said, like, a logical question for me if I were those guys would have been like, if the games don't matter and you're not in a hardware race, then is it fair to say Game Pass should be on PlayStation? Like, what is the justification for anything you're doing, if not just for the subscription model? And if that's it, then can we expect it to proliferate? I mean, that to me is the logical end game. And I think that, and Phil Spencer has made it clear in quotes and in those documentations that they kind of were like down for that. I think. I just don't think they can really be the ones that, like, that would be the end of Xbox hardware, I think. So I don't think that they want to pull that plug yet. But I say over and over again, you'll play Elder Scrolls 6 on PlayStation because Game Pass will be on PlayStation by that point. Like, I'm confident in that. I just couldn't imagine a situation where that doesn't happen, but we'll see. Is there anything left that you guys want to say about this situation? There's so much to say. Dustin.
I don't think so. I feel like we've covered it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just making sure that we're moving on. I don't want to move on without cutting people, with cutting people off. I think, and I'll make my case to David Jaffe, and you guys can hear David Jaffe make his case, and you guys can make your own decision. I don't think game subscriptions are good for the video game industry. I think it's because video games are very unique, and I think you have to pay the price to pay the games. And the one interesting thing I saw, by the way, guys, as an exit is people were like, well, they just had to get Redfall out and make the money back and make some of their money back. And I'm like, that's not how it works on Game Pass. Sorry. Yeah. There is no, in fact, there is no making money back on game. You're supposed to have a pool of money that is constantly coming in. You're not selling your games like that. No. So that's not the way it works anymore. And this is why the games have to be great to keep people engaged and involved.
Yeah, you can almost make the argument that the quality bar should be higher.
Exactly. I completely agree. Completely agree.
If you're expecting people to, pay a subscription I mean that's the baseline of MMOs. Like back in the day, where it was like, hey man, this is an experience you're not going to get anywhere else. So you're going to pay the $15 a month or whatever it is, and that's like a massive commitment. That's like that ends up, if you're a longtime player, that ends up being way more than $60 per person. You know, so the argument should be, if you're trying to make a case for the subscription service, and the games need to meet $60, day one quality.
Yeah, 70. I think Redfall is the first $70 game.
Yeah, $70, and they need to exceed it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
Yeah, I would back up what I would say a little bit, and maybe not agree with that completely, where I would say they have to be at the same quality, like equivalent quality, PlayStation level or Nintendo level quality,
equivalent or greater.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's like they can't. I don't know, man. Redfall that's crazy. Those are the craziest things I've ever seen.
And I think it just goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like, I don't understand how this continues to happen. And like, who is in charge? Where does the buck stop? Yeah. I'm very curious about that. It's not, and people are like, this is a really important point. People are like, who cares? Xbox is making money and Microsoft's making more money than ever off them or whatever. And I'm like, guys, what are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the corporate health of a company, or are you rooting for video games to play? Who gives a shit how much money they make?
Yeah.
Like, you as the fan shouldn't care. In fact, you as the fan should look at that and be aghast at the desert of great games. You should be like, how are you making so much money on us and you're not even delivering anything that we want? It's so preposterous. It's why corporate cheerleading is stupid.
Yeah.
Because now you're rooting for the fucking ledger. You're not even rooting for the game. It's like I was saying about being a fan of you're a Game Pass fan.
Yeah.
And that's weird.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would also say too that none of us here are rooting against, like, it's not like we wanted Redfall to release badly. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be this bad at all. In fact, you can hear our fucking podcast where we all made predictions.
Yeah. I thought it was gonna be at least like low 80s, just based on Arcane's output, and also just based on the fact that how important. I mean, it's not Starfield level important for Xbox. I know, but it's the first exclusive they've had in a long time. I guess
it's their first $70 game too.
The first $70 game too. So it's like, I mean, the pressure's high, and so like, I mean, that it released in that way is just like it's sad. It's depressing because it's so avoidable, and that's kind of the thing. It's like so many of these things are avoidable. The game's not working right. Oh, there's fake chimneys in the game. Delay it. Because look, man, I spent some time with Redfall. It's busted, right? But as I'm making my way through it, I'm like, damn, it's not that there's a good game there, because I do think it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, at a certain point, the buck stops and you're just like, all right, it didn't hit on day one, I'm out. There's too many other things to play, right? So I don't want them to necessarily like sit down and buckle down and Sea of Thieves this thing, where they like actually like retool it and like kind of like build it, because Sea of Thieves wasn't this broken first off when it first came out. So I don't want them to spend a lot of time fixing this thing. It's just like, dude, if it's not ready, delay it until it is, because there is something fucking dope about it. There is, like, it's got the tone. It's cool. Like killing vampires in some random Massachusetts, like what an awesome idea.
Definitely.
And like and especially like maybe it's not Arcane's strength, but there's room for a game like that. There's room for like a light co-op FPS where you hunt vampires. That's sick. Why not? But if you're going to do that, at least make it good. At least make it playable. Christ, it's so disappointing playing it, because I'm playing through it and I'm like, man, this would be great if it wasn't this. Because there are flashes of it where I'm like, this would be great if it played well.
Yeah.
And that's the worst. That's more offensive to me than a bad game, is a game that could have been great. Squandered potential is so depressing and so infuriating to me that it's way worse than a Godfall, or like I don't know, some equivalent like Ride to Hell Retribution. Because Redfall could have been great.
I think it's just so. Here's what I'll say: as I've been trying, we just keep going. I'm sorry. It's like,
yeah.
So it's such an interesting topic, but it's like we often would say, again, it's good for Xbox to be competitive. It keeps PlayStation honest and it raises the bar of competition. I would say at this point, Microsoft's or Xbox has got to get its shit together for itself.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of position. Like, you got to get it together. If you didn't have a parent company with endless pockets, you'd be in a lot more trouble than you are right now.
Oh yeah, 1,000,000%. They'd be gone by now.
And again, I will reiterate that I'm a fan of PlayStation as an ecosystem and the games. If the games just up and disappeared, then I wouldn't be a fan anymore because there would be nothing left to play. So at some point you have to ask yourself what exactly you're rooting for. And you say they're profitable and they're in the black and look at how much money Phil Spencer makes. What do I care about any of that whatsoever? I don't care. And you shouldn't either. And by the way, Sony is not immune to these things either. Look what they did to Media Molecule. They basically murdered that studio. But it's what we've been saying. You give creatives too much rope and they will hang themselves.
Yeah. But it's also the exception to the rule. You know what I mean? Media Molecule doesn't happen all that often. Whereas on Xbox, it's like every studio is a Media Molecule.
Right.
With the exception
exactly right. Exactly right.
With the exception of, the Forza people, Turn 10 and Playground. And maybe Coalition, you could argue, actually. Coalition hasn't really missed, in my opinion. I think they've done pretty great. But, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because it doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah, I haven't played the new Gears games. I played some of Gears 4, but that was the last one I played. And I need to get
fine.
Yeah, I gotta get back to some of that at some point. I don't know if it's ever gonna happen, but that's the other thing is, and I say this sometimes, but I would feel like I was missing so much if I am missing things being a PlayStation centric gamer, just like all PlayStation centric gamers are. You're missing things on other platforms. But if I was on Xbox, I feel like I'd be missing the most. Like, you don't get almost any of the zeitgeist. And that goes all the way back to what I was saying with Phil Spencer. With you, if you think that the games wouldn't solve your problem delivering great games, and I understand, I want to be fair. He's saying only great games. No, it's not only going to be great games. No. That's like making, that's like the meat or the games. It's very peculiar. I'm eager. I haven't had much time today. I'm really eager to see what other people's feedback is on this.
What's astonishing to me, and we could get off this immediately, but he doesn't think that if Halo Infinite released in like a great state, that wouldn't have mattered a great deal. That's crazy. Like, I almost can't conceptualize that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I honestly, and I don't know these people from a fucking hole in the wall really personally, but just knowing what the leadership structure is there, it's like, this has to fall on someone like Matt Booty or someone, right? That's what I keep asking. I was like, who is responsible for this? And it's easy to say like the buck stops with me or whatever, but I'm like, but it goes deeper into the trenches than the CEO or the head of the unit. Yeah. I don't know. It's very interesting. I'll be very interested to see how things go. I will say the pressure on Starfield, immense. Is it fair or not? Not fair to the game, not fair to Bethesda Game Studios, but certainly fair to Xbox. They put it in that position.
Yeah, 100%.
So it is. It's not make or break, but I would imagine if Starfield isn't anything less than great, and I suspect Starfield's going to be great. I just can't imagine it not being great.
I don't know, man.
They are in deep shit. I got to be honest with you. Like, they are in some sort of deep shit if Starfield is not good, because at that point you're going to have people just jumping off the ship.
Yeah, my expectation, sincerely, right now, I have no reason to expect anything other than a mess. Like, they've demonstrated a cadence of mess, with the exception of Hi-Fi Rush, and God bless, Hi-Fi Rush is fan-fucking-tastic. But that's like I said before, that's the exception. I can't bet that the quality bar of future Xbox games are going to be met by to Hi-Fi Rush. My quality bar is Redfall now, and Jesus Christ, God help Starfield if it's anything like Redfall.
Yeah, it won't be. It can't possibly be. I think it'll be. I don't know.
I couldn't possibly think that the Redfall was going to be in this state either.
Yeah.
It's bad. Like, it's so important for them to get things right now. So, like, I don't know. We'll see, man. But my confidence is at an all-time low with Xbox. And by the way, I say that as probably like the most Xbox-centric person on this show by a mile.
For sure. Yeah.
Right?
For sure. All right. Well,
I don't know.
Let's move on. Thank you, Boba Skykiller, for the question. Great conversation, everyone. Philip Flood wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. In the wake of Jedi Survivor's messy launch, a senior writer at Kotaku took to Twitter arguing that it is not the job of a reviewer to factor in technical problems when assessing a game. I think there's a point here. If we look at Elden Ring, Skyrim, or Fallout New Vegas, it's hard to argue that these weren't generational masterpieces deserving of their praise. It's also hard to argue they weren't plagued by technical problems at launch. Should reviews factor in the product's technical problems at launch as a product, or should they be evaluating the art that exists underneath? To me, it seems to hinge on art versus product discourse when it comes to gaming reviews. Would be curious to hear from Colin, especially if this topic ever came up when he was formerly reviewing games." I disagree with you entirely. But this goes into why I think reviews need to be not numbered and they need to be flexible and updatable. Is because you have to deliver a verdict on the product as you play it, not the product as you assume it runs or assume it is or assume it will be one day. And this is why it's really tough to when publishers and publishers release these games unpatched or without day one patches, or have these the critics playing them in an environment where people will never experience them, which is exactly what happened to Days Gone, and is the reason why Days Gone probably will not. Well, it's really the reason why Days Gone is in the low 70s and didn't get its sequel. And so it matters. And that's all on Sony PR and the marketing and all of their timing there. But it reinforces why I think reviews should be nimble and updatable, so that you can go back and say like, well, this was a big problem then, but it's not a big problem now. It would be like reviewing a movie where a frame was missing every 24 frames and you just never said anything about that. It's like, well, that is highly relevant. It's probably incredibly distracting. How can you not notice that? And that doesn't affect your enjoyment of the game. So I think it all comes together. You can't make assumptions about what the game's intent is. If we're reviewing the intent of the game, then every game's basically a 10, because every game's intention is this pure thing that they're hoping to deliver on. But I don't care about that at all. So Dustin, I'm wondering, what do you think? Do you think that, to Philip Flood's point, that technical issue should maybe even be ignored in the review?
I don't think it should be ignored. It definitely needs to be talked about. But I think, like you said, is the problem comes in with scoring. Because for me, think like a game like Elden Ring is a masterpiece game that has technical problems. Luckily, there are either you can, if you have a big aversion to frame rate issues, you can play it on PS4 or the PS4 version on PS5 and have a great experience. But to other people, those technical issues, some of them aren't going to even notice. I mean, look at Jedi Survivor right now. There's tons of people trying to convince me there's no problems with it. And God bless them. They're playing the game and they don't see any problem. Seriously, you are in a better position than I, that you can enjoy that. But it's one of the, getting back to the reviews, is just that it needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah,
I think that it's the point of the reviewer to tell them, for them to explain their experience and how they felt about it. And so I can see some reviewers that reviewed the Star Wars Jedi Survivor just saying, yeah, it has technical problems, but it was still a really good game. In fact, I think that the way we mentioned him earlier, my friend Brad from Easy Allies, in his review, there was a significant portion talking about the tech issues. He still gave it a good score because they weren't bothersome enough for him to, it's not like he gave it a perfect score. So it was factored into the score, but he still felt it was a great game and explained that. As long as it's stated, I think that absolutely the technical prowess of a game not only should be mentioned when it's negative, but it should be celebrated when it's positive as well.
Yeah.
Because that's just part of the medium. It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add, Chris?
Well, I would say that I think generally, like, what matters ultimately is, like, I'm a big technical snob. Like that's a big factor in whether or not I'm going to play something day one. It's like, I need to know if it runs well. I need to know like what kind of hitches I can expect. And if they're acceptable to me, then, I'll jump into it and I'll accept the shortcomings. I mean, no piece of software is perfect. There's always going to be even the best, even my favorite games of all time. There's been at least one, awkward loading screen that like kind of like chugged for a second, or like something that didn't work 100% the way that it should. I guess the thing that matters to me most is how good is that experience that I'm willing to go through that. Elden Ring to me was a perfect example. Dude, I played like about 95 hours of that game, nearly 100 hours of that game on PC. And on PC, there was a specific issue where every couple minutes, like maybe every 5 minutes or so, I can't remember the exact interval of time, but semi-frequently, the game would freeze frame for a solid 2 seconds. And then I would be back into combat. I played 90-something hours of that game, and I still loved it. Because the experience of that game, like how good that game was so good that even an issue like that didn't impede my enjoyment all that much. Whereas a game like, I don't know, like a far lesser game, you know, if I was playing Deathloop or something, no, it's not Deathloop. If I was playing Redfall and it freeze framed every 5 minutes, fuck no. And so I think there's like there's like a subjective kind of barrier. It's like how good is Citizen Kane that you're willing to watch it on your phone as opposed to a movie theater? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like there's something there where I don't know. I think there's that factors in, but I don't think they should be removed from the review. I think that's insane.
Angel de Jesus wrote into us. To Jesus. Says, hello, CDC. Are gamers in a toxic relationship with developers and publishers?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of complaining this week about the state of games at release lately, with Jedi Survivor being the most recent. I explained that reviews were out 2 days before release and stated with the troubles with performance and they should have canceled their pre-orders, but they had pre-ordered on PlayStation, so I countered, why do you feel the need to pre-order digital? Anyway, in the end, nothing changes no matter how much you complain on Twitter as long as they still got your money. What do you guys think? Chris said it, yes, but I agree too. I think this is like, it's getting pretty tense. I don't think it really matters to most people, but certainly in like the hardcore sphere, I think it matters more and more. I think a lot of the disconnect comes from why critics are not identifying this stuff earlier. Like we go back to Redfall, but it reminds me, like, people went and played that game.
Yeah.
Scores of people went and played it and there wasn't a fucking murmur. Now, I often said that I remember playing Knack multiple times before it came out and I thought it was going to be great. So it's easy to hide that kind of stuff by showing you very slick parts of the game or very finite views of it. But so I don't want to be too hard on people for that. But I do think the toxicity is growing because I think publishers are getting too comfortable releasing things that they damn well know aren't ready to go. And they're doing it because gamers, by and large, are very weak with their money. Now, I pre-order games digitally when I know I'm going to buy them when they go up for pre-loading. So, for instance, I'll buy Final Fantasy 16 when it's available to preload because I want it. I want it to be up or whatever. You kind of have to take it, though, that you might get a game that might be busted or broken. I highly doubt that game's going to be busted or broken in any way. But it goes to say that we all need to be stronger. If we want a different reality, then you got to be tighter with your money and you got to give it to people that really deserve it and earn it. Publishers just seem to just churn this stuff out and fix it later over and over and over and over again. And in fact, remake their games basically. I mean, I was reading the Saints Row patch notes. They've changed like everything. Like all the enemies have different health bars now. Enemies act differently. The AI acts differently. The guns work differently. It's like why didn't you just wait? If this is what you wanted to do. It's strange to me. Dustin, let's go to you. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that people need to show restraint and look in the mirror when it comes to some of these frustrations. And I'm not taking the blame off the publisher, but if you think about it in any other business, if I went, let's say there's a pre-order at a coffee shop and I go and then it's half full and I leave and then I come back and I say, hey, this is half full. Oh, we'll fix it now. Am I going to go back? Maybe I'll go back one time and then the next time it's totally the wrong order. They're like, oh, don't worry, we'll fix it. Eventually, there's going to be a thing on me to stop pre-buying or going to that place, right? So that's the thing for me is that, and I admitted last week, I pre-ordered the Armored Core Special Edition. That's kind of a rare case. And honestly, too, the thing for me is that I could cancel that pre-order, or when it comes, I could decide that I don't want it anymore and send it back or something like that. Maybe not. I don't know how the Bandai Namco store works, but for me, it's just this matter of like, stop giving publishers the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve it.
Yeah.
They just simply don't, especially on PC. So to me, if there's not some kind of special edition or very specific reason or a specific limited product you want, don't pre-order it, including digital. These games don't take that long to download now for most people. I know, understand some people have slower internets. I get it. You want to play at midnight the moment it unlocks. Don't do it. wait until there's a reason why there's a review process. And that's the thing with Redfall again, but this doesn't just apply to them, is that if there are reviews that are coming out at launch, absolutely don't fucking pre-order. They are hiding something from you. That's obvious. We've seen this again and again and again. There's a reason there's reviews. Let them do the dirty work and take the brunt, since they're not paying for it. You are. So, I don't know. That's my take.
Yeah, very passionate. I appreciate that. Chris, you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I just think we need to look. I understand there's a story to be told about things like No Man's Sky, right? Or even Destiny, like Destiny 2, where the story of the comeback is a really attractive one. And maybe there's this kind of view that, oh yeah, this game launched broken, but maybe it'll get better. I understand that to some degree, but that really only works if there's a reason to trust, right? Like the reason I stuck with Destiny for so long is because Bungie, up until that point, had earned my dollar. They had earned my trust easily for like a decade of fantastic games, right? And that trust paid off because Destiny 2 is amazing now. It's crazy good. Even with that last expansion being like kind of like mid, it's still amazing. It's like still great stuff coming out of Bungie, right? That benefit of the doubt can't be just levied towards everybody. And there needs to be, I don't know, we just need restraint, I think. And certainly stop pre-ordering stuff if you can help it. And especially if those developers have not earned your money.
Yeah.
Or if they consistently make error after error. It's insane.
Too much hype. It's cool to be excited about things. And I also think, like you said, earn it. Like I'm not necessarily going to disbelieve PlayStation's quality day one. Square Enix is typically pretty good and some others, but I'm not going to definitely go in day one with some other products. And I'll say that my kind of hesitance to play things at launch because knowing they're broken, like Dying Light 2, has paid off in dividends. I still haven't played that game. They're still adding shit tons of stuff to that game and fixing it. And shout out to our friends at Techland and to our friend Head. But and same thing with Saints Row. I am curious about that game, but I'm not going to play it anytime soon. The best version of the game will be like 2 years from now. Yeah. And so I think it's a problem. And this toxicity and the cyclical relationship can only be broken by people holding the money back. They don't care about anything else. And you got to be a little adversarial, like I like to say, with these publishers and make them earn your money, make them earn your respect. You're too eager to spend money out there. KBR wrote in, said, "Good afternoon, gents. Sean Layden long ago said that gaming where it currently is will be unsustainable due to rising costs. Different interviews from Jim Ryan and Phil Spencer lend to the belief that the console players are stagnant and not growing. Do you think all three of the big three will entirely go into massive multimedia and multi-platform pushes to maximize the value of their IP? They can make money just licensing their IP to film and game studios, which brings in money and royalties for projects that do not have to wholly fund, as well as the expanding the footprint of going multi-platform, etc." We already talked a lot about this with what's going on with Microsoft earlier and like kind of their future. I just wanted to acknowledge, KBR, that I had your inquiry here, and I did want to add that I should have read it earlier when it made more sense. But I did want to add here that I don't think, if anything, I think Sony's and Nintendo's recent performance reinforces both of their desires and beliefs that they can sustain individual consoles, at least for another generation after this one, especially for Nintendo. I mean, that next generation will probably be less than a year away. But for Sony, I think the PlayStation 6 is inevitable. I think that Xbox is in a very different situation. And so I think that they'll be more eager to do what you're talking about. But I wanted to acknowledge that your question was here and we were going to go into it. Elite Gusty wrote in and said, "Good day, CDC. Next week, I'm off on an adventure crossing the Great Australian Nullarbor. I don't know what that means. From Perth to Adelaide. I'm planning on listening to a big chunk of Sacred Symbols content, but also some of my favorite video game soundtracks. With a whopping 28 hours of driving, I'm surely to run out. So I'm wondering, what are some of your favorite video game soundtracks?" I'm thinking, guys, we talk about music sometimes. I'm thinking things that will make sense as like a whole full ensemble, not something you're going through track by track or anything like that. And so for me, I was thinking, with Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster being out there, you got to go to some of these Final Fantasy soundtracks, man, especially the rearranged ones with the beautiful sound. And of course, the MIDI ones are great too. But I wanted to give a shout out to Final Fantasy. I think you might enjoy those old soundtracks as you drive across the Australian continent. Elite be safe out there. Guys, do you have any recommendations, Dustin?
Yeah, I wrote out my favorites while I was eating lunch. I was thinking, these are in no particular order. Super Mario Galaxy, Halo, and that's basically Halo 1 through 3. The Kingdom Hearts series, Cuphead, Undertale, Nier Replicant, and Automata, and of course, Persona 4 and 5. All of these, fantastic. I consider these the cream of the crop.
Any additions there, Chris?
Oh man, yeah, I think I would actually say pretty much. I don't think there's a single Halo game with a bad soundtrack. Actually, I think they're all actually pretty fantastic. So I would say like the entire series, actually, sincerely, with the exception of maybe like I don't know those mobile, was it Spartan Assault or whatever. Those you could skip. But Halo Wars has an amazing soundtrack. Bastion is easily like in my top. I love Mass Effect. That soundtrack is great. Specifically like the Galaxy map theme. I love.
Definitely.
I love that thing. I'll listen to that for no reason, but driving is a really satisfying listen. Jack Wall is really great. Anything by Darren Korb, so like Bastion and Transistor, Pyre, especially Hades. Hades has a fantastic soundtrack. This isn't in the realm of games, but I pop in the Falconer DBZ every now and again just to get a brief hit of toxic masculinity.
Good.
And,
love that.
Drink it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I favorite video, like I'd be here for a million years if I named any more, to be honest, because more are going to keep popping into me. But
someone's going to be popping into you.
Oh,
Tommy Masters has the final inquiry. He says, "Hey guys, do you think Sony will ever have a first-party RPG studio? Microsoft pretty much owns the majority of AAA WRPG studios. Even Nintendo has a JRPG studio with Monolith Soft. Sony's last RPG was Bloodborne 8 years ago, made by a third-party studio. White Knight Chronicles was RPG Light. I'm sorry. I skipped a sentence. White Knight Chronicles was 13 years ago, made by another third-party studio, second party technically. Pretty much all Sony is doing these days is adding some RPG-like elements to their action-adventure games like Horizon and God of War. Is there hope for us RPG fans? Or do we have to keep praying for more third-party Square Enix AAA RPGs while looking jealously at Microsoft with Obsidian, Bethesda, Playground, and Exile, and Nintendo with Monolith Soft? It's just that Sony completely abandoned the RPG genre. Where are the Sony blockbuster AAA RPGs? It's an interesting question. And I actually somewhat agree and somewhat disagree. I don't consider Bloodborne the last role-playing game. In some way, I consider Horizon or God of War the last role-playing games. But I understand that you acknowledge that they're adding a lot of these elements to it. And I know what you mean. You want a Fallout. You want a Skyrim. You want a Witcher. But I don't know that they're very far away from that with some of the games that they're making right now. I don't know that there certainly is a WRPG deficit. I would say that the only Western role-playing game studio of real size and stature, and their size and stature is in great question these days, that Microsoft doesn't own, is BioWare. I think otherwise, yeah, you would assume everyone else is under Microsoft, and that might be a problem. But Dustin, I wonder, is there an appetite for Western role-playing games on PlayStation, and do you think Sony should invest in one?
Yeah, I don't know. This is something that Xbox has really locked down between, like he says, Bethesda, Obsidian, and In Exile, where now it does seem like they probably won't be getting some of the best of the best when it comes to these Western RPGs. But I don't know. I think that from their perspective, a lot of their games do have a lot of these RPG elements, like you're saying. I kind of think they're worse for it. In fact, that's one of the my least favorite aspects of the new God of War is the gear and stuff like that. I just I'm not into incremental gear changes that barely make any difference. Like, that's kind of annoying to me. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Neo and games like that. And so it's not as egregious in a game like God of War, but I don't know. I'm not really into that. So I'm also, I don't know. There are Western RPGs that I've really liked. I mean, Fallout is huge for me, and Skyrim, but I don't know. I'm curious what Sony will do if they feel that there's a need for that. But I don't know. I feel like their games kind of can slot in that same area of big cinematic story heavy games that kind of cross that same direction.
Chris, are we lacking WRPGs in this ecosystem?
Yeah, I would say so, but I would also say that there is something that's been going on with RPGs in general, with the implementation of RPG light elements in games that otherwise don't need it. That's kind of, I would imagine that that's somewhat serving in some way, at least to PlayStation's benefit, in the sense that there's an argument to be made that that's our RPGs, you know, like that's where all that energy goes. It goes into little parts of everything else that we do. I would argue that's not sufficient. I think at least one studio that's like in charge of making something that's truly like a proper like sprawling WRPG would be great. But I also think maybe they feel like Microsoft has Western RPGs and because they've ostensibly got exclusivity for Square Enix, like maybe they just feel comfortable with that, you know, like maybe they feel comfortable with the fact that most JRPGs are going to end up on their platform and sell mostly gangbusters on their platform. And maybe that's something they're fine with, in the same way that they were kind of fine not competing on the shooter grounds because they knew that Call of Duty was selling on PlayStation like way more than any other platform. I feel like that must be a part of the rationale. Otherwise, it'd be really conspicuously missing. It'd be like a weird genre not to hit. And the only other genres that they're not hitting are genres that they feel satiated by third party. Or maybe some second party relationship in the sense of Square Enix. Or not second party, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, they have that's a third party like timed relationship becoming closer maybe in the future. Who knows? Sony actually cut their M&A budget, I think, in the wake of Activision, Microsoft failing to get Activision, which some people think will be overturned, but I think that most people think is not going to happen, at least in the UK. Maybe they go on with some sort of compromise. An obvious target to ameliorate this, if you wanted to be totally blind to just grab someone, would be CD Projekt. But I don't think Sony should do that, and I don't think that they have a good relationship with them anyway. So, and we want Sony to make sensible acquisitions, and unfortunately or fortunately for them, I think they don't give a shit because their games do so well with these RPG light elements, is that they never really invested in this genre.
Yeah,
there's no game. Like he brought up Level 5 and White Knight Chronicles. That probably is the last notable Sony published example of any sort of literal AAA style role-playing game. And I would argue that game is barely AAA. I mean, that game sucks. So they did do a sequel to it. There was a PSP version, I think, too, that never came out here. And then you have these kind of more timed games that are not really exclusive, like Ni no Kuni in the PS3 era. But Level 5 just Bandai Namco just didn't want to publish it on Xbox for some reason at that time. So I don't know. One of the interesting things that Phil Spencer said in his interview with Kind of Funny that I heard is that Sony makes it difficult for Xbox to be Xbox. Did you hear him say that? That they make like the right kind of deals kind of quietly. And I think that they fought back successfully in cornering this very valuable Western role-playing game exclusive market. And I think that's the kind of game that will benefit Game Pass. If and when Starfield is great, which I personally would put my money down saying Starfield's going to be great. I believe that. I do in my heart believe that. Mm-hmm. Do I think it's going to run at 60 frames a second on Xbox Series X? I don't think so. Probably not. But do I think it's going to be great? Yeah, I do. I think that people are going to love it. And I think it's going to be fine. But that kind of game repeated over and over again is what makes that kind of shit really valuable, because as cool as Hi-Fi Rush is, it's also true that you could probably just buy it for $15 or whatever, you know? So you have to have the big games. You got to get the big shit out of the way. I still can't believe that they said that, or he said that. Going back to, I can't get over it. We're somehow back on this topic again. Anyway, thank you for writing in. Who was that? I already closed this window. Tommy Masters. Thank you for writing in, Tommy Masters. The son of Ken Masters of Street Fighter, of course. All right, my friends, it's time to go. We've been going for a long time, almost 4.5 hours here. So let's bid everyone adieu. Chris, closing comments.
Oh man, be good out there and play Dead Cells.
Yeah, maybe I'll
'Cause it's really
give it a go. Yeah,
it's really fucking good.
yeah. It's been a while.
I really think you'd get a kick out of the Castlevania stuff, Colin. I really do.
I think you're probably right. So, and that might be the best I do in the 2D plane for Castlevania for some time. So maybe I got to give it a go.
It's an underserved market.
Yeah, I would say so. Dustin, closing comments.
Closing comments. I would not recommend emulating Metal Gear Solid 4. Don't do as I do. So just,
you go to
just keep
jail.
that in mind, because I know people will be thinking about it. I had to deal with a lot of shit for that. So, but yeah, just gonna be chilling. I think we're going out tonight for Holly's birthday. Where? I don't know. I'll let her decide.
Got to make a reservation.
We'll see. Not around here.
Oh no, never mind.
Not in Butler.
No. You guys go to the Park and Eat or whatever it's called. Eaton Park.
Oh, Eaton Park.
Why do I always get it wrong? Because because it doesn't
we're not
make
Eaton Park fans.
It doesn't make sense.
Eaton Park. Yeah.
You're
right, it
parking
should
and
be
then
parking.
you're eating. You're
Yeah.
not eating
That
and
is
then
a good
parking.
point. That is a good point.
I'm never gonna get it right.
Yeah.
Anyway, my friends,
We'll go somewhere fancy like Applebee's.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
looking
Applebee's
forward
is
to that.
good. No problem with that. All right, my friends. Well, it's good to be with you. Thank you for your time today. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols. You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, merch at laststandmedia.store, and so on and so forth. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.